أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. Now the 12th sermon still deals with Jamal, but in a very different way, of course. Sharif al-Razi puts the sermon in the context for us. He says that لما أظفره الله بأصحاب الجمل, when Allah gave Amirul Mu'mineen victory over the troops of Jamal, قد قال له بعض أصحابه وددت أن أخي فلانا كان شاهدنا ليرى ما نصرك الله به على أعدائك. Someone approached Amirul Mu'mineen and told him that I would have liked very much that my brother, and he named his brother أخي فلانا, was present here today to see what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you in terms of victory, what help Allah has extended to you over your enemies. So the context of this short statement of Amirul Mu'mineen alayhi salam is after the victory in the Battle of Jamal, and it is answer to a question or just reply to a statement which was made by some of his companions, that I hoped, I would have liked very much that my brother was present here to see your victory and the nasr and support that Allah extended to you. فقال له عليه السلام, he said in reply, peace be on him, أحوى أخيك معنا, is the heart of your brother with us? Hawa, of course, hawa means desire, wish, will, goodwill. So here it means, is the heart, is the goodwill of your brother with us? Would have he liked to see this victory? فقال نعم, he said yes, of course my brother likes you, would have liked victory for you, and he would have really enjoyed seeing this. قال, then Amirul Mu'mineen replied, and this is a very important theological issue that we have phases of it in the Quran, in the Hadith, but very explicitly coming from Amirul Mu'mineen, of course, is very important. He said, قال فقد شهدنا, he has been present here actually. وَلَقَدْ شَهِدَنَا فِي أَسْكَرِنَا هَذَا, and not only your brother whose heart is with us was actually present with us here. The meaning of was present means that whatever we have done, he is going, and what reward we have received, he is going to receive the reward as well. Whatever is written for us is written for him as well, because his heart is with us. So he said, yes, he was present here, and there is present with us. وَلَقَدْ شَهِدَنَا فِي أَسْكَرِنَا هَذَا, there are present with us أَقْوَامٌ فِي أَسْلَابِ الرِّجَالِ وَأَرْحَامِ النِّسَاءِ, people, groups of people who are still in the wombs of their mothers and loins of the fathers. سَيَرَأَخُ بِهِمُ الزَّمَانِ, and the time is going to bring them out. وَيُقَوَّى بِهِمُ الْإِيمَانِ, and Iman and faith is going to be strengthened for their sake or by them. Now, the important theological concept mentioned here is that it doesn't matter whether you are present physically somewhere or not, whether you have seen the Prophet or not, whether you have been in the battle with the Prophet, in the battle of Badr or Uhud, or in the battle of Jamal or Siffin. It doesn't matter your physical whereabouts in terms of time and place. What is important and what matters is where your heart is placed. With the Prophet or with his enemies. With Amirul Mu'mineen or with his enemies. If it's with Amirul Mu'mineen, then it is as though you have been present. Now, of course, the implication for this is what? You like the Prophet, you like him to win in his wars. So this, what Amirul Mu'mineen says is that you have actually been present and witnessed the battle of Uhud, Badr, Khandaq, Tabuk, all these occasions you have been present with the Prophet. And the meaning of that is that you are going to receive some rewards for it. Just because you like that Prophet, when you think about Battle of Badr, you wish that, yes, I really wish that Prophet would have won. And he won, of course. Would have won, and he won. Just this wish, just this will coming out of your heart is going to give you some reward. Now, for this we have many traditions, many verses of the Quran witnessing to this concept and this issue, that people are going to be rewarded for what is in their hearts. Now you can imagine, of course, if we put our imagination at work, we might come with very funny conclusions. However, it seems to be funny, but it's not funny. Now I tell you, how many battles have taken place from the beginning of time? Say, the first battle or the first quarrel, say, was the quarrel or fight between Habil and Qabil. Whom did you wish to win in that battle or in that fight? Did you wish Qabil to win or Habil to win? Habil, isn't it? Because you are on the side of piety and taqwa. So a reward is going to be written for you. And how many of such fights and bigger battles have taken place during the history? How many troops of prophets have fought against their enemies? And you would have liked that all of these, in all of these, victory would have been for the Prophet. And for all of them, a reward is going to be written for you. So what type of reward are you going to receive on the Day of Judgment? You cannot calculate it, is it? It seems funny, but it's not. This is what Allah is going to give to a good heart. يَوْمَ لَا يَنْفَعُ مَالٌ وَلَا بَنُونَ إِلَّا مَنْ أَتَى اللَّهَ بِقَلْبٍ سَلِيمٍ. You go with a pure heart, with a healthy heart, then Allah will give you everything. So this is the meaning of it. Now, other ahadith that we have about this. إن المرء يصاب على قدر نيته أو على قدر هواه. In one other hadith we have. In one hadith we have that every person is going to be rewarded according to their intentions. Or in one other hadith we have according to what they wish. You wish good for evil people, you are going to be punished. You wish good for good people, you are going to be rewarded for it. Now, and this very famous hadith that I'm sure most of you have heard, Niyatul إنما الأعمال بالنيات. Actions are hinging on the niyyah, which performs it. Now, there's one other hadith which those who explain and interpret a hadith have explained it differently. And that is Niyatul Mu'min Khayrun Min Amalih. The intention of a mu'min is better than their actions. Wa Niyatul Kafir Sharrun Min Amalih. And the intention of a kafir is worse, is more evil than what they do, their intention. Now, one very plausible explanation of this hadith would be that when you make an intention to do something good, for example, you intend to fast, a mustahab fast, and you do fast. However, this fast is mixed, is tarnished by some sins, gossiping, other things that you do. Your niyyah was not to do these things. Your niyyah was a pure fast. You intend to do a very pure salat with sincerity, with attention. However, in the middle your attention is taken. Which one is better? The one you intended or the one that you performed? The one that you intended is better. So your niyyatul mu'min is always better than what he does. Because the niyyah is not mixed with these impediments of action. And the niyyah of a kafir is more evil than what they do. Because a kafir may intend some evil that he cannot realize exactly or in the same proportion as they had intended. And therefore the niyyah is always more evil than the outcome of that niyyah, which is the action. Now, a very interesting example again in Nahjul Balagha, Amirul Mu'mineen mentions, أيها الناس إنما يجمع الناس الرضا والسخط. Do you know what brings people close to each other? It is to be content or to be angry, to object. If you are content about, if you are pleased about the action of others, you are one of them. So this contentment, this pleasure that you have about their action would bring you close to them. And if you are upset and angry about the action of a group of people, then this will separate you from them. This is a very, very beautiful expression. It is ar-rida wa-sukht, the anger and contentment which would bring people together or make them distant from each other. Now, then Amirul Mu'mineen mentioned an example from the Quran. وَإِنَّمَا أَقَرَ نَاقَةَ ثَمُودَ رَجُلٌ وَاحِدٌ. You know, this Naqatul Thamud, of course, is a very famous story. When Thamud preached his message to the people, they said, we want a miracle. And he said, what miracle you want? They said that there was a very huge mountain close to the city. They said, bring out a camel out of these rocks for us. Means make a camel out of these rocks. And he said, if I do that, would you believe? They said, yes. And he prayed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and a red camel came out of those rocks, actually made of the rocks. And then it was given life and came as a camel. Now, of course, they made lots of conspiracies, and at the end they killed that camel, which was, of course, the camel of God, as Quran says, هَذِهِ نَاقَةُ اللَّهِ. This is not born by any other camel, and it's not owned by anyone. It has come out of these rocks. So this is Naqatullah. And they killed that miracle. Now, Amirul Mu'mineen says, who killed that camel? Only one person killed it. إِنَّمَا أَغَرَ نَاقَةَ ثَمُودَ رَجُلٌ وَاحِدٌ. Only one person killed that camel. فَأَمَّهُمُ اللَّهُ بِالْعَذَابِ. However, everyone was punished for it in the Qawm Thamud. Why? لَمَا أَمُّوهُ بِالرِّضَى. Because everyone generally was happy because of what he did. They were happy of his action, so Allah punished all of them. So this being happy with an action or being upset with an action would make people to group and to be like each other. قال سبحانه فَعَقَرُوهَا. And Allah says they killed it, not that he killed it. Why they killed it? Because everyone was content, was happy with what the killer did. فَعَقَرُوهَا فَأَصْبَحُوا بِهَا نَادِمِينَ. This is what Allah said. Then they regretted what they did. Now another example that we have in the Quran is the example of Banu Israel. You hear You recite many verses in the Quran that the Prophet, for example, asked Banu Israel of his own time, why did you kill the prophets? Of course, no one at that time of our Prophet had killed any prophet, because there was no prophet between Isa alayhi salam and our Prophet, so that these Jews would have killed them. However, because they were happy with what their fathers did, the Quran says that you killed the prophet. Now, look at this very beautiful hadith. An Abi Abdullah alayhi salam, Imam As-Sadiq alayhi salam, قال لي, one of the companions, he went to the Imam As-Sadiq, and Imam told him, Tanzilul Kufa, do you ever go to Kufa? I said, yes. قال, he said, do you see the killers, those who murdered Hussein in Kufa? Now this is at the time of Imam Jafar al-Sadiq, of course. And Imam says, do you see those who killed Hussein in Kufa amongst you? He said, I told to Imam, قلت جعلت فداك ما بقي منهم أحد. No one of those people are alive anymore. Everyone is dead. Everyone who were present in Karbala, everyone is dead. قال فإذا أنت لا ترى القاتل إلا من قتل أول القاتل فإذا أنت لا ترى القاتل إلا من قتل أول القاتل. So you believe that the killer, the murderer, is only the person who really in action killed Hussein, who was actually the one who perpetrated the action. Do you think this is the case? Haven't you heard, أَلَمْ تَسْمَعْ إِلَىٰ قَوْلِ اللَّهِ, haven't you heard what Allah says? قُلْ قَدْ جَاءَكُمْ رُسُلٌ مِّن قَبْلِي بِالْبَيِّنَاتِ. This is an address from the Prophet to Banu Israel, that before me came messengers with clear signs, وَبِالَّذِي قُلْتُمْ, and with whatever you claim or you requested from them. فَلِمَا قَتَلْتُمُوهُمْ إِن كُنْتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. Why did you kill them? Because the Banu Israel at the time of the Prophet, one tribe of them, they came to the Prophet, they said, we do not believe in you because it is written in our books that we should not believe in any prophet unless he brings a specific miracle for us. And that is, أَن يَأْتِيَنَا بِقُرْبَانٍ تَأْكُلُهُ النَّارِ. Brings a sacrifice, put it on the altar, and suddenly a fire comes and burns that sacrifice, for example. This is the miracle of the Prophet to which we believe. Now, the answer comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that قُلْ قَدْ جَاءَكُمْ رُسُلٌ مِّن قَبْلِ. Before me there came prophets with clear signs, وَبِالَّذِي قُلْتُمْ, and with the sign that you requested. There were some prophets who came to you, they had the sacrifice on the altar, taken by the fire. So why did you kill them? إِن كُنْتُمْ صَادِقِينَ, if you are truthful, that you believe only in such prophets. Now, then Imam Sadiq alayhi salam asked the person which messenger they had killed before the prophets, why there was not any messenger after Isa alayhi salam. Do you know why Allah mentions this? Because إِنَّمَا رَضُوا قَتْلَ أُولَٰئِكَ, because they were happy with what their fathers did. So just being happy with what some people do and being upset with some other people do would group you with them and would give you the same reward or punishment. And this is very amazing. If this is going to happen, then we have to be very careful about our hearts, about the things that make us happy, and about the things that make us sad and upset. And of course, there are many other riwayat and some verses about this. Now, one very interesting hadith about the same thing mentioned here in this sermon number 12 is what is reported by Saduq in Ilal al-Sharaya and in Uyun Akhbar al-Rida from Imam Rida alayhi salam. He says that إن الحجة المنتظر عليه السلام إذا خرج يقتل ذراري قتلة الحسين. When Imam Ali comes, he would kill the children of those people. Of course, when you say children, that's the grandchildren of those who killed Hussein alayhi salam. Now, what's the sin of those children? Imam says, لِرَضَاهُمْ بِفَعَالِ آبَائِهِمْ, because they are happy with what their fathers did. And then he said, وَمَنْ رَضِيَ شَيْئًا كَانَ كَمَنْ أَتَى. If someone is happy with an action, is like the person who performs the action. If a person is killed in the east, وَلَوْ أَنَّ رَجُلًا قُتِلَ بِالْمَشْرِقِ فَرَضِيَ بِقَتْلِهِ رَجُلٌ بِالْمَغْرِبِ. If a person is killed in the east and another person in the west is happy, لَكَانَ الرَّاضِي شَرِيكُ الْقَاتِلِ. The one who is happy is a partner in that murder. And then Saduq says, maybe this is why we have in Ziyaratul Ashura, لَعَنَ اللَّهُ بَنِي أُمَيَّةَ غَاصِبًا. Because this is always a question. لَعَنَ اللَّهُ بَنِي أُمَيَّةَ غَاصِبًا means, may God curse Banu Umayyah, all of them. Why not all of them did all these vicious actions? Now, Saduq says maybe it's because all of them were happy. And it was the case actually. All Banu Umayyah were happy of what happened to Hussein alayhi salam. And this is why it says, لَعَنَ اللَّهُ بَنُو أُمَيَّةَ غَاصِبًا. Another example that all of you have heard in Membar, in Matam, is the story of Jabir ibn Abdullah al-Ansari. When he went to Ziyaratul Hussein in Arba'in, after the ziyarah he did, the story of course you know, he says to Atiyah, his friend, وَالَّذِي بَعَثَ مُحَمَّدًا بِالْحَقِّ, I swear by the one who has given the mission to Muhammad, by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. لَقَدْ شَارَكْنَاكُمْ, this is a part of his ziyarah, فِيمَا دَخَلْتُمْ فِيهِ. We are partners of what you entered in, what you did. Actually addressing to Hussein alayhi salam, that we are your partners. قال Atiyah says, I told to Jabir, وَكَيْفَ? How this is possible? You say we are your partners, we are actually a part of what you did. وَلَمْ نَحْبِطْ وَادِيًا, we never traveled any plain of land, we never climbed the mountain in that travel, we never struck a sword, وَلَمْ نَضْرِبْ سَيْفًا. So how do you say we were your partners? We were also sharik with you. He said, Ya Atiyah, سَمِعْتُ حَبِيبِ رَسُولَ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وسلم. I have heard my beloved Prophet يقول من أحب قوما حشر معهم. Whoever loves a people, he would be resurrected with those people. And this is what we have in many other hadith. If you love Ahlul Bayt, you will be resurrected with Ahlul Bayt. If you love the enemies of Ahlul Bayt, you will be resurrected with the enemies of Ahlul Bayt. من أحب قوما حشر معهم ومن أحب عمل قوم أشرك في عملهم. And whoever loves and likes the action of a group of people, he will be a partner in that action. وَالَّذِي بَعَثَ مُحَمَّدًا بِالْحَقِّ. Again, he says, I swear by the one who gave the mission to the Prophet, peace be on him, إِنَّ نِيَّتِي وَنِيَّةَ أَصْحَابِي عَلَى مَا مَضَى عَلَيْهِ الْحُسَيْنِ. That my intention and the intention of my friends all were with Hussein and with what Hussein did. And therefore we are partners here. We are in the same camp. The type of ceremonies that we hold for Hussein alayhi salam, or the type of ziyarat that we recite for Hussein alayhi salam. All of them say that we are happy with what you did, and we are distant from what was done to you and from what your enemies did. Just to show this type of separation between us and their enemies, and to show our closeness to them. And this is exactly what Amirul Mu'mineen says. If you're not in Karbala, if you were not in Karbala, if you're not there to help Hussein alayhi salam, look at your heart. Where is your heart? Is it with Hussein or with his enemies? If it is with Hussein, then of course you are in the same camp. Don't worry about anything. Now, this is not only about this type of similarity in heart and in action. In fact, in many riwayat we have, now this is more interesting, because sometimes you intend to do a good thing, but you do not succeed. Now, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq alayhi salam says that even if you do not succeed in your intention, Allah is going to reward you for that intention. Well, this is very famous, all of us know. Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq alayhi salam says, إِنَّ الْعَبْدَ الْمُؤْمِنَ الْفَقِيرِ. A mu'min who is poor. Usually when we are poor, we would like to save the whole world, to help everyone, but we don't have money. When we get rich, then we don't have the intention to help people. Now, of course, this is not true for everyone, but a truthful person, a truthful poor person, he said, إِنَّ الْعَبْدَ الْمُؤْمِنَ الْفَقِيرِ. A poor mu'min, لَا يَقُولُ يَا رَبِّ ارْزُقْنِي حَتَّى أَفْعَلَ كَذَا وَكَذَا. Oh God, give me some money so that I can help my father. I can buy a house for my brother. I can set up a business for my relative, for example. Really, sincerely, he feels that he wants to do it, but he doesn't have money to do it. فَإِذَا عَلِمَ اللَّهُ عَزَّ وَجَلَّ ذَلِكَ مِنْهُ بِصِدْقِ نِيَّةٍ. If Allah knows that this is really what he intends to do, and if he had money, he would have done it. كَتَبَ اللَّهُ لَهُ مِنَ الْعَاجِرِ مِثْلَ مَا يَكْتُبُ لَهُ لَوْ عَمِلَ. He would write for him the same reward, exactly the same reward, as if he had money and he had done it, he had performed it. So it is that intention which brings all these rewards. And sometimes we have money and actually we help, but we do it for riyah, for example, to show off. Of course, we are not going to receive any reward. Inna Allah wasi'un kareem. Of course, Allah is generous. He gives just on intention. Even sometimes someone comes to you and asks you something and you cannot help them, and your heart breaks because you cannot help them. The hadith says that from Imam Ali alayhi salam, Allah would give you the same reward as if you had helped them because of your broken heart. That, why I can't help this person, for example. So, what the khutbah here says, which as I said has lots of theological implications. The person came to Amirul Mu'mineen alayhi salam after the victory of Jamal, and he said, I hoped if my brother was present here to see your victory. And Imam says, Ahawa akhika ma'ana. Where is the heart of your brother? Is it with us? He said, yes. He said, he was present. And not only he was present here, in this army of us, in this battle of Jamal, there were present people who are still in the wombs of their mothers and loins of their fathers, and time will bring them out, and they will help the faith, and they are as if they have been with us in this battle. وَصَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَى مُحَمَّدٍ وَعَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ. Yeah, anyone? Any question? Yes, please.
We supposed to love and respect our parents. The people who were in Kufa, they were respecting or loving them. However, they are being punished according to what they said for the fact that their parents have done something wrong. They're being punished for something they haven't done. However, at the beginning we said that if you do something good, you get written. And if you said that over and over, if you do something bad, or if you intend to do something bad, you didn't do it. You won't get written. These two things do not match each other. So you can understand. I'm saying that you're saying that the people in Kufa, they were punished, yeah?
Because they were happy with what?
Because they were happy. But they are supposed to love and respect parents. Okay?
No,
and
love.
The fact is that, you are only punished for the things that you do. Not the intent. So we get. The same thing applies. If you go back to this, you mentioned about Qabil and Qabil. Now, who would you have really support? The camp of our parents is Qabil. He was the one. We are all before.
God forbid. No, we are not all Qabil offspring. No. No, of course, some people are offsprings of Qabil, but not everyone.
I didn't know they got married before that.
No, because after Habil, I mean, who did succeed Adam alayhi salam? Certainly not Qabil. After Habil was killed, Allah gave another son to Adam alayhi salam, who is the Prophet Shaykh. And that Prophet Shaykh is actually the one from whom all prophets come. Prophets don't come from Qabil, certainly.
That's very good. I didn't know that. I thought they only had two sons.
No, then Allah, of course, then afterwards Allah gave him more sons. But Shaykh was the one who was the wasi, the successor to Adam alayhi salam. And he is the one who has great respect, of course, after Adam alayhi salam. So many people are either from him or even from other sons of Adam alayhi salam, not necessarily from Qabil. Now, you see, love and respect for parents is one thing. To be happy with what they do. You might love your parents, but your parents might be, for example, alcoholic addicts. Do you love what they do? No, certainly you don't. You don't like it. You respect them, but you don't like it. Even the Quran says, despite you have to respect your parents, if they want to lead you astray, and if they want you to worship someone beside me, you should not follow them. وَإِنْ جَاهَدَاكَ عَلَىٰ أَنْ تُشْرِكَ بِمَا لَيْسَ لَكَ بِهِ عِلْمٌ فَلَا تُطِعْهُمَا. Do not obey. So, respect is something, of course, and then the very same verse says, وَصَاحِبْهُمَا فِي الدُّنْيَا مَعْرُوفًا. Of course, treat them nicely. Even if they say you have to be mushrik, but treat them nicely. However, who should you follow? وَاتَّبِعْ سَبِيلَ مَنْ أَنَابَ إِلَيْهِ. Follow the one who returns to. So this is exactly the same thing. You respect your parents, that's fine, but you follow the one who returns to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, this thing about intention, certainly, those ahadith which say we are not punished for our intentions is different from this bunch of ahadith. Those bunch of ahadith say, for example, you intend to do a sin, and then you regret. Before you can carry it out, due to your own regret or some impediments come, for example, something would bar you from doing it. You are not going to be punished for that intention. This is different. This is when an evil act is taken place and you are happy because of that evil. Then, in this way, people are grouped in two camps. Camp of shaitan and camp of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, these set of ahadith are completely different from those ahadith which say you are not going to be punished for your intention. This is about reza and sukht. This is not intention. It's reza and sukht. Being happy or being angry about some action. Alaykum salam.
Maybe you shed some light on combining Zuhur, Asr and Maghrib Isha prayers.
Combining them?
Yeah.
In what sense?
Why do we combine?
Oh, I thought you say combining the all four together. Well, it's good to combine the all four with one wudu, because you take one wudu near the Maghrib, you do Zuhr and Asr, and then Maghrib and Isha. Some people like this. But combining Zuhr and Asr and Maghrib and Isha is something that Shia Fuqaha have issued fatwa accordingly, because they say the Prophet did combine the two salat without any situation which would have forced him to do. Usually what our Sunni jurists say, the Sunni jurists say, is that even if although Prophet did combine Maghrib and Isha and Zuhr and Asr on some occasions, it was due to some difficult time, to some situation. For example, he was either traveling or there was war or something else. However, we have many ahadith that this did not happen only on those occasions. At many occasions, Prophet combined the two salat without any type of situation which would have forced him to do. So it means that it is judged. It's not wajib, of course. It's not necessary. Even our fuqaha say it is better to separate, if you can, between Maghrib and Isha and Zuhr and Asr, but it is permissible to combine the two. Yeah. Yeah.
I read recently that on Yom al-Qiyamah, the fear and the terror will be so great that even the prophets will be crying for salvation, except the Messenger of Allah. I firstly, is this true? Except the final prophet, the Messenger of Allah. Is this firstly true? And secondly, if it is, then what about the Imams or their position?
No, it's not true. It's completely against the Quran. Because there are many verses of the Quran that say people of virtue, awliya Allah, they're completely away from any terror. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ سَبَقَتْ لَهُم مِّنَّ الْحُسْنَى أُولَٰئِكَ عَنْهَا مُبْعَدُونَ. They are far away from those terrorizing issues. لَا يَسْمَعُونَ حَسِيسَهَا وَهُمْ فِي مَشْتَهَتْ أَنفُسُهُمْ خَالِدُونَ. Or in other words, we have وَهُمْ مِنْ فَزَعٍ يَوْمَئِذٍ آمِنُونَ. From they are safe from the terror of that day. So this is about awliya Allah, all prophets, imams, even people below the imams who are from awliya Allah, they are safe from that terror.
Sheikh, we discussed that kafir's intention would be worse than his action.
Yeah.
Here the word kafir, does it mean that is a person who is not believing in God, or the word kafir means that the person who has the bad intention, whether irrespective of believer or God, that he falls into that category?
Yes, of course. I mean, here kafir and mu'min are mentioned as symbols of evil and good. Yeah, we have any person with evil intention, the intention would be worse than the action itself. And vice versa. Any people with a good intention, the intention would be better than the actual action which is performed. I mean, take the example of Prophet's battles. Or take the example of revolution in Iran, for example. The intention of Imam Khomeini, for example, was much better than what happened in reality. Certainly. The intention of the Prophet going to Medina, setting up the state, was much better than what was realized in reality. And all the time people try to realize good things, but it doesn't come off. It doesn't come about as they intended. And there are always difficulties, impediments, barriers, and of course shayateen are coming in, as Allah says, we never sent a prophet إِلَّا إِذَا تَمَنَّى أَلْقَى الشَّيْطَانُ فِي أُمْنِيَّتِهِ. They had an intention, they wanted to realize good, shaitan came and mixed in reality, not came to the prophet, came to the people. They didn't let what prophet had wished to be realized in the purity of its intention.
About the intention of the kafir or somebody who's in battle, who's near, who is more than his actual action. If I give two very small examples. Let's say a person is driving a car, and he is driving a car rashly. I mean, there is mischief in his mind to drive a car. However, his intention is not to kill anyone, but because of that mischief, he kills someone. His action has outweighed his intention. Or like you, they play around in a what they think is a deserted warehouse, and they set fire to it. They do not know, maybe perhaps there's somebody inside. So their mischief was only to burn the warehouse, but they kill somebody by the fire. So they have.
Now, these are the repercussions or consequences of that action which came out of that intention.
Yes, but the intention was less than what the actual result was. And this has happened in many instances. I'm quoting you everyday instances.
Certainly, what the hadith is saying is that when someone has an evil intention, especially a kafir, and when someone has a good intention, especially a mu'min, the realization of those intentions are not as bad or as good as the intentions. Now, sometimes our actions have repercussions, or they bring out other actions, they bring about other actions. Now, that's something separate, of course. Only the action which comes out of that one intention, the intention is always worse, according to this hadith. Now, then there are consequences, repercussions, and these things. Those are separate issues which should be dealt separately, certainly. Okay? No more questions? Okay, wa sallallahu ala Muhammad. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. Sermon number 13 في ذم أهل البصرة بعد وقعة الجمل, in condemnation of the people of Basra after the event of Jamal. Now, we talked, of course, a lot about the event of Jamal. Here there are some more details about how Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam spoke to people of Basra and what happened. This khutbah, as it is mentioned, was addressed to the people of Basra about 3 days after the battle. In fact, after everything was calmed down and Aisha was returned to Medina by Amir al-Mu'mineen, he spoke in this vein to Ahlul Basra. كنتم جند المرأة وأتباع البهيمة. You were the army of a woman and in the command of a quadruped. Bahima is an animal who walks on 4 feet. Now, of course, usually a woman cannot be a commander of the army. Especially at that time, it was not something that was commendable at all, not something pleasing that a woman would lead an army. And this is why Amir al-Mu'mineen condemns the people of Basra. Why? Although this woman, this lady was a wife of the Prophet, but how did you give the reins of the army to a lady? And of course, as I said, the whole army was focused on the camel on which Aisha was situated, was placed. And therefore, Amir al-Mu'mineen says, you were followers of an animal. وَأَتْبَاعَ الْبَهِيمَةِ رَغَى فَأَجَبْتُمْ. It grumbled and you responded. This is the most despising type of expression, that you responded just to voice of an animal. وَأُقْرَى فَحَرَبْتُمْ. So long as the animal had the voice and was grumbling, you were on your feet and fighting. As soon as the animal was hamstrung, was killed, then you all dispersed and ran away. أخلاقكم دقاق, your character is low and mean. وعهدكم شقاق, and your faith, your pledge is reneged, is broken all the time. وَدِينُكُمْ نِفَاقٌ, and your religion is hypocrisy. You are not mu'min in reality. وَمَاؤُكُمْ زُعَارٌ, and your water is brackish. You do not have a pleasant water to drink. Of course, it is not talking about the real water of Basra, certainly. It's talking about the type of a spiritual attitude that the people have there. وَالْمُقِيمُ بَيْنَ أَظْهُرِكُمْ مُرْتَهَنٌ بِذَنْبِهِ, whoever stays among you is all the time a hostage of their sin, because remaining with you, staying among you in itself is a sin. وَالشَّاخِصُ عَنْكُمْ مُتَدَارَكٌ بِرَحْمَةٍ مِّن رَبِّهِ, and whoever leaves you and abandons you, it is hoped that Allah would have mercy on them, because they have gone out of a place of sin. And then Amir al-Mu'mineen talks about something which is going to happen in future for Basra, a type of prediction, not prediction, but an unseen news that Amir al-Mu'mineen was aware of and Ahlul Basra were not aware of. We don't know to what event this prediction, this unseen news is referring to. But Amir al-Mu'mineen said there would come a time when a flood would cover the whole Basra. كأني بمسجدكم كجؤجؤ سفينة قد بعث الله عليها العذاب من فوقها ومن تحتها. It is as if I'm looking at your city, at your mosque. Your city is covered, is flooded with water, and I see the only thing that could be seen is your mosque. And your mosque would be just like the front of a sheep which appears in the water, from the water. كأني بمسجدكم كجؤجؤ سفينة. جؤجؤ is top of the sheep, the boat, or that part of the boat in front which could be seen when it moves in the water. كجؤجؤ سفينة قد بعث الله عليها العذاب من فوقها ومن تحتها. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent an azab, a punishment, from beneath it and from above it, meaning that the water comes from both sides. From the underground water would come up, would swell up, and rain would come, and from the beneath and from above, azab of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would come, just like the people of Nuh, when Allah says that water came up from the world and descended from the sky, and then the water from the earth, from the sky, from the heavens, they met at a measured level that we had predestined that the water should come at that level. وَغَرَقَ مَنْ فِي ضِمْنِهَا, and whoever will be in this city at that time will be drowned. There are different versions of this khutbah in different books of hadith, of course. In another riwayah, in another book of hadith, Sayyid al-Razi says, Amir al-Mu'mineen says, وَيْمُ اللَّهِ لَتَغْرَقَنَّ بَلْدَتُكُمْ, I swear by God that your city will be drowned. حَتَّى كَأَنِّي أَنْظُرُ إِلَى مَسْجِدِهَا كَجُؤْجُؤِ سَفِينَةٍ أَوْ نَعَامَةٍ جَاثِمَةٍ. As if I'm now looking at your mosque, your masjid, it's just like the chest of or the front part of a sheep, or like an ostrich sitting down on water and you see the front part. It's just the type of picture of that time which comes to the mind of Amirul Mu'mineen alayhi salam, that what is going to happen to this city soon, in future. Or in another riwayah it says, كَجُعْجُعِ طَيْرٍ فِي لُجَّةِ بَحْرٍ, like the chest of a bird which swims in a deep sea. I see you most like to be like that. Again, another riwayah mentions something which is also mentioned in the next sermon, very briefly. It says, بِلَادُكُمْ أَنْتَنُ بِلَادِ اللَّهِ تُرْبَةً, your city is the most stinking of all the cities as regards its clay, its dust. It's very stinky. أَقْرَبُهَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ وَأَبْعَدُهَا مِنَ السَّمَاءِ. Very beautiful expression. It's so close to water, because Basra is, of course, is a port, it's close to water. It's very close to water, but أَبْعَدُهَا مِنَ السَّمَاءِ, very far away from the heavens. It means that not from the sky, by heavens, it doesn't mean the sky, of course. It means from the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's very far from the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, although it's very close to the bounties of this world. You have the port, you have water, you have good economy. However, it's very far away from mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. بِهَا تِسْعَةُ أَعْشَارِ الشَّرِّ, 9/10 of evil is in your city. الْمُخْتَبَسُ فِيهَا بِذَنْبِهِ وَالْخَارِجُ بِعَفْوِ اللَّهِ. The same thing as he mentioned above. Anyone who is captured in your city, who is contained in your city, is because of their sin. And anyone who could get out of your city is because their sins are forgiven, and it's because of Afwullah. And then again the same prediction. كأني أنظر إلى قريتكم هذه قد طبقها الماء. I am just as if I'm looking at your city and it is flooded with water. حتى ما يرى منها إلا شرف المسجد. It will be flooded in a way that only the top part of the mosque would be seen. Could be seen. كأنه جؤجؤ طير في لجة بحر, like the breast of a bird which is swimming in a sea. Now, of course, the khutbah in its literature, in the style of Arabic, is very powerful, and the expressions used are very powerful. However, two issues should be mentioned here. One is about the people of Basra. Why Amirul Mu'mineen is talking so degradingly about the people of Basra? As we know, people of Basra did not initiate the battle against Amirul Mu'mineen. It was, if you remember the story, when Uthman was surrounded, people, especially the household of Uthman, those people who were around Uthman, they had set their eyes on Aisha to say something to help Uthman. However, Aisha herself had very bad relations, was at very bad time with Uthman because of some few things that had happened. So what she did, she left Medina to Mecca to do Umrah. And the main reason was that she didn't want to help Uthman. She just wanted to get out of Medina so that people could not go to her and ask for help for Uthman. Now, when she was in Mecca, Uthman was killed. And of course she was very happy. She set out to go back to Medina. On the way, the news was given to her that Ali ibn Abi Talib is chosen as Caliph. And this upset her very much. And she said, if the sky had come down on the earth, had struck the earth, it was better than the news of Ali being appointed as Caliph. So what she did not go to Medina. She returned to Mecca again. She didn't want to go to a Medina in which Ali ibn Abi Talib was the caliph. So she returned to Mecca, and of course people went to her, and we know that Talha and Zubayr also broke their pledge with Ali. They came to Mecca. Some people came from Yemen as well, and they together conspired to fight against Ali. They said, we are not going to accept the caliphate of Ali. So they decided, okay, we go back to Medina, we fight against Ali. They gathered about 3,000 men to fight against Ali. However, they said, no, in Medina we cannot fight against people of Medina, they are very strong. So we go somewhere to gather support. And they chose Basra. Why they chose Basra is very important. Apparently they had allied in Basra. And this is why Amir al-Mu'minin is talking so harshly against people of Basra. In fact, Amir al-Mu'minin is putting the whole blame on people of Basra. That why did you support such a thing? Now, they went towards Basra, and the very, very famous story which is reported by all historians, that on the way, when they came to Hawab, Aisha wanted to return because some dogs barked at her, and she remembered the hadith of the Prophet that was telling her wife that I wish I knew which one of you is the one to whom the dogs of Hawab would bark. And on this issue, Aisha became categorically decided that I want to go back. Now people, Talha, Zubayr, others, they came to her, why? We have come all this way long, now you want to desert us and go back to Medina. This is not right. And she told them, no, this is what the Prophet had predicted, had mentioned, and therefore I'm going to go back. Now, interestingly, both Talha and Zubayr swear by Allah that this place is not Hawab. Don't worry, this is called something else. So they gave reassurance to Aisha that this place is not what Prophet has told you. So they continued. Now, what they did when they entered Basra, of course, at the beginning, Basra had a ruler appointed by Amir al-Mu'minin, that was Uthman bin Hunayf. And there were several people very loyal to Amir al-Mu'minin in Basra. So when they saw the army, these 3,000 men were approaching, they decided to go out and fight. Do not let them to come into the city. But they were very few. Their number was very few. People of Basra actually were not helping them. So they went, they didn't, of course that army didn't want to fight against people of Basra. If had they killed many people from Basra, then they would have lost the support. So what they did, they made a treaty with Uthman bin Hunayf, the ruler of Basra. You have heard the name of Uthman bin Hunayf, of course. The very famous person to whom Amir al-Mu'minin writes a letter that I have heard that there was a party of the wealthy people in Basra and you attended there and the poor people were not allowed to attend that party, and I swear by God, if you do this again, I would remove you and you have to follow my manner and my example and the way I rule. So Uthman ibn Hunayf was very famous, of course. A very pious person. He just made a mistake going to the party of the nobility of Basra, and of course Amir al-Mu'minin reprimanded him very much. However, he came out, he said, we will fight against you if you want to enter the city. They made a treaty that, okay, we do not remove the present administration until Ali comes, or an order from Ali comes. So they made a treaty, they entered the city due to that treaty. These 3,000 people, Aisha and Talha and Zubayr and others, they entered the city. Now, when they entered the city, after 2 nights, when, of course, the people were Uthman ibn Hunayf and his followers, they had set down their arms, they arrested Uthman ibn Hunayf, and they went to the houses of those people who were very strongly supporting Uthman ibn Hunayf. They killed all of them. And they arrested Uthman ibn Hunayf. They beated him very seriously. They plucked one by one all his beards, and they sent him out of the Basra. And this is what Amir al-Mu'minin mentioned in one of his letters, that you did this to my ruler in Basra. This is not something that you should do. Now, the other thing they did in Basra, they actually confiscated the granary of Basra, which was the main source of food of people of Basra. And by this, some people like Hukaym ibn Jabala from very prominent tribes of Basra, they came to them, they said, we don't want to fight you, but you are now taking the whole food of people of Basra for your army, leave some for us. And just by saying that they killed Hukaym ibn Jabala and 70 of his men, so it was a type of oppression. I mean, even if they had fight against Ali, peace be on him, they shouldn't have done these things. People of Basra and the ruler of Basra, they didn't want to fight against these people. They hadn't committed any sin to deserve to be killed by this army, actually. However, the confiscation, the taking over the city, and all these things were done in the most ruthless and oppressive way. And this is why Amir al-Mu'minin was so angry about what they did in Basra. They took the Baytul Mal completely in their hand. Baytul Mal, which was not their property, of course, was the property of the people. It was as if they had captured a city of Kuffar and they had taken everything from them. They acted in this way. And of course, it was something which was unexpected from Talha ibn Ubaydullah and Zubayr ibn Awam. And Aisha, maybe Aisha was just being manipulated somehow. She was not aware of what was going on. There were these commanders of the army who were doing all these things. Now, on this occasion, of course, Amir al-Mu'minin alayhi salam came out of Medina and sent people to Kufa to recruit the army. And he gathered about 7,000 troops to go to fight this army of, as Amir al-Mu'minin says, Jundul Mar'a wa Atba'u al-Bahima. These Atba'u al-Bahima to fight against. Now, Ibn Maysam, who is an interpreter of Nahjul Balagha, has mentioned a very beautiful piece about how the army of Amir al-Mu'minin approached Basra. And I just want to read this one page, which is a translation of Ibn Maysam. This is in page 101 of this Nahjul Balagha, if you have it here. He says that when Amir al-Mu'minin was informed of the march to Basra, he set out to stop it with a force which consisted of 70 of those who had taken part in the Battle of Badr. Now, Battle of Badr, of course, had taken place in the second year of Hijrah. Now we are in about 36 year of Hijrah. So that's 33 years after the Battle of Badr. And these 70 people who were Badriyun, you know, in Islam, Badriyun or Shuhada al-Badr in the first place, and whoever took part in the Battle of Badr were respected very greatly by everyone. And sorry, these 70 people from the remnants of those who took part in Battle of Badr, who took part in Battle of Badr, were somehow an evidence of the truthfulness and honesty of Amir al-Mu'minin in his cause. So, consisted of 70 of those who had taken part part in the Battle of Badr, and 400 out of those companions who had the honor of being present at the allegiance of Ridwan. Now, this allegiance of Ridwan again was something that whoever took part in it was praised by the Quran. This Bay'atul Ridwan was a bay'ah which was given to the Prophet. In fact, it was a renewal of the bay'ah to the Prophet on the occasion of Hudaybiyah. When Prophet made peace with Kuffar on Hudaybiyah, many people, many of his followers actually were displeased. They did not agree with it. So Prophet, peace be upon him, wanted to renew his bay'ah with them. So anyone who anyone who offered that bay'ah to the Prophet was regarded very highly by all Muslims, as it is mentioned in Surah Al-Fath. لَقَدْ رَضِيَ اللَّهُ عَنِ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ إِذْ يُبَايِعُونَكَ تَحْتَ الشَّجَرَةِ فَعَلِمَ مَا فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ فَأَنزَلَ السَّكِينَةَ عَلَيْهِمْ وَأَثَابَهُمْ فَتْحًا قَرِيبًا. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is pleased with whoever gave you the pledge, the bay'ah, at the occasion of Hudaybiyah. So 400 of those people, 70 of people who had taken part in Badr, 400 of people who were present at Bay'atul Ridwan, and as I said, these people were symbolic. Their presence was symbolic, showing support to Ali alayhi salam that this is the rightful caliph. So 400 out of those companions who had the honor of being present at the allegiance of Ridwan, when he stopped at the stage of Ziqar, he sent his son Hassan, peace be on him, and Ammar ibn Yasir to Kufa to invite his people to fighting. Consequently, despite interference of Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, 7,000 combatants from there joined Amirul Mu'mineen's army. So, well, Abu Musa al-Ash'ari was not in good terms with Amirul Mu'mineen, certainly, and although he was in Kufa actually discouraging people to join Amirul Mu'mineen, 7,000 people from Kufa joined Amirul Mu'mineen. He left that place after placing the army under various commanders. Eyewitnesses state that when this force reached near Basra, first of all a contingent of Ansar appeared foremost. You know, all through the life of the caliphate of Amirul Mu'mineen, both Ansar and Muhajirun, especially Ansar, were supporting Amirul Mu'mineen. As I mentioned, 4,000 of Ansar and Muhajirun were present in Safin. So here again a contingent of Ansar appeared foremost. Its standard was held by Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, the very famous companion of the Prophet. After it appeared another contingent of 1,000, whose commander was Khuzaymah ibn Thabit, again a very respected companion of the Prophet, al-Ansari. Then another contingent came in sight. Its standard was borne by Abu Qatada ibn Rabi. Then a crowd of Abu Qatada, again one of the most respected companions of the Prophet. I'm just reading this to show who was there present in the army of Amirul Mu'mineen. All respectful, honorable people of the time of Prophet were present at the army of Amirul Mu'mineen. Then another contingent came in sight. Then a crowd of thousands, old and young persons was seen. They had signs of prostration on their foreheads and veils of fear of Allah on their face. It seemed as if they were standing before the divine glory on the day of judgment. Their commander rode a dark horse, was dressed in white, had black turban on his head, and was reciting the Quran loudly. This was Ammar ibn Yasir, the commander of this 1,000 contingent of people who had the signs of frustration on their forehead. Then another contingent appeared. Its standard was in the hand of Qais ibn Sa'd ibn Ubadah. This Qais ibn Sa'd is the hero of Amir al-Mu'minin. Sa'd ibn Ubadah was the head of Ansar in Khazraj, who disagreed with Saqifa and was killed later on by conspiracy. And this Qais ibn Sa'd was someone who to his last breath was actually loyal to Amir al-Mu'minin and then to Hassan ibn Ali. So the another contingent appeared. Its standard was in the hand of Qais ibn Sa'd ibn Ubadah. Then an army came to sight. Its leader wore white dress and had a black turban on his head. He was so handsome that all eyes were centered around him. This was Abdullah ibn Abbas, the cousin of Amir al-Mu'minin, of course, very famous exegete, jurist, and traditionist Abdullah ibn Abbas. Then followed the contingent of the companions of the Prophet. Now, of course, all of these were companions, but this contingent was exclusively containing companions of the Prophet. Their standard bearer was Qurtam ibn Abbas, another cousin of Amir al-Mu'minin. Then, after the passing of a few contingents, which of course are not mentioned here, a big crowd was seen, wherein there was such a large number of spears that they were overlapping, and flags of numerous colors were flying. Among them, a big and lofty standard was seen, with distinctive position. Behind it was seen a rider, guarded by sublimity and gratefulness. His sinews were well developed, and eyes were cast downwards. His awe and dignity was such that no one could look at him. This was the ever victorious Lion of Allah, namely Ali ibn Abi Talib, of course. He came at the end of the whole contingent of Ashab and companions and Ansar and Muhajirun and Badriyun. On his right and left were Hassan and Hussein, peace be on them. In front of him was Muhammad ibn Hanafi. Muhammad ibn Hanafiya walked in slow steps, carrying the banner of victory and glory. And on the back were the young men of Banu Hashim, the people of Badr, and Abdullah ibn Ja'far ibn Abi Talib. This was, of course, husband of Zainab, salamullah alayha. When this army reached the place Az-Zawiyah, Amir al-Mu'minin alighted from the horse, and after performing 4 rak'ah prayer, put his cheeks on the ground. This is just prior to the battle. When he lifted his head, the ground was drenched with tears, and the tongue was uttering these words: O sustainer of earth, heaven, and the high firmament, this is Basra. Fill our lap with its good and protect us from its evil. This piece of translation from Ibn Maysam is very beautiful. I mean, if you have this Nahjul Balagha at home, you read it, it shows how was the situation of the camp of Ali and how was the situation of the camp of Aisha and Talha and Zubayr. So it's very beautiful. It just makes a very pleasant reading for you if you want to read it. So this question that why Amir al-Mu'minin is actually condemning and lambasting at Ahlul Basra is because Ahlul Basra just deserted their leader Uthman ibn Hunayn, and they joined an army which was army of sinfulness, because they had broken their pledge which they had given to Amir al-Mu'minin, the Caliph, and they had come out killing people, killing innocent people actually, confiscating the source of nutrition of people of Basra, confiscating the Baytul Mal of Basra. These were the things that made Amir al-Mu'minin to somehow address people of Basra with such degrading literature. Now, the second issue about this khutbah is the information Amir al-Mu'mineen gives about the unseen, about what's going to come. And this, of course, has raised many questions. And especially some people who doubt Nahjul Balagha. You know, there are many books written against Nahjul Balagha, doubting that all these khutbahs are from Amir al-Mu'mineen, or it is at all from Amir al-Mu'mineen. You know that some people say that this book is completely written by Sharif al-Razi. And those people who say it, of course, they have no knowledge of history or hadith, because most of these, majority, 99% of what is in Nahjul Balagha are present in previous books as well, with just limited, very small changes of the version of the hadith, certainly. Now, one of the issues that they have raised is that the Quran says, قُلْ لَا يَعْلَمُ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ الْغَيْبَ إِلَّا اللَّهِ. No one knows ghaib, whether in the heavens or in the earth. No angel, no human, no jinn, no one knows ghaib except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. قُلْ لَا يَعْلَمُ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ الْغَيْبَ إِلَّا اللَّهِ. The Prophet, peace be upon him, says, well, Allah tells him, say, وَلَا أَعْلَمُ الْغَيْبِ, I don't know غيب. وَلَوْ كُنْتُ أَعْلَمُ الْغَيْبِ لَاسْتَكْثَرْتُ مِنَ الْخَيْرِ وَمَا مَسَّنِيَ السُّوءُ. If I had the knowledge of the unseen, I knew how I should gather good things around me and how I should protect myself against evil. وَمَا مَسَّنِيَ السُّوءُ. No evil would have touched me, and I would have done lots of things due to my knowledge of the unseen to gather wealth and good things for myself. So, if this is what Quran says, لا يعلم من في السماوات والأرض الغيب إلا الله, and Prophet says ولا أعلم الغيب, how then we see these news of the unseen prevalent in Nahjul Balagha? This is not the only place where Amir al-Mu'mineen actually gives us the news of what is going to come in future. There are numerous places in Nahjul Balagha where Amir al-Mu'mineen talks about, for example, when Mahdi comes, what happens, that even he predicts the attack of the Mongols to the Muslim lands, and he describes the faces of the Mongolian people, that it's just like pans or saucepans, which are quite flat. Their faces are quite flat actually when they come. And he says, it is as if I'm seeing their horses, how they are coming through the Muslim land. So, if Quran says that no one knows ghaib but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the Prophet says I don't know ghaib, then these issues raised in Nahjul Balagha about ghaib would prove, those people who want to deny certain parts of Nahjul Balagha or the whole of Nahjul Balagha, they say these would prove that it is wrong, it is fabricated, because Ali, peace be on him, would never say something which is against the Quran, would never claim something which is against the Quran. Now, so with this issue of Ilmul Ghaib, now, this issue of Ilmul Ghaib is something that has raised doubt about Nahjul Balagha. However, we know that even around ourselves, we know people who are aware of some unseen, some news about the ghaib, some news about the unseen world. And the issue should be somehow addressed in a more general term, not only about the sayings of Amir al-Mu'mineen in Nahjul Balagha. In more general terms, we have to address this issue and see whether there is a contradiction between those verses of the Quran that denies this knowledge of ghaib from everyone, and these types of information and news given to us, not only by the Prophet and by Amir al-Mu'mineen and Imam Ali, but even by ordinary people. who have some knowledge of the unseen. So this is an issue that we have to address, and inshallah we address this next week. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa alihi.
I have 3 questions, if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay. The first one is basically, what was the origin of Aisha's hatred of Imam Ali?
It's very difficult to say. This sort of enmity or animosity was developed during a long time, from the time of the prophets and during the time of the 3 caliphs. Certainly, of course, Ali was always a rival to the rule of Abu Bakr, and he did not accept that initially, and this would have created some sort of animosity between Abu Bakr's daughter, who was supporting his rulership very much, and Ali, peace be on him, and the whole Ahlul Bayt. So this was one source. The other source was probably the attention that Prophet was paying to Ali during his lifetime, which of course would have raised the jealousy of everyone, because the type of attention that Prophet gave to Ali and Fatima, peace be on them, was very special. And there are certainly other instances, other incidents which happened in the course of these 30 years, 35 years of history, which would have given this animosity strength and fueled it.
The second question is about Ibn Abbas. Was he the same one you mentioned who betrayed Imam Hassan?
No, that was Ubaydullah bin Abbas. This is Abdullah ibn Abbas. This is the...
Brother was his brother?
Sorry?
His brother?
His brother, yeah. And Qasam ibn Abbas was another brother, who was the commander of one of those contingents.
You mentioned about how the people are Talha and Zubair, and they came to Basra, and how they sort of killed the people who were supporters of Imam Ali. We see the similar sort of situation in Kufa at the time of Imam Hussain. The first people who were supporting and supporters of Imam Hussain, one by one they sort of killed them or basically imprisoned them. These are the 2 sort of similarities. Is there any lesson for us in this sort of situation we're living, into how we should leave the situation on an individual basis as well as on a communal basis, as to how we can foresee sort of these sort of lessons that we can draw from this, and so how people sort of infiltrate in this society and
I think you have given the answer yourself, yes. I mean, it's always possible, both on individual basis and on collective basis, that you're always vulnerable, and we have to always take heed and be at guard of what we do, what we say, who do we support, and to keep our purity so that when the time comes, we do not fail. This is very important, of course. Yes.
She's talking about the film of rain. We know from both sources, Sunni and Shia, that Prophet prophesied about the appearance of the Mahdi. So that is also rain. So then,
this inshallah we'll discuss in full next week. And the type of anomaly that exists between these verses, which says there is no one in the heavens and the earth that would know the ghaib, and these type of news and information which are given to us by prophets, and even in the Quran, for example, Khazr has some sort of ilmul ghaib. How this anomaly is resolved, inshallah, we'll discuss it next week.
One thing which I don't understand is at the time of Imam Ali, when he could gather a force, as far as I can figure out, about 10,000-12,000. So those forces were in support of Imam Ali. And by the time Imam Hussein was there, probably what happened to those people? Did they turn against Imam Hussein, or they didn't want to support him, or what happened to them?
They wanted to support Imam Hussein alayhi salam, but the point is that these people, whether people of Basra or people of Kufa, they were not people who would stand on their stance, on their commitment to the last moment. They changed side by the smallest danger that would have threatened them. And the example of people of Kufa shows that had Hussein alayhi salam successfully come to the Kufa before Ubaydullah, that all of them would have supported Hussein, and there was no dispute about it. And they would have thought that, okay, now we are a strong army, lots of troops, we can go out and fight. However, as soon as Ubaydullah came to Kufa and punished a few people, they somehow lost their strength, they lost their commitment, and they were very afraid of what happens to them, to their families, and all these things. So, as we just said, this is a lesson for us. That sometimes, just at a time of ease, we say, no, we support, we offer whatever is needed, we sacrifice our blood, we sacrifice our money. But when the time comes, we have to be very careful that these things are not really tested by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
I just wanted to ask a question. When you said that Imam Ali predicted about what will happen to Basra, in those 1300 years, 1400 years, are there any evidence something bad has happened to Basra?
Oh, several times. I mean, fire, flood, and all these things. That's why I said we don't know to which event Amir al-Mu'minin is alluding. Apparently, the first flood that covered the whole city is what Amir al-Mu'minin is referring to. But yes, several times we have in the history that Basra was plundered, was set on fire, was flooded, and all these things. Yeah.
I was just wondering, where did Sunnis get such a good idea about Aisha from? Like, such that they name their children about Aisha and think that she's one of the best women of the world. Where did they get that from?
It's something which is actually made during a long history. I mean, anything during the time of Banu Umayyah and Banu Abbas, anything that could be somehow raised against Ali was cherished, was supported, was propped up. And that's why you see anything which is against Ali and Ahlul Bayt has gained lots of importance during the history. And Aisha is a very good case because she is al-Mu'mineen, and her respect is wajib on every believer, because Quran says النبي أولى بالمؤمنين من أنفسهم وأزواجه أمهاتهم. So she must be respected by everyone. And as I mentioned, even in that battle of Jamal, Amir al-Mu'mineen did not disrespect Aisha at all, and she sent her back to Medina with due respect and honor. So she was a very good case to be somehow raised against Ali and against Ahlul Bayt, and this is why probably we find all these all respect and glory is somehow surrounding her personality.
Isn't it I don't remember the name of the surah where Hafsa and Aisha have been reprimanded by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala?
Yeah, Surah Tahrim. Yeah.
So they can't be taken as the example of the best.
No, the point is, but the point is, you have other examples in Surah An-Nur, for example, where the wife of the Prophet which is of course according to the majority of the traditions Aisha, in that case is somehow purified by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala very much. And in this case, of course, it is said that, well, they made a mistake, and Allah just threatens them that if you want to be like those women of the wives of the prophets who were sinners, then you will be punished. But it doesn't mean that they were like them. And on an individual basis, of course, we have in Surah Al-Ahzab, Ya Nisa an-Nabi, من يأت منكن بفاحشة مبينة يضاعف لها العذاب ضعفين. Whoever of you go indecent and commits an evil thing, we punish them twice. And if you are pious, if you are good ladies, we would give the reward twice to you, twice as we give to others. On an individual basis, yeah, they are equal with every other woman in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and they are responsible for what they have done. However, as a community of Muslims, this verse always comes forth that النبي أولى بالمؤمنين من أنفسهم وأزواجه أمهاتهم. You have to regard them as your mothers in terms of respect, and in terms of some rules. For example, you cannot marry them because they are regarded as your mothers. So this would bring the idea that, okay, because of the respect of the Prophet, we have to respect his wife as well. Of course, this view would then somehow condemn the attitude and the stance of those who oppress Ahlul Bayt, because if wives of the Prophet are to be respected because of the relationship to the Prophet, then it is more deserving that his Ahlul Bayt, his grandson, his daughter, to be respected by the people. And on the one hand we say this, that they should be respected. On the other hand, of course, we would demand and we would question those people who oppress the family of the Prophet, because they should be respected because of the Prophet himself. And this is what Fatima, peace be on her, had brought up in that address in the mosque when she went and addressed Abu Bakr and Muhajirun and Ansar. And she said that, have you not heard from the Prophet that a person is dignified after his death through his family? I mean, if you want to respect and honor a person after they die, the best thing is that you respect his family, you respect his next of kin. And this was not, of course, observed by Muslims after the Prophet.
Sheikh, what was the outcome of this conflict between Imam Ali's forces and another side?
Well, they were done with very quickly. I mean, in a short battle, they were all killed or dispersed. And therefore, Talha was killed, Zubayr was killed, Aisha was captured, taken back to Medina, and that huge army that they had built, the majority of them were killed. So the outcome was, of course, just a trouble they created, and it was finished.
You mentioned that Basra has been afflicted with many catastrophes and calamities. Would you say that the current calamity that is affecting Basra and Iraq in general is a continuation of this?
Yeah, one of the calamities is now that British forces are there.
But is it because of the attitude of the...
Well, we can't say that. I mean, we do not know Ilmul Ghaib, of course. We don't know what is this. Is it a calamity? Is it not a calamity? It's only people like Amirul Mu'minin who can judge these issues. We cannot say that. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. In our discussion about the sermon number 13, when Amir al-Mu'min alayhi salam predicted or forecasted the type of turbulence or calamity which was going to fall on Basra, we discussed that this, of course, is something which was unknown to anyone else. So it is somehow, it could be said that it is knowledge of the unseen, ilmul ghayb. And we said that we have in the Quran the verse قُلْ لَا يَعْلَمُ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ الْغَيْبَ إِلَّا اللَّهِ. No one in the heavens and in the earth would know the ghayb but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And how could we make a compromise between this type of knowledge that we see, for example, Amir al-Mu'mineen telling about the future, informing us about the future, and that verse of the Quran? Now, the fact is that these type of things, the knowledge of the unseen, in the sense of having information which has not unfolded yet, or the knowledge about some other aspects of creation which are unknown to majority of the people, is something that we cannot deny. Quran speaks about these things very much. For example, you hear about the story of Musa and Khidr alayhi salam. That Khidr had a type of knowledge which was completely unknown to anyone, including Musa alayhi salam. He knew that what is going to be the future of certain issues which are, but by us it is regarded to the ilmul ghayb, knowledge of the ghayb. And for example, knowing that this boat is going to be confiscated soon, or knowing that this child is going to harm his parents, and therefore taking action due to that knowledge. So this type of knowledge, and if you go to the Quran, of course there are lots of these instances, and this type of knowledge is something that we cannot deny. Therefore we have to somehow tally between this very well-known issue and the verse which says قُلْ لَا يَعْلَمُ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ الْغَيْبَ إِلَّا اللَّهِ. No one in the heavens and the earth knows ghayb but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, no one in the heavens and the earth includes the angels as well, because of course those who are on the earth are human beings, jinn, and those who are in the heavens are angels. And the verse negates even them having a knowledge of ghayb. Now we can approach this issue from two angles. One is that, okay, although no one knows ghayb in the heavens and the earth, however, this ghayb originally belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but He can teach this ghayb to others. And therefore, it doesn't matter if we say that, of course, ghayb, the unseen, only belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. However, He conveys that, He teaches that to a few elect people among His servants. And this is somehow the concept which the last verse of Surah Al-Jinn conveys to us. That saying that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is alimul ghayb فَلَا يُظْهِرُ عَلَى غَيْبِهِ أَحَدًا. He is alimul ghayb, and He would not let anyone to to understand this ghaib. He would not reveal his ghaib to anyone, إلا unless من ارتضى من رسول, unless a messenger from whom he is pleased, فإنه يسلك من بين يديه ومن خلفه رصدا, to the end of the verse. So yes, although ghaib belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, however, he could teach this, he would teach this to some of his close servants. So this is one way of making compromise between our knowledge, which is quite prevalent, knowing that some people know ghaib. Even in our own time, you have probably come across people who talk about future, who talk about your past without knowing you, and this is a type of this knowledge of the unseen, of course. The other Surah Al-Jinn, the last verse of Surah Al-Jinn. You're welcome. The other possibility is that, of course, the ghaib has different levels or different depths. And when Allah says no one knows ghaib in the heaven and the earth, He is talking about one depth of ghaib. And when He talks about this knowledge of the unseen known by other people, taught by Him to other people, He talks about other levels of ghaib. Now, this as well is something which is supported by many traditions, riwayat, and that is, for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, there is a ghaib which no one knows it. There is a name which no one knows it. And there is no exception in that between a prophet or an ordinary man at that level of ghaib. And therefore, the verse which talks about ghaibus samawat wal ard, the unseen of the heavens and the earth, doesn't talk about things which are inside the heavens and the earth. However, they have not unfolded yet. Or they have unfolded but we were not present there to see. And therefore, if we have information about this, this is going to be regarded as ilmul ghaib. Now, this is what Amir al-Mu'mineen somehow points out when he talks about malachem, something which is happening in the future, which is going to happen in the future. And someone tells him, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, this is ilmul ghaib, and he smiles and says that, no, this is not ilmul ghaib, this is what I have been taught by a teacher. And in fact, he says that this is not that ghaib that which you might think, which no one knows in the heaven and the earth. And that ghaibus samawat wal ard, I mean the type of construction of the sentence, is something which is actually absent from the heavens and the earth. Not something which is within the heavens and the earth. And we have not witnessed it. It's something which is outside the heavens and the earth. And therefore it is another depth, another dimension, which is of course unknown to human beings. Now if we go to some riwayat, we see that in those riwayat, the ghaib is categorized. For example, Babul Batin min al-Ghaib, Babul Zahir min al-Ghaib. We discussed this in Tafsir session when we were talking about Arsh. We had that very excellent, beautiful hadith from Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq alayhi salam, mentioning the difference between Arsh and Kursi. And he, in a sense, he said that, well, they are identical things, if you want to think about it. However, of course, they both belong to the ghaib. They don't belong to alam al-shahada. When we say alam al-shahada, it doesn't mean the present time, present tense, present place for us. Alam al-shahada is the whole universe, and therefore it's not ghaib. When we talk about ghaib, we talk about something which is beyond this world, which is somewhere a category of creation which is before this world. Before, not in sense of time, in sense of priority, in sense of order. Now, in that hadith, Imam says that, of course, all Arsh and Kursi belong to the Ghaib. However, Arsh is aghyab. Arsh is more Ghaib than Kursi. Now, what does this mean, Arsh is more Ghaib than Kursi? It means that it might be possible for someone to go to that level of understanding to know about Kursi, but to know about what is inside Arsh, that is going to be more difficult. And the Imam said, Arsh is the unseen gate of the Ghaib, and Kursi is the apparent gate of the Ghaib. Both of them are Ghaib, for example. Now, of course, I don't want to confuse you by these examples. What I just want to say is that the Ghaib itself has degrees and levels and categories. One category, the simplest category, is when you have not witnessed something, whether it has happened in the past or it's going to happen in the future, and then you have some knowledge about it. This is not regarded to be ilmul ghaib, and not anyone claiming this type of knowledge is someone who has ilmul ghaib in that sense. That's in the sense that Allah says, قُلْ لَا يَعْلَمُ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ الْغَيْبَ إِلَّا اللَّهُ. No one in the heaven and earth knows the ghaib. There are other levels of ghaib which are beyond this alam al-shahada. It belongs to, say for example, alam al-barzakh. That's ghaib. However, that's a very reachable, accessible ghaib for many people. And as we go higher and higher, then there are some stages which is not accessible to anyone. Like, for example, the knowledge of Qiyamah, when it is going to happen. It says that it is not possible for any human being to know this. This is complete ghaib. It's not possible for any human being to know when the sa'a is going to happen. يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ السَّاعَةِ أَيَّانَ مُرْسَاهَا. They ask from you about the sa'a, the hour in which the day of judgment starts to take place. فِيمَا أَنْتَ مِنْ ذِكْرَهَا. How is it possible for you to mention anything about it? إِلَىٰ رَبِّكَ مُنْتَهَاهَا. The knowledge of it goes back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Or in other words, it says, يَسْأَلُونَكَ كَأَنَّكَ حَفِيٌّ عَنْهَا. They ask you as if you know about it. And certainly you don't know about it. ثَقُلَتْ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ. This knowledge is heavy for the heavens and the earth. So it couldn't be carried by anyone. However, yes, it's possible for Khidr alayhi salam, for example, to know that what's the destiny of a person by just looking at him, as we have seen in our lifetime as well. It's possible for him to have other types of knowledge as well. There is a part of ghaib which is, of course, not accessible for anyone. And that is that ghaib, the true ghaib, the real ghaib of samawat and ard, which is ghaib from everyone. And that's, of course, the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This was just an explanation of what we left undiscussed last week. Now, the next khutbah or the next statement is again something which is addressed to the people of Basra. However, probably in another occasion, adding a few things to what Sayyid al-Rabi had reported in the previous khutbah. Now, again, it goes to the people of Basra after the Battle of Jamal. Yes.
The Jews have claimed some sort of grace as well.
Yes.
And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that at the death of Sulaiman there's a verse about that.
Yeah.
So somehow, what is that again? Allah is trying to tell them you don't know him.
Allah is trying to tell them that they don't know ghaib. They think that they know ghaib. And what they know is actually not ghaib. Is something which is accessible. Now, the verse that you are talking about is the verse in Surah Naml. Sorry, in Surah Saba. Sorry, it's in Surah Naml. وَلَمَّا قَضَيْنَا عَلَيْهِ الْمَوْتِ. When we decreed death for Sulaiman. You know the story. He went on his balcony watching over the jinn who were working for him under the water or wherever, and he just passed away leaning on his stick. And the jinn didn't know that he is dead. No one knew that he is dead. And of course, when Sulaiman ordered that no one should enter my room, even if it was for 2 years, no one would have dared to enter his room. So he just stayed there for a few days until the moth ate the bottom of the stick and he fell. Now, the verse says that فَلَمَّا قَضَيْنَا عَلَيْهَا الْمَوْتِ, when we decreed death for him, مَا دَلَّهُمْ, it means the jinn, عَلَى مَوْتِهِ إِلَّا دَابَّةُ الْأَرْضِ. No one could indicate to them the death of Sulaiman, but the moth of the earth, تَأْكُلُ مِنْ سَعَتَهِ, which was termites which were eating his stick. تأكل من ساعته فلما was the next sentence ما دلهم على موته إلا دابة الأرض تأكل من ساعته فلما خر, when he fell, تبينت الجن, then the jinn understood. They came to know what? Not about his death. تبينت الجن أن لو كانوا يعلمون الغيب ما لبثوا في العذاب المهين. If they knew غيب, if they knew that Sulaiman is dead, of course, and that type of غيب, they wouldn't have stayed in that very humiliating punishment that Sulaiman had put on them. And as soon as they found out that he is dead, they just ran away and went, because they were afraid of Sulaiman, of course. Now, even jinn, they have lots of knowledge more than we have about future, unseen places. But still Allah says this is just a claim on ghaib. This is not ghaib. Ghaib is something beyond this. This is something which could even be achieved by some sort of training of self-mortification. People can get. This is what usually in mystical circles people were after. And therefore it became a type of self-torture rather than worshipping for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or for the dhikr. And then very, very funny stories went around about what, for example, different mystics had achieved. If you read this S.a.w.w. of Attar, you see that it's really full of funny stories about great mystics of the past. Not that those mystics were not great. The stories which were built around them were funny. That's, for example, I just mentioned one or two examples of this. I was thinking to gather all these funny stories and put them in one place. Actually, something like this is done by Allama al-Amini, rahmatullah alayhi. He has written an introduction to al-Mahajjatul Bayda. You know, Mahajjatul Bayda is a summary of Ihya Ulumuddin of Al-Ghazali. Ihya Ulumuddin of Al-Ghazali is a mystical book as well, and it has lots of such stories. And of course, Faizul Khashani rahmatullah alayhi has somehow purified the book of these stories and have put all of them aside and wrote good traditions instead. Allama Amini, in his introduction, he says you can judge. Of course, Ihya Ulumuddin is a very good book, but you can judge that how preferable this Al-Mahajjatul Bayda is over Ihya Ulumuddin. And then he mentions a few of the funny stories that Ghazali has wrote about the mystics whom he mentions. One of the stories, which I don't know whether Ghazali mentions this or not, is about Malik al-Dinar or Malik ibn Dinar. Malik ibn Dinar, but they call him Malik al-Dinar, and therefore they have made a very funny story about it. And he says that why Malik al-Dinar is called Malik al-Dinar, because once he boarded a boat, And they said, okay, give 1 dinar. This is the price for the boat, for boarding the boat. And he said, I don't have. And they started to beat him. Again they said, give 1 dinar. He said, I don't have. And of course the boat had departed to the sea, so they couldn't just throw him out. They said, give 1 dinar. He said, I don't have it. And again they started to beat him. So they beat him several times. And suddenly thousands of fishes come out of the sea, each carrying a dinar, saying, take this 1 dinar and leave Malik a dinar. Now, of course, the story in itself, because that's Malik ibn Dinar, not Malik Dinar, to say that why he was called Dinar, for example. And secondly, how is this possible? Why Malik Dinar should board a ship without paying the fee for it? First of all, this is haram. To do such a thing is haram, if he knows he cannot pay. He said, secondly, well, who can accept this? Where did those fish bring those dinars from the bottom of the sea? Probably from a treasure drowned in the sea or something like that. And then they say the same story about Ibrahim Adham, for example. He says once he was sewing something with a needle beside Furat or Dijla or the river. And someone came to him and told him, Ibn Adham, you left your kingdom, because he was a prince, of course, before. You left your kingdom, you are so poor, sitting here, taking off your dress and putting needle into it. What is this? And suddenly his needle dropped and went into the river. And instantly, thousands of fishes came up, each one carrying 1 golden needle in their mouth and offering it to Malik Dinar. And Malik said to Ibn Adham, and he said, I don't want these golden needles, I want my own needle. And then a poor fish came up with his needle and said, come on, take your own needle, for example. And many such stories are built around these things. Now, why I mention this, I think just the stories came to my mind. Why I mention this is that people usually are fascinated by this type of knowledge about the future, about the past, about what goes in mind of other people, and all these stories. And as I said, this is quite achievable, and this is not that ilmul ghayb that we think. And many of these things which are made around the mystics are because those who were in the circle of mystical practice, they were after these type of karama, not after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So they built all these things to tell them, see how these people had achieved these issues, very, well, of course, very important issues in their minds, but of course they were heedless of that, they didn't care about it and something like that. So yes, Jinn also, they don't know. And well, in Surah Jinn we have وَإِنَّا كُنَّا نَقْعُدُ مِنْهَا مَقَاعِدَ لِلسَّمْعِ. There were some sort of points of penetration to ghayb for Jinn before in the heavens, but after the rise of the Prophet of Islam, those holes or points of penetration were closed. And then the jinn, as is mentioned in other verse, يُلْقُونَ السَّامَ, they try to listen. But what they bring to you, وَأَكْثَرُهُمْ كَاذِبُونَ, most of them are liars. They just say something about future and it never happens. Most of them are liars. Anyhow, now in this statement number 14, أرضكم قريبة من الماء بعيدة من السماء. Very beautiful, of course, very stylish statement. Again, your land is close to the water, however, it's very far away from the heaven. Meaning that you have lots of comfort and welfare, however, you are very far away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But it has put it in this very nice figurative statement. أرضكم قريبة من الماء. Your land is close to water. بعيدة من السماء. It is far away from the heavens. خفت عقولكم. Your intellects are very light, very small. خفت عقولكم وسفحت قلوبكم. And you have become fools, or fooled by other people, or you are very fool in your understanding. Hulum, as used in contrast to uqul. Uqul are intellects, hulum are understanding, and which comes through experience. فَأَنْتُمْ غَرَضٌ لَنَابِلٍ. So you are the target of any archer who throws an arrow. It just comes and hits you. وَأُكْلَةٌ لَعَاقِلٍ. And easy morsel for anyone who eats you. وَفَرِيسَةٌ لِسَائِلٍ. An easy prey for the hunter. And this is what happened, of course, because as we explained before, as soon as Talha and Zubayr and Aisha al-Mu'minun, they came to Basra with a group of people, they could very easily mobilize them. They became the target of their arrows of illusion, and they became a very good prey for them to be recruited to their army. So this is a type of rebuke that Amir al-Mu'mineen directs towards the people of Basra. Now we are moving from those few statements which were about the Battle of Jamal. Now we have quite a few of them that Sayyid Razi had put one after the other about the Battle of Jamal. Now this khutbah is when Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam came to power. It's not khutbah, these are short statements put as khutbah here, because they are part of longer khutbahs, of course, longer addresses. Now, when Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam came to power, one of the problems of his government was the gifts that the third caliph had given to Banu Umayyah. And of course, the whole concern of the people who came from different cities and killed Uthman was one of the main concerns, were these qata'i of Uthman. When we say gift, of course, not a simple gift. Qata'i are, for example, several villages given to one person to look after and to take the tax, and give some to the central government and some taking for himself. And these qata'i, some of them were different counties, for example, of the Muslim land. Parts, say for example, this qati'ah could have been a part of big country like Iran, for example, at that time. So huge gifts he had given to Banu Umayyah and to some companions just to silence them, so that they would not speak about this. And therefore, the first concern which had put Amir al-Mu'mineen in great difficulty was this. Was he going to leave these gifts, these qata'i, in the hand of the people who had gained it? Then of course, there was two problems. One was the problem of principle of Amir al-Mu'mineen. He was a man of principle. Was he going to leave it to go like that? And the second problem, if he chose this option, was that the people who had come, the unsatisfied people, the concerned people who had revolted against Uthman for this reason, now of course they were putting criticism, directing their criticism to Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam. So this was the problem from here. From the other side, if he wanted to take them back, then what would have happened? The whole economical system, which was built during years of the governance of Uthman would have collapsed. And of course we would have, he would actually had faced with a large group of people who were deprived of the benefits which already were given to them, and they would have become enemies of his government. They would have created problems. And mind you, the main problem, the main reason of the troubles that Amirul Mu'minin had in his time, one of the main reasons were these people who were actually stripped of these unlawful benefits which they had received from Uthman. Now here the khutbah should be certainly longer. It should have been a discussion going between Amirul Mu'minin and some of his close disciples and some of the people who were concerned, probably from both sides, that what are you going to do? Do you want to take these back? Now these people have spent it, have married wives with it, giving the money as mahr to their wives, have bought slave girls, slave men by it. So what do you want to do? It's not simple, it's not easy to take these back from you. Now what Amirul Mu'minin says, apparently in this discussion going between him and some of his disciples, companions, Wallahi, law wajadtuhu qad tuzawwaja bihi an-nisa wa mulika bihi al-ima la radattuhu. By Allah, even if I find that by such money women have been married or slave maids have been purchased, I would have restored it, taken it back. Because, now of course the reason he mentioned. So he goes for the option which is according to his principle, taking back the money from those people who were enriched by the generosity of Uthman, of course, against justice. Now, then he gives his arguments, which is a matter of principle and a matter of experience as well. He says, فَإِنَّ فِي الْعَدْلِ سَعَةٌ وَمَنْ ضَاغَ عَلَيْهِ الْعَدْلِ فَالْجَوْرُ عَلَيْهِ أَضْيَقُ. There is now sa'a, here he has translated wide scope. It is a type of freedom, a type of relief. There is relief in justice. Or there is a wide scope that when you act according to justice, then there are lots of options in front of you. However, the better translation is that there is relief in justice. And for whoever justice is hard and would somehow tighten the situation for them, then of course jawr, injustice, is going to be more tight, making the situation tighter for these people, more difficult for these people. Now of course, what Amirul Mu'minin wants to say is that if you go according to justice and adl, then in it there is expansion, there is relief, there is wide choice if you go according to justice. Now if you think that justice is difficult, if you think that going according to justice is not possible because it's hard, then going according injustice, you should experience it. It brings more difficulty. And this is true. It's injustice which brings revolt, it's injustice which brings dissatisfaction of people, it's injustice which brings calamities down on human beings. So if justice you think is tight, you should know that injustice is tighter. If justice is hard, you should know that injustice is harder. However, we do not realize it. We think that by doing a little bit maneuvering and committing some injustice, then we can get away from from different things or attract benefits for ourselves. However, Amir al-Mu'minin says this is not the case. If you find justice to be hard, you should be sure that injustice is harder, bringing more harm and hardship. Okay, we leave the rest, inshallah, for next time. Sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa Hey.
ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة ومما رزقناهم ينفقون. What is that case in that in relation to what we can?
Now, they say that ghaib means those who believe in God while they do not see Him. يؤمنون بالغيب. Or it refers to the ghaib, which is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which is ghaib. Whichever of these meanings we take, it doesn't make any difference, because you believe in God while He is unseen, or you believe in the unseen, who is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's the same.
If you give a definition of what the ghaib is that only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows, and is this to do with, it's obviously not ghaib of the future, knowledge of the future, because and other people have no knowledge of the future, so what is this?
Yeah, as I said, it's ghaib as-samawat wal-ard. It is something which is not inside this universe. So it's another dimension of this universe. And of the whole creation, not this universe only, the whole creation. There might be other things beyond this universe we don't know, and the world of angels and everything. When Allah talks about samawat wal ard, and then the ghaib of this samawat wal ard, it means something which is outside this, beyond this. So anything which is inside this, whether it's going to happen in future, or it has happened in the past and we have not witnessed, is not regarded to be part of that ghaib. That is the ghaib of someone. Then I just referred to some of the riwayat which talks about Arsh and Kursi to be different categories of ghaib, which of course one of them is aghyab, is more ghaib, is more ghaib in the sense that it is less accessible to human beings, to angels. And then there are some levels which are unaccessible completely to anyone, and that is the utter ghaib of samawat wal ard. Okay.
Like either we understand everything and understand nothing.
No, you have lots of questions which are ghaib. We cannot hear it. Okay, thank you. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. The sermon number 16, as Sharif al-Razi mentioned at the beginning of this sermon, he says that this was addressed when he was given allegiance in Medina, لما بويع في المدينة وفيها يخبر الناس بعلمه بما تؤول إليه أحوالهم. And in this khutbah he informed people about his knowledge concerning the future of their situation. وفيها يقسمهم إلى أقسام. And in this sermon he divides people into different categories. The sermon is very scathing, it's very forceful, and it shows that Amir al-Mu'minin alayhi salam was not happy about what was going on before him, at least at the time of Uthman. And it is one of the most famous sermons of Amir al-Mu'minin alayhi salam, which is reported according to Ibn Abil Hadid. Ibn Abil Hadid mentions, you know Ibn Abil Hadid by now, of course, the Mu'tazilite Sunni commentator of Nahjul Balagha. He says that Rawahu Nas Kulluhum, everyone has reported this khutbah. It's not only Shaykh al-Razi, especially the one to whom he, of course, for whom he has great respect, Al-Jahiz, the great man of literature of Arab, who as well mentions this khutbah because of its literary importance and beauty in his book Al-Bayan wa Tabeen. And Jahiz has passed away, I think, year 255 after Hijrah. That is the year of the demise of Imam Al-Askari alayhi salam. So about 150 years before Shaykh al-Razi. And also Kulayni has reported this hadith in Al-Kafi, who passed away about 80 years before Shaykh al-Razi. Also the teacher of Sayyid al-Razi, Al-Mufid, mentions this in his book Al-Irshad, his khutbah. Also Ibn Abd Rabbih, the greatest scholar of the 3rd century, reports the hadith. So I just mentioned a few examples. This is a very famous sermon. Because why it's very famous? Why everyone has reported it? Because it's the first sermon ever Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam mentioned after his Khilafah. So everyone, you can imagine, when for the first time he was addressing the people, everyone was waiting there to see what Amir al-Mu'mineen is going to say. That's why this sermon has found great importance and outstanding significance. Of course, the khutbah is, as I said, very scathing, very harsh. And Shaykh al-Razi, of course, he didn't want to make trouble with his Sunni friends and scholars of his time, so he has omitted lots of the khutbah. Ibn Abil Hadid, although he is from the Sunni circles, he brings the full khutbah from Jahiz, the Al-Bayan wa Tabeen, and he says, it's interesting that Ibn Abil Hadid himself, who is a Sunni, he mentions that there are parts of this khutbah which are omitted by Shaykh al-Razi because he didn't want to make trouble with the people. Meaning that, of course, mentioning those things in a book would have caused trouble among Shi'is and Sunnis, and Shaykh al-Razi didn't want to make that. And it's quite clear throughout Nahjul Balagha, you would see Shaykh al-Razi never wants to make trouble somehow between Shi'is and Sunnis. And there are parts in this khutbah that Amir al-Mu'mineen very, very scathingly attacks Uthman and what he did. And he says that Sabagh al-Rajulan, the two men passed away, and after them came Uthman like a ghurab, like a crow, and he started to eat up everything from the people. And of course what is mentioned by Shaykh al-Razi here is clear that the attack is against Uthman, and of course, as Ibn Abil Hadid mentions himself, he says that the whole khutbah is about Imamah, and that's why Amir al-Mu'mineen is so angry. And whatever you see here, there is a relation to the position of Imam and who deserves to be an Imam, and why people before him have taken this position without deserving to become an Imam. Of course, what Shaykh al-Razi mentions here is not explicit in that. What Ibn Abil Hadid brings from the book of Al-Jahiz, then that quite explicitly mentions things. And I think, well, the method of Shaykh al-Razi is better. Of course, he didn't want to make lots of trouble. Although these were spread everywhere, I mean, these words, and it was mentioned mainly by Sunni scholars as well in their books written for literature, Arabic literature especially, because they were not interested in the words of Ali in terms of the companion of the Prophet, those men of literature like Jahil. They were interested in his words as a piece of beautiful literature. And this khutbah, amazingly, Sharif al-Razi at the end said, I'm not sure if many people understand eloquence in Arabic, but anyone who understands this would not appreciate this khutbah. He would become surprised and fascinated by the khutbah before appreciating the eloquence of the khutbah. So, the two things have caused the khutbah to be reported very widely to be very widespread in books. One is the importance of the khutbah, because it's the first sermon Amirul Mu'minin ever addressed through it the people after his Khilafah. And we know before his Khilafah he was quiet. He did not speak very much. At the time of the Prophet he did not speak because he was somehow overshadowed by the personality of the Prophet. And after the Prophet he kept quiet because he didn't want to make trouble among Muslim Ummah, Muslim community. And so this is the first time Amirul Mu'minin was speaking out. And that's why it's very important. The second issue which had made this khutbah to be very important is, of course, the eloquence of the khutbah, which has caused someone like Al-Jahid or Ibn Abd al-Rabbah to bring the khutbah in their books and to mention it. Now, we go through the translation of the khutbah first. ذمتي بما أقول رهينة وأنا به زعيم. Of course, the way the khutbah is started shows that this is not the beginning of the khutbah. So, Sayyid al-Razi has chosen, as it is his habit in Nahjul Balagha, he just chooses the cream of the words of Amirul Mu'minin in terms of eloquence and puts it there. So, ذمتي بما أقول رهينة وأنا به زعيم. What I say, I am going to be hostage for it. I'm responsible. And I guarantee whatever I say. In a sense that if on the day of judgment you see me, you can ask me that you mentioned such things, and you can ask me about the truth of it. ذمتي بما أقول رهينة وأنا به زعيم. And I am the guarantor for it. أنا به زعيم is a very famous expression in Arabic language. Is used in the Quran as well. In Surah Yusuf, قالوا نفقد صواع الملك ولمن جاء به حمل بعير وأنا به زعيم. This is exactly the expression of the Quran. And you find in the words of Amirul Mu'minin not so beautiful expressions of the Quran taken out and used in ordinary language. As for example in Farsi we use Sa'di very much. You have probably heard about Sa'di. We use Sa'di because he has very beautiful short expressions that we use in Farsi language very much. And of course Amirul Mu'minin was the expert of finding these beautiful expressions in the Quran and using it in ordinary language. In Surah Yusuf, of course, when it is proclaimed, it is announced that the bowl of the Malik of Yusuf is lost, then they come and start searching the passage of brothers of Yusuf. And they start coming back to them, what do you want? قالوا نفقد صواع الملك. We have lost the bowl of the Malik, or the scoop of the Malik, by which he used to give wheat to people, to weigh. And وَلِمَنْ جَاءَ بِهِ حَمْلُ بَعِيرٍ. Whoever brings it, we give it one camel of wheat, the amount of wheat that a camel can carry, and it says, وَأَنَا بِهِ زَعِيمٌ, I am the guarantor for it, that whoever brings it, I will give it. It means that it's completely guaranteed. Here Amir al-Mu'minin says that, ذِمَّتِي بِمَا أَعُودُ رَحِينَهُ, I am responsible for what I say. وَأَنَا بِهِ زَعِيمٌ, and I guarantee what I say. إِنَّ مَنْ صَرَّخَتْ لَهُ الْعِبَرُ أَمَّا بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ مِنَ الْمَثُلَاتِ حَجَزَتْهُ التَّقْوَى أَنْ تَحْفَهُمِ الشُّبُهَاتِ. He says that there has been punishment which we have witnessed. And whoever the experience, the lessons, whoever the lessons has explicitly shown to him, these punishments, whoever has taken lessons, learned lessons from what went in the past, if they have taqwa, taqwa would stop them from again running into the shubuhat, into things which are confused, they don't know whether it's right or wrong. It means that I have now learned, and you have learned lessons from what went before us. And we should not repeat the mistakes which were done by people who were before us. Both as an imam, now I have come, as I said, Ibn Abul Hadith says, all sentences of this khutbah is an allusion to imam. And he says, as an imam, now I have learnt from the mistakes of the people who went before. And as a ma'moom, as someone who should follow, you have learnt from the mistakes of others who went before you. So, to whom experience has clearly shown the past exemplary punishment is prevented by piety from falling into doubt. Allah, wa inna, now what has happened? What has happened to us? Allah, wa inna baliyatakum qad adat kahayataha yawma ba'atha Allahu nabiyyahu sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. You should know that the calamity, troubles, in which you were at the time of the Prophet, the time the Prophet was given mission by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it has returned to you exactly in the same way. As I said, this is not a joke, Amir al-Mu'minin is speaking. He is very angry about what has happened. And this is a very, very strong statement, saying to Muslims that you are now exactly the same as people of Jahiliyyah. Now, what has happened, you see, we are not in that context. We really don't. We have heard just a few things about what has happened at the time of, after the Prophet, at the time of Uthman. Well, of course, we know that the Muslims, the companions of the Prophet, they were not such a people to kill a caliph of the Prophet without any reason. There should have been something really, really wrong there. That they came from different cities, the companions of the Prophet came and they killed the caliph. They killed one other companion of the Prophet, who was, of course, to be respected by everyone, who had the allegiance of Muslims. And this should have not happened if things were not terribly wrong, had not terribly gone wrong. So here Amir al-Mu'minin says, Ala wa inna baliyatakum, your trouble, your calamity, has returned, قَدْ عَادَتْ كَهَيْئَتَهَا, exactly in the same form. يَوْمَ بَعَثَ اللَّهُ نَبِيَّهُ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَآلِهِ. Exactly the same way as the day the Prophet was given the mission by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now I'm going to rectify this. وَالَّذِي بَعَثَهُ بِالْحَقِّ, I swear by the one who gave the mission to the prophets in truth, with haqq, that it was rightly gave the mission to the prophet, لتغربلن بلبلة ولتغربلن غربلة. You will be severely shaken. I'm going to do that. This is what Amir al-Mu'minin said. I'm going to do that. لتغربلن بلبلة. Balbala is very severe shaking. I'm going to shake you severely. وَلَتُغَرْبَلُنَّ غَرْبَلَةً. And I'm going to sift you. You are going to go through a process of sealing. I'm going to somehow put you in a sieve and in a sift and try to separate the good ones from the bad ones. وَلَتُصَاطُنَّ صَوْتَ الْقَادِ. So bitterly shaken, as in sieving and fully mixed, as by spooning in a cooking. تُصَاطُنَّ صَوْتَ الْقَدْرِ. Qadr is, of course, a big pan and a big pot, and when you put things in it and you want to cook it, you just mix it with a big spoon. This is Sawtul Qadr. And I'm going to do that with you. Because previously, of course, there were ranks, there were benefits, there were perks which were given to different people. I'm going to change all these things. And now it is possible that someone comes out and says that, well, Talha, Zubair and others would justify. I mean, if someone comes with such an attitude, people go and play allegiance to him, and he comes with such an attitude in the first day, saying that I'm going to change everything. I'm going to waive all the perks and all the concessions given to some people. You know that the type of concessions was given to companions of the Prophet from Quraysh, then from the tribes closer to the Prophet, then to the Arabs. I mean, the type of ranking of the people had gone so extensive that nothing was left from the word of the Prophet, لا فرق بين عربي ولا عجمي. There is no difference between Arab and Ajam. You could see that this was completely violated because of the perks and concessions and benefits given to the Arab people in the first place, then to the Quraysh, then to the Hashemites, then to not Hashemites in the sense of Ahlul Bayt of the Prophet, those who were closer to the tribe of the Prophet. And this, Amir al-Mu'minin said, I'm going to change it. I'm going to mix you, first of all, in a way that we don't have prominent people and poor people and less prominent people. وَلَا تُصَاطُنَّ صَوْتَ الْقَدْرِ. Hatta, what I'm going to do, يَعُودَ أَسْفَلُكُمْ أَعْلَاكُمْ. Those who are low now, asfal in the low position, I'm going to bring them up. وَأَعْلَاكُمْ أَسْفَلَكُمْ. And those of you who are high now, have high position, I'm going to put you down. Because, of course, these high positions were gained not because of merit, because of nepotism, because of family relationships, because of race relationships. So I'm going to change all these things. حتى يعود أسفلكم أعلاكم وأعلاكم أسفلكم ولا يسبقن سابقون كانوا قصروا. Those who were sabiqun at the time of the Prophet, because of their faith, and afterwards because they didn't have any clan relationship, they didn't have any family relationship, they were stopped, they were downtrodden. I'm going to give them preference and bring them forward. وَلَا يَسْبِقَنَّ سَابِقُونَ كَانُوا قَصَّرُوا. Those who were behind were attained forward position. And of course the translation is not very, very clear, because not behind without any reason. They were sabiqun at the time of the Prophet. They were given preference because of their faith, because of their taqwa. Now they are put behind because they are not after material gains, they are not after family relationships. وَلَا يُقَصِّرَنَّ سَبَّاقُونَ كَانُوا سَبَقُوا. And those who were forward would become backward now. Wallahi, ما كتمت وشمة ولا كذبت كذبة ولقد نبئت بهذا المقام هذا اليوم. I swear by God, I never have concealed a single word, meaning a single word from the Prophet. Whatever I have said, whatever the Prophet has told me, I have told you. And never I have told a lie, saying that this is from the Prophet or this is something which should happen and it was a lie. I never have done it. And since I never have lied, I'll tell you something now. I was informed of this day and of this position by the Prophet, that this is going to happen. And I'm going to come to this position. And of course it will be a day after all those skirmishes and troubles which happened before me. ألا وإن الخطايا خيل شمس حمل عليها أهلها وخلعت لجمها فتقحمت بهم في النار. Beware that sins are like unruly horses. إن الخطايا خيل شمس. Shumus is from shamas, means an unruly mount which wouldn't follow whatever the rider wants. حمل عليها أهلها. The owner of those mounts will be put on those on them. وخلعت لجمها. And the reins will be taken from them. So they are put on those khataya, on those sins and mistakes. And even if they had reins in their hands, these mounts were not going to follow them, to listen to them, to obey them. Now that they don't have any reins, these sins and khataya will take them. Beware that sins are like unruly horses on whom their riders have been placed, and their reins have been let loose or have been taken out from them, so that they would jump with them in hell. حمل عليها أهلها وخلعت لجومها فتقحمت بهم في النار. And those horses and mounts would take them quickly and harshly into the hell. ألا وإن التقوى مطايا ظلل. Beware that piety is like trained mounts, trained horses, which never disobey their riders. حمل عليها أهلها. The owners of those horses are placed on them. وَأُعْطُوا أَذَمَّتُهَا. And the reins are given to them. Now this is a trained horse. You have the reins in your hand. فَأَوْرَدَتْهُمُ الْجَنَّةِ. And these would take them into paradise. Now, the message Amir al-Mu'minin is sending is that I am going to treat you according to taqwa, not according to anything else. Because sins have led our predecessors into hell. Now taqwa is a trained horse. We are going to ride this taqwa and we are going to take the reins and go towards Jannah. And of course he knows that everyone is not going to obey him. Therefore he says, حَقٌّ وَبَاطِلٌ وَلِكُلٍّ أَهْلٌ. There is always haqq. There's always batil. And there's always people who follow haqq and always people who follow batil. You can't have all people following haqq. And you never see that all people following batil. It's impossible. This world is a mixed world. Allah has made it in a way that these people, haqq and batil, are always mixed. Haqqun wa batilun wa likullin ahlun. And for every, there are its own followers and people. فَلَئِنْ أَمِرَ الْبَاطِلِ لَقَدِيمًا فَعَلْ. If batil rules, now he is of course alluding to what went before him. If batil rules, it has been long that it has ruled. Before us, usually batil was prevailing. And you could have seen this in the past history. And if haqq had always been weak and small, in number. وَلَئِنْ قَلَّ الْحَقِّ فَلَرُبَّمَا وَلَعَلَّ. But there is a hope for those who follow haqq to gain victory over batil. فَلَرُبَّمَا وَلَعَلَّ are expressions, رُبَّمَا and لَعَلَّ are expressions for expressing hope. There is a hope. And now here he says that, of course, I know that I'm going to be opposed. I know that the number of those who are going to follow this haqq are not many. But there is hope. There is hope, but at the same time, there is not much hope. Because he says, وَلَقَلَّمَا أَدْبَرَ شَيْءٌ فَأَقْبَلَ. It has scarcely happened that something is lost and then it has come back. Now, after the Prophet, the course, the path was lost. I want to bring you back. It's very far from imagination. As it says in translation, if wrong dominates, it has always in the past been so. And if truth goes down, that too has often occurred. It seldom happens that the thing that lags behind comes forward. Well, he is actually predicting that he is going to have lots of trouble. And it would be very, very difficult to put the Muslims again on track, on the right track. Now here, before of course Sharif al-Razi mentions the other part of the khutbah, which is of course more scathing and more forceful in terms of what went before Amirul Mu'mineen. He says that أقول إن في هذا الكلام الأدنى من مواقع الإحسان ما لا تبلغه مواقع الاستحسان. In this small speech, في هذا الكلام الأدنى, there is more beauty than can be appreciated. Of course, this part is not translated. إن في هذا الكلام الأدنى من مواقع الإحسان ما لا تبلغه مواقع الاستحسان. Ihsan is of course beauty, goodness. And istihsan is when you appreciate that beauty. He says that there are places of beauty in this khutbah that those senses of appreciation of beauty cannot catch. It is more than what one can catch. وَإِنَّ حَذَّ الْعَجَبِ مِنْهُ أَكْثَرُ مِنْ حَذِّ الْعَجَبِ فِيهِ. And the quantity of amazement and fascination arose by it is more than the appreciation accorded to it. وفيه مع الحال التي وصفنا زوائد من الفصاحة لا يقوم بها لسان. And despite what we have stated, it has so many aspects of eloquence that cannot be expressed, nor can anyone reach its depth. And no one can understand what I'm saying, because he himself, no one disputed that he had peaked and excelled in Arabic literature at his time from everyone else. And he said, no one can understand what I'm saying unless one has attained this art and known its details. It's not something, and then at the end he says, وَمَا يَعْقِلُهَا إِلَّا الْعَالِمُونَ. Only those who have this knowledge of eloquence of Arabic language could really realize this. Then there is a second part to this khutbah, which Sharif al-Razi has picked, in which Amirul Mu'mineen divides people into different categories. And of course, in the full khutbah, which is mentioned by Jahid, he talks about Ahlul Bayt. Here, of course, Sayyid al-Razi has taken many parts out because of the trouble that they might have caused. But still, you can see the statement is fully expressive of what Amirul Mu'mineen wanted to mention at the beginning of his caliphate. Inshallah, we leave this second part of the khutbah for next week. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa alayhi. Yes. There's a mic there, please.
that I cannot bring you back to the past where it was before. The question arises...
No, it is very difficult.
It's very difficult. And then you also said that you're almost at the stage of Jahiliyyah. It's sort of confirmed that it had gone so much in the wrong direction that it was all back to where the time of the Prophet is come. The question that one comes to one's mind is, why would this happen? What is the hikmah of God that after such a short time as the Prophet and the bringing down of the religion of Islam, that he would somehow be allowed to move so much away that it's almost like it's having the circle. You know, it's sort of...
what God does is not our business. It's none of our business. We cannot say why. But the proof of the truth of this statement is that only after 25 years, the grandson of the Prophet Hussein is killed brutally by Muslims. If this is not going off track, what would be going off track? I mean, whatever he said, that I am the grandson of the Prophet, if you have any respect for the Prophet, you should have some respect for me. No one listened to him. So, this is the best proof for this statement, that you have come to a state which is exactly the same thing as people were at the time of Jahiliyyah. The only thing is that now your customs have changed. You have the habit of saying words as prayers, but the reality of faith is not there anymore. This is what Amir al-Mu'minin mentioned.
So does that mean it would then continue for the rest of time?
It means that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala always wants that haqq and batil confront each other, encounter each other. Had he wished, of course, at the time of the Prophet, everyone would have become very good Muslims, everyone would have followed, as there is this imagination of some people, that yes, everything was very good, then after the Khulafa al-Rashidun, things went wrong. This is not the case. It's always the case. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَا مِنْ قَبْلِكَ مِنْ نَبِيٍّ وَلَا رَسُولٍ إِلَّا إِذَا تَمَنَّى أَلْغَى الشَّيْطَانُ فِي أُمْنِيَّتِهِ. Whenever Prophet wanted really to guide people, Shaitan came in and he didn't let that happen. And this is of course the will of God. He doesn't want things to go one side, because people are trained and tested in this way by haqq and batil being together. If everything is haqq, of course, then where is the place of trial and testing? So, yeah, this is Amir al-Mu'minin in Nahjul Balagha mentions himself that he was an of how Allah has planned things. And in Shaqshaqiyya it says, Kam atraqtul ayyam. How long I spent thinking about this issue, and why these things happen. And it is hayat. My memory is not complete. It means that I'm getting old. Because the expressions are very, very beautiful. It says that I can't find it now. Anyhow, he says it is a very, very deep well, a deep type of unfathomable issue. You really cannot fathom the depth of it, why these things happen. And in one other khutbah, he says that had you known what I know and what I see in the depth of these things, you would have been shaken from fear that how Allah has planned things, what is going to happen to this ummah. Had you known these things, then of course you would have been scared to death And these are things that are going to happen.
Yeah.
The expression is كم أطلقت الأيام أبحثها أم مكنون هذا الأمر. I didn't find it here. I searched for the concealed measures of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala long. It is unfathomable. When Amir al-Mu'mineen says this, what should we say about it? Alaykum.
So I just wondered what was it in there that we couldn't understand?
What was, sorry, what?
In the khutbah. So far it was understandable. Why should only ulama understand? So this becomes a very concerned question.
No, I was talking about the plans of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Oh, you say what Sharif al-Razi says?
What Imam Ali says?
No, the Sharif al-Razi says that there are things in this khutbah that only the ulama know. No, Sayyid Razi said that there are beauties in this expression, in this khutbah, that only the ulama of fasaha can understand. Not even Arab people can understand this. Only those experts in the science of fasaha, eloquence, Arabic eloquence, can understand those beauties. Not, of course, the meaning of the expression. That everyone can understand. It's the beauty of the expression that is what Sayyid Razi, Sharif al-Razi says that not everyone can understand. Yeah.
Rasulullah many times compared Imam Ali to Nabi Harun. I was going to ask you, do you know in history, did Nabi Harun after Nabi Musa's demise have such a hard time with his own people as Imam Ali had? Is there a similarity there as well?
Nabi Harun, I think Nabi Harun passed away before Musa alayhi salam. No, and then it was Joshua who came after Musa, and he had difficulties with the people. And the similarity which is drawn between the two is that both of them are the helpers and wazirs of the Prophet. Not, of course, the issue of succession, because Harun passed away before Musa alayhi salam. So the Prophet says, أَنْتَ مِنِّي وَمَنْزِلَةَ هَارُونَ مِنْ Musa. You have the same position as Harun had with Musa. إِلَّا أَنَّهُ لَا نَبِيَّ بَعْدِي. And لَا نَبِيَّ بَعْدِي means that, of course, you cannot be a prophet, because after me there is no prophet. However, you have the same position as Harun had too.
Can there be more than one prophet at a time?
Yes, there could, yeah. Because at the time of Banu Israel, we had many prophets being there at the same time. But of course, these were not prophets with the Sharia. They were following the Sharia of Musa. And after Ibrahim, there were many prophets, but they were following the Sharia of Ibrahim. So, there couldn't be two prophets who own a Sharia at the same time. But there could be many other prophets who follow the same Sharia. And the most, of course, outstanding example is the example of Prophet Lut, who was a cousin of Ibrahim alayhi salam, and he was living at the same time, and the angels came to Ibrahim and then they went to Lut.
You mentioned that Sayyid Razi had omitted some of the parts from this khutbah because he did not want to create problems in during the time.
This is what Ibn al-Hadith says, that Sharif al-Razi didn't mention it because people wouldn't have somehow endured these words. Yeah.
Now, by this omission, the message of the Imam would not have gone forward if the other people would not have recorded also. We would have lost the message, but fortunately some other people have recorded it. Is it possible that we can have the full khutbah recorded by others?
Yeah, Ibn al-Hadith has mentioned Jahiz's khutbah, and Jahiz's book is printed as well, as Al-Bayan wa Tabi, not in English, in Arabic. It's in Kafi as well. Of course, that part of Kafi is not translated. It's in Al-Irshad. Al-Irshad is translated. I haven't looked into Irshad to see whether it's a full khutbah or not. I can check to see whether it's a full khutbah or not.
The other thing is, are there other instances like this one where Sayyid Razi only did fatwas because of similar reasons or the other reasons?
Yes, Sayyid Razi is very selective. What concerns him is the beauty and fasah, the eloquence. And sometimes from a very long khutbah he has chosen just a few sentences and put it here. Because he wanted this to excel every book, any other book of eloquence, as rightly it did. And sometimes the reporters had reported the words of Amirul Mu'mineen not in the right way. They have just changed some words, for example, because they did not remember, they did not write it correctly. And certainly Sayyid Razi could have realized that this is not the word, the exact wording of Ali. It couldn't be, because it was not that eloquent. So these parts that he has chosen, he was sure that they were not changed in any way, because the eloquence was shown. These are the words of Ali alayhi salam. As Ibn Abdul Hadith mentions himself, he says that someone reading Nahjul Balagha would not doubt that these words are all from Ali alayhi salam. Otherwise, there are many other books written about sayings of Ali alayhi salam. I mean, you go to Al-Irshad, you go to Tuhaf al-Ughul, they have reported the same things. However, they haven't bothered about this selection according to the standard of eloquence. And since Sayyid Razi has done this, the book has really excelled all other books of hadith, which are collections of any word of any prophet or any imam.
I noticed when Imam Ali was mentioning the Prophet saying that he recited the word Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So he didn't use Ali. Why did
No, he was using Ali usually. I don't know why in this khutbah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is mentioned. It might be just a mistake or something, because he usually used Ali. Because actually it was the advice of the Prophet. We have this in Sahih Muslim as well, when this verse was revealed, إِنَّ اللَّهَ وَمَلَائِكَتَهُ يُصَلُّونَ عَلَى النَّبِيِّ يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا صَلُّوا عَلَيْهِ وَسَلِّمُوا تَسْلِيمًا. The companions asked the Prophet, how should we do it? How should we greet you as Allah orders us? And he said, say, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. كما صليت على إبراهيم وآل إبراهيم. So this was something which was mentioned by the Prophet.
Sheikh, my question was that partly it has been answered when we were going through the khutbah, is that why did Imam Ali have to be so harsh from the beginning? And the part of the answer was that because he was told by the Prophet, as I understand, it to be like that. And the day will come that you have to be very harsh. But then what was the wisdom behind it to be harsh, rather than when we want to implement things, actions, then we gradually do it, rather than be very tough from the beginning? What is the reason?
Well, what I think, Amirul Mu'mineen did not see that these people are going to agree with him, however soft he would have been. So he was not thinking about his own time, I think. He was concerned to set the standards for future. Because suppose that if, for example, he was very soft, he arranged everything with shrewd politics, as people were advising him, for example, leave Muawiyah for a while, so that he pays allegiance to you, and then after he has paid allegiance, you can remove him later on. It's not the time. And okay, had he done this, he could have ruled for, say, 20 years and just pass away, and the people wouldn't have changed. What he wanted to do, he wanted to set a stand as the wasi of the Prophet, He wanted to set a standard, saying that this is what Prophet wanted. As Hussein alayhi salam did. Hussein alayhi salam wanted to send a message, saying that this is not what my grandfather wanted. And of course, Hussein would have had other options, as people had mentioned to him. Instead of going to Kufa, go to some other place, wait for the things to change and then come out. He had those options, but what he wanted to do, he wanted to send a message for future generations that this is not right. I can safely say, had Hussein was not killed, we were really confused. Maybe, all these things which are said about people of the Salaf, they were all good, nothing was wrong. These are just hints there. No, it was not the case. Not that everything was in place. There was a beautiful film. I'm sure you have seen it. This Christian man who wants to go to help Hussein alayhi salam. I've forgotten the Persian name for it. The day of events. I wonder, have you seen it or not? I'm sure you have seen it because it has subtitles. It was made in Iran several years ago. And there is a Christian person who wants to marry, and on the day of marriage he just hears a voice that someone calls him, who will help me, Al-Min Nasir Yansur. And he goes out, he leaves the marriage ceremony, he goes out to search, and he comes to Karbala actually, just after Hussein was martyred. And he sees what has happened, he hears about the noble character of Hussein, and he comes back. Now, while I mention this, first of all, it's very good to see this film. It's a very nice film. And secondly, when he comes back, he converts to Islam. And people ask him, why have you converted to Islam? He said, my only proof for Islam is Hussein. And it's a very beautiful sentence, he says at the end of the film, that my only proof for Islam is Hussein. Because he was actually incarnating all the values of Islam. Now, our only proof for what went wrong at the beginning is Ali and his Hussein and his Fatima, by the type of actions that they showed from themselves. So that's why, of course, it was very harsh right at the beginning.
So I suppose that to take an example from the governance of some country, I think we cannot take this as an example.
No, certainly. This is something very different. This is done for another purpose.
One more question. That is the beginning of the book of Imam Ali that you people have gone back to the, I think you were the days of Jahiliyyah. Isn't that still true today in the Muslim world? The majority of people, they look as if they are in the times of Jahiliyyah, and compared to the few Muslims in the whole world, very few people are on the side of haq.
Well, now Muslims, there are people among Muslims who talk about, they have formed societies as Muslim gays and homosexuals. This is the time of Jahiliyyah, isn't it? Yeah, of course, we are much worse than in terms of the mixture of haqq and batil, much worse off than even that day is. Okay? أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. Sermon number 16 we were discussing last week, and we just went through half of the khutbah. Just to recap what I said about the khutbah. As Sharif al-Razi mentions here, this is a khutbah which he addressed people with it after the pledge of allegiance was given to him in Medina. So he says, لَمَّا بُوِيَعَ فِي الْمَدِينَةِ, when he was given the pledge of allegiance in Medina. And according to Ibn Abi al-Hadid, this was the first khutbah which Amir al-Mu'mineen addressed by the people after his Khilafah. So the first khutbah after the Khilafah, during the time of the Khilafah, as I mentioned, before the time of Khilafah, Amir al-Mu'mineen was usually silent, not speak much. At the time of the Prophet he was silent because he was overshadowed by the personality of the Prophet, and he was just an obedient type of help for the Prophet. So this is when Amir al-Mu'mineen started to pour out himself. As I said again, this is a very, very famous khutbah. It is reported long time before Sharif al-Razi. It is reported by Al-Jahiz, Abu Uthman al-Jahiz, the Mu'tazilite Sunni scholar in Al-Bayan al-Tab'in, and Jahiz died 255. That is middle of the 3rd century, just the year Imam Hassan al-Askari passed away as well. So the khutbah has been reported long time ago before Sharif al-Razi. Khulaini has reported the khutbah as well. At-Tusi has reported the khutbah. Of course, Tusi was after Sharif al-Razi. However, Al-Mufid has reported the khutbah as well. So Ibn Qutaybah, who also belongs to the 3rd century, reports the khutbah. So very famous. And as I mentioned, Ibn Abi al-Hadid mentioned that the khutbah is not reported in full by Sharif al-Razi, because there are expressions in the khutbah which are somehow not agreeable to the taste of many people. However, Abu Uthman al-Jahiz has reported the full text of the khutbah, and there are things in it which I don't like to mention as well. And if Sharif al-Razi decided not to mention those things, why should he mention them? And to create some sort of animosity now that the context, the historical context, is actually gone by. Last week I mentioned that the tone of the khutbah is very strong. It seems that Amir al-Mu'mineen is very angry after coming to power, after all those troubles which went before him for 25 years. And he mentioned that, I swear by God that everything will be changed. You will be shaken severely, and I will somehow mix, like spooning a pot, I will mix you up. And those who have high positions will go down, those who have low positions will go up. And also he said, beware that your calamity, your problems and troubles which existed at the time of the Bi'sa of the Prophet has completely come back, and I have to remedy that as well. Now, last week I mentioned that this was in a very angry mood, very strong khutbah. However, we have to bear in mind that this was as well something which was expected from Amir al-Mu'mineen to do. It was almost a revolution, wasn't it? I mean, people had come from long ways, from far distances of Muslim lands. They have toppled a very expanded type of rulership, which was a type of family, a clan type of rulership. And now they have paid pledge of allegiance to someone who everyone thought is not going to come back after the rule of Umayyad. Of course, all people around Uthman were from Banu Umayyah, mostly, because Uthman himself was from Banu Umayyah. And they were, of course, not very favorable. Ali, peace be on him, was not very favorable in their eyes. And therefore, no one ever thought that Ali is going to come back one day. It was deemed to be impossible. Now that people have come, they have somehow removed Banu Umayyah from power, they have brought Ali back. They expect something from Ali, certainly. And therefore the khutbah is completely, when we think about the context, it's completely in place. He's addressing those people who have made sacrifice, have come, have voiced their opinions, and now, of course, Ali says, of course, he did not take part in those troubles, but now that he is given pledge of allegiance, people expect from him to change the situation somehow. And he is speaking to their expectations. Yes, this is what I am going to do. And I have completely an agreeable voice with you. Things have gone wrong. The troubles of the time of Bi'athah have come back, and I have to remedy it. Now, the first part of the khutbah we discussed. Another part of the khutbah which is chosen by Sharif al-Razi and mentioned here after the first bit. In this part of the khutbah, that mood of political type of speech changes. It is more a type of admonishment. Now the tone comes into a tone of preaching rather than talking politically about the situation and what I'm going to do after I have been given the pledge of allegiance. So he talks about people and how people are categorized into different categories, and some of them have better positions in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, some have lesser, and what people should do now that the situation is changed. So he talks about the type of human being. شُغِلَ مِنَ الْجَنَّةُ وَالنَّارُ أَمَامَهُ. He is distracted from paradise. The human being in this world is distracted from paradise, while the fire of hell is ahead of him. Meaning that completely ignorant of the hereafter, what is going to come later on. So he is distracted from paradise, and the fire of hell is ahead of him. Despite that, they do not take heed, they do not make any effort. شُغِلَ مِنَ الْجَنَّةِ, he is distracted from paradise. وَالنَّارُ أَمَامَهُ سَاعٍ سَرِيءٌ نَجَى وَطَالِبٌ بَطِيءٌ رَجَى وَمُقَصِّرٌ فِي النَّارِ هَوَى. Now, a very famous categorization of people according to the Quran. He says, you are three groups. Either you make utmost effort and you act quickly and swiftly. Sa'in Sari. Sa is someone who makes effort and Sari is quick. So some of you are quick in making effort, are hard working, and these are the ones who are saved. Sa'in Sari'un Naja. وَطَالِبٌ بَطِيءٌ, and someone who desires hereafter, who believes, but they are slow, they are lazy, they do not act as quickly as they have to. They are bati, they are very slow. Raja, there is a hope for them, and they hope that they will achieve what they want. وَمُقَصِّرٌ فِي النَّارِ هَوَى, and the one who falls short cannot actually catch up. And this is the one who who will fall in the hell. Now, these two groups, someone who acts quickly and makes hard effort, someone who has desires but is slow, and someone who falls short and remains behind, are the three categories which are mentioned in different places of the Quran. In fact, Imam Ali is explaining the Quran in other terms, in a more common, customary terms of Arab at that time. Now, where are the places where Quran has talked about these three groups of people? They're very, of course, understandably in the beginning of Surah Al-Waqi'ah, إِذَا وَقَعَتِ الْوَاقِعَةُ لَيْسَ لِوَقْعَتِهَا كَاذِبَةٌ. But then it comes to the categorization of the people. وَكُنْتُمْ أَزْوَاجًا ثَلَاثًا. You are three groups. فَأَصْحَابُ الْمَيْمَنَةِ, people of the right hand. وَمَا أَصْحَابُ الْمَيْمَنَةِ وَأَصْحَابُ الْمَشْأَمَةِ, people of the left hand. These are the muqassirun. People of the left hand are the muqassirun. People of the right hand are talibun basir. Like most of us. We desire, we want, but we are slow. We don't make our desire. And وَالسَّابِقُونَ السَّابِقُونَ أُولَٰئِكَ الْمُقَرَّبُونَ. Those who are ahead of others. This is sa'in, sari'un, naja. The one who makes effort and is quick. Now, this is expressed in a more succinct and more explicit way in Surah Al-Fatir, verse number 32 of Surah Al-Fatir. ثُمَّ أَوْرَثْنَا الْكِتَابَ الَّذِينَ اصْطَفَيْنَا مِنْ عِبَادِنَا. It says after we gave the book to Bani Israel, or after we revealed the book to people, then we made this book to be inherited by those servants of us who were chosen. That's the prophet. ثُمَّ أَوْرَثْنَا الْكِتَابَ الَّذِينَ اصْطَفَيْنَا مِنْ عِبَادِنَا. So the prophet inherits the book, the revelation. One prophet comes after another, the same book, because it's the same religion, it's the same book, it's the same thing. Books are not different. If we see difference in them now because they are distorted, the previous revelations are distorted. Otherwise they are one thing. Then, when this book is given as an inheritance to the prophet, then the people are divided into three groups. فَمِنْهُمْ ظَالِمٌ لِنَفْسِهِ. Some of these people wrong themselves. After we give them the revelation, فَمِنْهُمْ ظَالِمٌ لِنَفْسِهِ. وَمِنْهُمْ مُقْتَصِدٌ. Some of them act moderately. قَالِبٌ بَصِيرٌ رَجَعٌ. They act moderately. They are not very hardworking. Although they desire, they want to have the closeness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but they don't work very hard. وَمِنْهُمْ مُقْتَصِدٌ وَمِنْهُمْ سَابِقٌ بِالْخَيْرَاتِ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ ذَلِكَ هُوَ الْفَضْلُ الْمُبِينُ. Some of them are those who go ahead of others, precede everyone in khairat, in doing good. And these are, of course, awliya Allah. They go ahead of others. ذَلِكَ هُوَ الْفَضْلُ الْمُبِينُ. This is a great, great grace from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Very clear grace given to some people. Of course, this grace is attracted by our own self. This is one. So, Amirul Mu'minin says, do not... Now, you have to put this khutbah in the context. This is very important. As I mentioned, Ibn al-Hadith says that this khutbah is completely about Imam. So you have to look at it in this way. Now, here Amirul Mu'minin says, some of you think that you have high positions, you are from this clan or that clan, you are Arab, some of you are mullah, some of you are masters. Put aside all this. The categorization that I will look at you, the only way that I will look at you is the way that God will look at you. Not in any other way. And do not, if anyone wants to think otherwise, they will get disappointed. As some of the companions had become disappointed well, they did become disappointed after Amir al-Mu'mineen actually expressed his policy. So, how I look at you is like this. Like the Quran looks at you. Just like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala looks at you. Sa'in, Sari'un, Naja, wa Talibun, Baqi'un, Raja, wa Muqassirun, Sinara. This is the first. Second thing, my path and my policy in moderation is going through the middle path, which is the path of religion. I am against extremism. Whether extremism to the right or extremism to the left. As I said, if you don't put all this khutbah in that context, you lose the meaning. So it is al-yaminu wa-shimalu madallah. Going right or left is to lose the way. وَالطَّرِيقُ الْوُسْطَى هِيَ الْجَادَّةُ. And the middle path is the path which is the leading path. So, do not want from me, do not expect from me to act in extreme ways. I am going to go middle way. Now, you might say, isn't what Amir al-Mu'mineen mentioning in the whole khutbah extremism? He says that I don't regard any of your illusionary type of ranking that you have created for yourself to be correct. So I don't consider them. I'm just going to look at you like this. Well, of course, you could look at people like this in an extreme way, and you could look at them like this, have this categorization in a very moderate way. What Amir al-Mu'mineen is mentioning here, that my policies are going to be moderation. I'm not for extremism. So, whether extremism towards left, and if people come to me and say you have to confiscate all the wealth of these people, for example, or extremism to the right, that leave these people because they have their wealth, they have their property, we get taken from them, those unlawful property, they are going to be against you. I'm not going to act in these two extreme ways. So, al-yaminu wa-shimalu madallah wa-tariqu al-wusta hiya al-jannah. Now then he explains, this is what the book of God actually expects from us. عَلَيْهَا بَعْضَ الْكِتَابِ وَآثَارُ النُّبُوَّةِ. The everlasting book. This is Al-Kitab al-Baqi actually. The everlasting book is based on this moderation. Going to the middle path. وَآثَارُ النُّبُوَّةِ. If you go back to the Sunnah of the Prophet, you would see that Prophet actually acted on moderation. So, Ba'd al-Kitab wa Athar al-Nubuwwah is all based on this Tariq al-Wusta, the middle path. وَمِنْهَا مَنْفَذُ السُّنَّةِ. The Sunnah of the Prophet has spread through this moderation that he had. وَإِلَيْهَا مَسِيرُ الْآخِرَةِ. If you want akhirah, if you want a good ending of your life, again, it would be through moderation, not through excess. Then, he again goes to the path. حَلَكَ مَنِ ادَّعَى وَخَابَ مَنِ افْتَرَى. Those who claim wrong claims, they perish. Now again, Ibn Abdul Hadid, I don't know why he's very keen to mention that he is actually Amir al-Mu'mineen criticizing the Khulafa before himself. Although Ibn Abdul Hadid is a Sunni, but he is very keen to mention that he is criticizing the Khulafa, that they claim what did not belong to them, and therefore they perish. Halaka man idda'a, whoever claims imamah. Now, he could put it in this way, that after I am given the pledge of allegiance, if you don't want to say that this is just an allusion to what went before, he who claims Khilafah, now that I am given the pledge of allegiance, they will be destroyed and perish. And it might be an allusion to Talha and Zubayr as well. As we mentioned about Talha and Zubayr, of course they claimed that they were caliphs. And of course all the fuel for it came from Muawiyah. I mentioned before that Muawiyah wrote a letter to Talha saying that you are the rightful caliph and I am taking the pledge of people for you. And at the same time wrote another letter to Zubayr saying exactly the same thing, instigating them to go against Amirul Mu'minin. So it might be in this way that Amirul Mu'minin says that I'm not going to tolerate discourse now that things have come in order. حَلَكَ مَنِ ادَّعَى وَخَاضَ مَنِ افْتَرَى. And whoever makes wrong slanders, then they are going to be disappointed. مَنْ أَبْدَى صَفْحَتَهُ بِالْحَقِّ حَلَكَ. Whoever brings their face against haqq, they will perish. وَكَفَى بِالْمَرْءِ جَهْلًا أَلَّا يَعْرِفَ قَدْرَهُ. And it is a sufficient ignorance for a person not to know what is their position and their measure. You can just very abstractly take these sentences. I mean, you can just take these sentences, كَفَى بِالْمَرْءِ جَهْلًا أَلَّا يَعْرِفَ قَدْرَهُ. That it's a very ignorant for someone who doesn't know their position and say, okay, generally for every human being, this is the case. And that's true. But of course we are talking in the context of a khutbah which has been addressed politically after the Pledge of Allegiance was given to Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam. So certainly he's talking about people who are not knowing their position, where they stand after Amirul Mu'minin has taken power. And he says, it is an enough ignorance for you if you do like this, if you act like this. And then he mentions, if you have taqwa, do not worry about anything. لا يحلق على التقوى سن وأصل. Sen and asl both mean origin and root. So they are added to each other just to reinforce the expression. So a root, an origin, which sips from taqwa, which is watered with taqwa, is never going to perish. So if you have taqwa, do not worry about anything. And of course we have this concept of taqwa mentioned in the Quran in the same way. Muttaqeen al-aqibatu wal-aqibatu lil-muttaqeen. The ending, the good ending is for muttaqeen. The same thing. لا يحلق على التقوى سنخ أصل. There's a very interesting hadith in Misbah al-Sharia about taqwa, which I would like to mention it here, because when we talk about taqwa generally, but we have to know that taqwa has different types and different degrees. This hadith, which is reported in Misbah al-Sharia, which is a book attributed to Imam Ja'far alayhi salam, he says that taqwa ala ثلاثة أوجه. Taqwa has three faces. One is taqwa billah. Now taqwa billah means that the taqwa which cannot be attained except by the help of God. It's impossible for a person to attain this taqwa except by the help of God. And this is tarkul khilaf fadlan an shubha. And this is to abandon whatever disagrees in the heart with the love of God. Whatever. Not even, he is not mentioning haram, not mentioning shubha, the confused things, that you don't know whether they are haram or not. Whatever comes in the heart, which is somehow interfering with the love of heart for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is forbidden for this type of taqwa. And he says, of course, وَهُوَ تَقْوَى خَاص الْخَاص. This is the taqwa of the elect, of the chosen, of the elite of the chosen ones. Not everyone can have this taqwa. This is attained only by the help of Allah. The second type of taqwa is وَتَقْوَى مِنَ اللَّهِ ta'ala. And the taqwa appears from God himself. That's from the position of God. From the way we see the position of God and ourselves and compare ourselves with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, our position as a servant, as a slave, as someone who is created by Him, and as someone who gives our blessings, His blessings to us. So, this is, as is mentioned in Surah Ar-Rahman, وَلِمَنْ خَافَ مَقَامَ رَبِّهِ. Whoever fears the position of the Lord, not punishment, position of the Lord. There are gardens, and then وَمِن دُونِهِمَا جَنَّةً, and below them are gardens. This is taqwa min Allah. And how it appears in action is وَهُوَ تَرْكُ الشُّبُهَاتِ فَضْلًا عَنِ الْحَرَامِ. This is to abandon whatever is shubha, is that you are not sure that they are haram, but your heart tells you that it's not good to do. This is shubha. Shubha is something that is not haram, but your heart tells you that it's not good to do. I mean, we go to some parties, for example, it's not haram, but your heart tells you it's not good for me to be here among you. This is shubha. Now, taqwa min Allah, fearing the position of the Lord, is tarku shubuhat, abandoning fadlan an al-haram, let alone being haram, of course. Wa huwa taqwa al-khas. This is the taqwa of the elect, elite, or some chosen people. Not the elite of the chosen people, the chosen. This is taqwa of awliya Allah. وَتَقْوَى مِنْ خَوْفِ النَّارِ وَالْعِقَابِ. The third category of taqwa, the lowest type of taqwa, is to fear the punishment of God, which is usually commonly found among people. وَهُوَ تَرْكُ الْحَرَامِ. And this taqwa is what would somehow spur people to abandon haram. Now, you see many Muslims that they even do not abandon haram at all, or in many cases. It means that they don't have taqwa at all. Those who have taqwa, they abandon haram. Now, abandoning haram is the lowest grade of taqwa. Then we have two other steps above it. And he says, وَهُوَ تَقْوَى الْعَقْلِ. Now, so these three grades of taqwa, regardless of which one a person would assume in their life, when he says anyone which has this taqwa and the roots of any person which is water, which is satiated by taqwa, they would not perish. And this is exactly the meaning of وَالْعَاقِبَةُ لِلْمُتَّقِينَ. The good ending for muttaqin. لَا يَحْلِقُ عَلَى التَّقْوَى سَنْخُ أَصْلٍ وَلَا يَظْمَأُ عَلَيْهَا زَرْعُ قَوْمٍ. Another very beautiful expression. The harvest of no people would go thirsty with taqwa, if they have taqwa. Taqwa is a type of source which would satiate all fruits of life, outcomes of life. فَاسْتَتِرُوا فِي بُيُوتِكُمْ. Now, another reproaching or preaching. We don't know which one it is. We have to look into the context, as I said. First of all, stay in your house. Don't come out and make trouble. Because, by this we understand that it was a time of trouble. People were coming out, were shouting, were trying to make riots and demonstrations. So Amir al-Mu'min says, hide in your house. Do not try to make trouble, because I'm not going to allow this. وَأَصْلِحُوا ذَاتَ بَيْنِكُمْ. And the troubles that you had among yourselves. Of course, some of you have come and fought against some others. Try to remedy all the injuries, to cure all the injuries, and try to make peace between yourselves. وَالتَّوْبَةُ مِنْ وَرَائِكُمْ. Of course, anyone who had done wrong before, tawbah is waiting for them. The tawbah is accepted. It's not the case that anyone who has done something wrong, I'm going to punish them. No. Just repent and everything is right. I'm not going to make people, hold people responsible for what they did in the past. وَالتَّوْبَةُ مِنْ وَرَائِكُمْ. And now, after every revolution, after any such social drastic change, some people start to blame others, some people start to praise themselves. We were the ones who did this, you were the ones who did that. Imam Ali said, وَلَا يَحْمَدُ حَامِدٌ إِلَّا رَبَّهُ. No one would praise anyone but their Lord. Anyone who has done something, who has come here from far away distances, has helped the situation to calm down or whatever, do not try to say it was me, it was us. Just praise your Lord. Because these are the things which would create trouble, of course. وَلَا يَحْمَدُ حَامِدٌ إِلَّا رَبَّهُ. No one should praise but the Lord. وَلَا يَلُمُّ دَائِمٌ إِلَّا نَفْسَهُ. And no one should blame but themselves. Of course, not themselves, because many of these people were not blameworthy. But no one should blame but their evil self, because everyone has an evil self which is blameworthy. And if you want to blame each other, again, these troubles and fighting are not going to end. So try to overlook all these things, neglect all these things, and just, if you want to blame, go to yourselves, make reform yourselves, in your souls, and blame the evil self which is inside every human body, and try to somehow rectify your own personality rather than blaming others. Well, this was the end of this khutbah. It was a really beautiful khutbah. I mean, this is one of the most beautiful khutbahs put in the historical context of it. I mean, you can really insert lots and lots of information from this khutbah about the situation, about the context in which it was addressed. وَصَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَى مُحَمَّدٍ وَآلِهِ وَصَحْبِهِ.
Shaykh, very shortly, just two small questions. You say that Shaykh Muhammad decided not to mention a few parts of the book, and other people carried on with that. Why, when Imam Ali thought it was a good to mention? I mean, surely if Imam said this is a good thing to mention, or if it's time to mention it, or would you say, or maybe not?
Because the context of the khutbah was lost, and therefore it was probably not, maybe Sharif al-Razi, so it's not proper to take these things out of the time context, the contextual type of frame, and mentioned after, say, for example, 3-4 centuries, in an atmosphere which, of course, lots of animosity could have been created by that. However, there is another reason for that, as I mentioned. Sayyid al-Razi in Nahjul Balagha was looking for the most eloquent version of the khutbah. And I think he actually took this eloquence as a proof of authenticity of the khutbah. And therefore, those parts which were not authentic, he never mentioned. Maybe he thought that these are just type of quotation from the part of Rawi, the part of the reporter, and that's why he did not mention it.
And on another point, before you started giving these we all lost the way, and frankly, speaking for myself, it washed over us. The language is too high. And Imam Ali was speaking to ordinary people. We assume that they understood everything he said was the language we utilize for them.
The language is very clear. Of course, now after 1400 years, and especially by the translations which are somehow not very eloquent translations, it's difficult to understand them. And mostly we have to understand the context to understand the real meaning of the expression. Although they are very, very eloquent and beautiful, but they are very clear. You can, in Farsi language, you can compare this language with Sa'di's language. Sa'di is a very, very clear speaker, clear writer. It's very easy to understand him, but it's very difficult to imitate him. No one can imitate the style. Although everyone, when they read it, they say, well, this is a very easy language, very beautifully put together. So many of these khutbahs are like that. Although they are very clear, no one can imitate. Very difficult in terms of eloquence.
Why would Muawiyah assume Zubair and Talha would talk to each other?
No, because he had wrote to them that do not speak about this to anyone. Well, he was cleverer than that. He had written to them that you will spoil things if you speak about this to anyone. So Zubair was thinking that he's using Talha for his cause, and Talha was thinking that he's using Zubair for his cause. And both were thinking that they were using Muawiyah for their cause, not knowing that Muawiyah is using both of them for his own cause.
The similar sort of theme that you mentioned that Imam Ali coming to the Khilafah after Osman was something like a revolution. Nobody expected that he would come. Is there any sort of evidence or any reports that they were planning at the time of Osman or towards the end of the time of Osman, they were planning to put somebody else in place, like the previous Khilafah and Islam after him, so and so after him, and so on. Were there any plans that they had in mind?
Well, I don't think Osman was thinking that his Khilafah was coming to an end to think about these issues. The only thing which was happening was the reinforcement of Banu Umayyah's rule from all aspects. All the rulers were gradually being removed and were replaced by rulers from Banu Umayyah, by amirs from Banu Umayyah being sent and dispatched to different places. And since there was this deepening of the grasp of Banu Umayyah's power, no one would have thought they would be removed. They could be removed. And secondly, of course, Osman never had come to that point where he would have decided, okay, what should do next? Who should be appointed? How they should be appointed? The whole issue was so quick, and the type of removal of the power of Osman was so unexpected that it took everyone by surprise. So I don't think I haven't read anywhere that there was any plan of how the next caliph should be appointed and who should be that caliph. I don't think so.
There's a question about the first few Khulafa. Is it allowed to send letters on them, given that we know they disobeyed the Prophet and all the suffering they caused them for this?
Well, I just didn't hear that question.
I'll repeat.
Okay?
Can you explain this more, the word perish, what do you mean?
Perish means they go into the everlasting perdition. In that sense, I don't know what's the point of
everlasting perdition means the everlasting in hell.
Yeah.
Those who oppose Imam.
Those who oppose and claim something which they don't, it does not belong to them. And it might have a type of this worldly meaning as well. They will be destroyed in this world. It might have that as well. That means.
Secondly, when Imam Ali warned people not to come out and make some problems which they indulge, did he help organize police force or armies? Who was going to be?
Well, certainly you can imagine, I mean, in times where these things happen, I mean, it is the most difficult time to keep the order in the society. And however, it was just like a revolution, and everyone in charge was somehow against Ali. And now these people had come from far away, distant lands, they had removed the Caliph and they had paid allegiance to Ali. It was very difficult, actually, and how, of course, Ali managed to keep the order. Some details are written in some books like Al-Gharat or more detailed books about how Amir al-Mu'minin came to Khilafah and what happened after that. But the small details are really lost. You can imagine it would have been a very, very difficult time to keep the order in the society. Especially if you consider that usually there was not that very organized police force or organized army. It were tribes who decided the power and the power balance of society. So it needs a real research, I think, to find out how all these things happen.
One more from my side. That we know that during the reign of three Khulafa, there are certain things which were introduced in the Ibadah. When Imam Ali had a period of 4 years at least, because we know there are still some practices going on, did you not get a chance, or did you not try to get rid of those which were introduced, which we call them Bidah?
He had bigger issues to deal with first, and he needed the help of the majority of the people. And of course, majority of the people, they all believed in these. So Amir al-Mu'minin never wanted to oppose them in these trivial issues and lose the main objective. I mean, there was a type of classification of problems. I mean, if you can imagine, there was bigger problems, bigger issues that had to be addressed, and then these lesser issues. And if someone wants to suddenly jump into these lesser issues, then the whole aim is lost. Therefore, I don't think he never wanted to somehow involve himself into these trivial quarrels. And there are some reports, I don't know how authentic they are, historical reports anyhow, that he wanted to somehow stop Tarawih at the time, but there was so much uproar that he decided just to leave it as it is. Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. Sermon number 16 we were discussing last week, and we just went through half of the khutbah. Just to recap what I said about the khutbah. As Sharif al-Razi mentions here, this is a khutbah which he addressed people with it after the pledge of allegiance was given to him in Medina. So he says, لَمَّا بُوِيَعَ فِي الْمَدِينَةِ, when he was given the pledge of allegiance in Medina. And according to Ibn Abi al-Hadid, this was the first khutbah which Amirul Mu'mineen addressed by the people after his Khilafah. So the first khutbah after the Khilafah, during the time of the Khilafah, as I mentioned, before the time of Khilafah, Amirul Mu'mineen was usually silent, not speak much. At the time of the Prophet he was silent because he was overshadowed by the personality of the Prophet, and he was just an obedient type of helm for the Prophet. So this is when Amirul Mu'mineen starts to pour out himself. As I said again, this is a very, very famous khutbah. It is reported long time before Sharif al-Razi. It is reported by Al-Jahiz, Abu Uthman al-Jahiz, the Mu'tazilite Sunni scholar in Al-Bayan al-Tab'in, and Jahiz died 255. That is middle of the 3rd century, just the year Imam Hassan al-Askari passed away as well. So the khutbah has been reported long time ago, before Sharif al-Razi. Khomeini has reported the khutbah as well. At-Tusi has reported the khutbah. Of course, Tusi was after Sharif al-Razi. However, Al-Mufid has reported the khutbah as well. So Ibn Qutaybah, who also belongs to the 3rd century, reports the khutbah. So very famous. And as I mentioned, Ibn Abi al-Hadid mentioned that the khutbah is not reported in full by Sharif al-Razi, because there are expressions in the khutbah which are somehow not agreeable to the taste of many people. However, Abu Uthman al-Jahiz has reported the full text of the khutbah, and there are things in it which I don't like to mention as well. And if Sharif al-Razi decided not to mention those things, why should he mention them? And to create some sort of animosity now that the context, the historical context, is actually gone by. Last week I mentioned that the tone of the khutbah is very strong. It seems that Amirul Mu'mineen is very angry after coming to power, after all those troubles which went before him for 25 years. And he mentioned that, I swear by God that everything will be changed. You will be shaken severely, and I will somehow mix, like spooning a pot, I will mix you up. And those who have high positions will go down, those who have low positions will go up. Also he said, beware that your calamity, your problems and troubles which existed at the time of the Bi'tha of the Prophet have completely come back, and I have to remedy that as well. Now, last week I mentioned that this was in a very angry mood, very strong khutbah. However, we have to bear in mind that this was as well something which was expected from Amirul Mu'mineen to do. It was almost a revolution, wasn't it? I mean, people had come from long ways, from far distances of Muslim lands. They have toppled a very expanded type of rulership, which was a type of family, a clan type of rulership. And now they have paid pledge of allegiance to someone who everyone thought is not going to come back after the rule of Umayyad. Of course, all people around Uthman were from Banu Umayyah, mostly, because Uthman himself was from Banu Umayyah. And they were, of course, not very favorable. Ali, peace be on him, was not very favorable in their eyes. And therefore, no one ever thought that Ali is going to come back one day. It was deemed to be impossible. Now that people have come, they have somehow removed Banu Umayyah from power, they have brought Ali back. They expect something from Ali, certainly. And therefore the khutbah is completely, when we think about the context, it's completely in place. He's addressing those people who have made sacrifice, have come, have voiced their opinions, and now, of course, Ali says, of course, he did not take part in those troubles, but now that he is given pledge of allegiance, people expect from him to change the situation somehow. And he is speaking to their expectations. Yes, this is what I am going to do. And I have completely an agreeable voice with you. Things have gone wrong. The troubles of the time of Bi'athah have come back, and I have to remedy it. Now, the first part of the khutbah we discussed. Another part of the khutbah which is chosen by Sharif al-Razi and mentioned here after the first bit. In this part of the khutbah, that mood of political type of speech changes. It is more a type of admonishment. Now the tone comes into a tone of preaching rather than talking politically about the situation and what I'm going to do after I have been given the pledge of allegiance. So he talks about people and how people are categorized into different categories, and some of them have better positions in eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, some have lesser, and what people should do now that the situation is changed. So he talks about the type of human being. شُغِلَ مِنَ الْجَنَّةُ وَالنَّارُ أَمَامَهُ. He is distracted from paradise. The human being in this world is distracted from paradise, while the fire of hell is ahead of him. Meaning that completely ignorant of the hereafter, what is going to come later on. So he is distracted from paradise, and the fire of hell is ahead of him. Despite that, they do not take heed, they do not make any effort. شُغِلَ مِنَ الْجَنَّةِ, he is distracted from paradise. وَالنَّارُ أَمَامَهُ سَاعٍ سَرِيءٌ نَجَى وَطَالِبٌ بَطِيءٌ رَجَى وَمُقَصِّرٌ فِي النَّارِ هَوَى. Now, a very famous categorization of people according to the Quran. He says, you are three groups. Either you make utmost effort and you act quickly and swiftly. Sa'in sari. Sa' is someone who makes effort and sari is quick. So some of you are quick in making effort, are hard working, and these are the ones who are saved. Sa'in sari'un naja. وَطَالِبٌ بَطِيءٌ, and someone who desires hereafter, who believes, but they are slow, they are lazy, they do not act as quickly as they have to. They are bati, they are very slow. Raja, there is a hope for them, and they hope that they will achieve what they want. وَمُقَصِّرٌ فِي النَّارِ هَوَى, and the one who falls short cannot actually catch up, and this is the one who will fall in the hell. Now, these two groups, someone who acts quickly and makes hard effort, someone who has desires but is slow, and someone who falls short and remains behind, are the three categories which are mentioned in different places of the Quran. In fact, Imam Ali is explaining the Quran in other terms, in a more common, customary terms of Arab at that time. Now, where are the places where Quran has talked about these three groups of people? Well, very, of course, understandably in the beginning of Surah Al-Waqi'ah, إِذَا وَقَعَتِ الْوَاقِعَةُ لَيْسَ لِوَقْعَتِهَا كَاذِبَةٌ. But then it comes to the categorization of the people. وَكُنْتُمْ أَزْوَاجًا ثَلَاثًا. You are three groups. فَأَصْحَابُ الْمَيْمَنَةِ, people of the right hand. وَمَا أَصْحَابُ الْمَيْمَنَةِ وَأَصْحَابُ الْمَشْأَمَةِ, people of the left hand. These are the muqassirun. People of the left hand are the muqassirun. People of the right hand are talibun basir. Like most of us. We desire, we want, but we are slow. We don't make our desire. And وَالسَّابِقُونَ السَّابِقُونَ أُولَٰئِكَ الْمُقَرَّبُونَ. Those who are ahead of others. This is sa'in, sari'un, naja. The one who makes effort and is quick. Now, this is expressed in a more succinct and more explicit way in Surah Al-Fatir, verse number 32 of Surah Al-Fatir. ثُمَّ أَوْرَثْنَا الْكِتَابَ الَّذِينَ اصْطَفَيْنَا مِنْ عِبَادِنَا. It says after we gave the book to Bani Israel, or after we revealed the book to people, then we made this book to be inherited by those servants of us who were chosen. That's the top. ثُمَّ أَوْرَثْنَا الْكِتَابَ الَّذِينَ اصْطَفَيْنَا مِنْ عِبَادِنَا. So the prophets inherit the book, the revelation. One prophet comes after another, the same book, because it's the same religion, it's the same book, it's the same thing. Books are not different. If we see difference in them now because they are distorted, the previous revelations are distorted. Otherwise they are one thing. Then, when this book is given as an inheritance to the prophets, then the people are divided into three groups. فَمِنْهُمْ ظَالِمٌ لِنَفْسِهِ. Some of these people wrong themselves. After we give them the revelation, فَمِنْهُمْ ظَالِمٌ لِنَفْسِهِ وَمِنْهُمْ مُقْتَصِدٌ. Some of them act moderately. طَالِبٌ بَصِيرٌ رَجَعٌ. They act moderately. They are not very hardworking, although they desire, they want to have the closeness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but they don't work for it hard. وَمِنْهُمْ مُقْتَصِدٌ وَمِنْهُمْ سَابِقٌ بِالْخَيْرَاتِ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ ذَلِكَ هُوَ الْفَضْلُ الْمُبِينُ. Some of them are those who go ahead of others, precede everyone in khairat, in doing good. And these are, of course, awliya Allah. They go ahead of others. ذَلِكَ هُوَ الْفَضْلُ الْمُبِينُ. This is a great, great grace from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Very clear grace given to some people. Of course, this grace is attracted by our own self. This is one. So, Amir al-Mu'minin says, do not... Now, you have to put this khutbah in the context. This is very important. As I mentioned, Ibn al-Hadith says that this khutbah is completely about Imam. So you have to look at it in this way. Now, here Amir al-Mu'minin says, some of you think that you have high position, you are from this clan or that clan, you are Arab, some of you are Mawla, some of you are masters. Put aside all this. The categorization that I will look at you, the only way that I will look at you is the way that God will look at you. Not in any other way. And do not, if anyone wants to think otherwise, they will get disappointed. As some of the companions had become disappointed. Well, they did become disappointed after Amir al-Mu'minin actually expressed his policy. So, how I look at you is like this. Like the Quran looks at you. Just like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala looks at you. صَاعٍ سَرِيءٌ نَجَى وَطَالِبٌ بَطِيءٌ رَجَى وَمُقَصِّرٌ فِي النَّارِ. This is the first. Second thing, my path and my policy in moderation is going through the middle path, which is the path of religion. I am against extremism. Whether extremism to the right or extremism to the left. As I said, if you don't put all this khutbah in that context, you lose the meaning. So it is al-yaminu wa-shimalu madallah. Going right or left is to lose the way. وَالطَّرِيقُ الْوُسْطَى هِيَ الْجَادَّةِ. And the middle path is the path which is the leading path. So, do not do not expect from me to act in extreme ways. I am going to go middle way. Now, you might say, isn't what Amirul Mu'mineen mentioning in the whole khutbah extremism? He says that I don't regard any of your illusionary type of ranking that you have created for yourself to be correct. So I don't consider them. I'm just going to look at like this. Well, of course, you could look at people like this in an extreme way, and you could look at them like this, have this categorization in a very moderate way. What Amir al-Mu'min is mentioning here, that my policies are going to be moderation. I'm not for extremism. So, whether extremism towards left, and if people come to me and say you have to confiscate all the wealth of these people, for example, or extremism to the right, that leave these people because they have their wealth, they have their property, we get taken from them, those unlawful property, they are going to be against you. I'm not going to act in these two extreme ways. So, al-yaminu wa-shimalu madallah wa-tariqu al-wusta hiya al-jad. Now then he explains, this is what the book of God actually expects from us. عَلَيْهَا بَاقِ الْكِتَابِ وَآثَارُ النُّبُوَّةِ. The everlasting book. This is Al-Kitab al-Baqi actually. The everlasting book is based on this moderation. Going to the middle path. وَآثَارُ النُّبُوَّةِ. If you go back to the Sunnah of the Prophet, you would see that Prophet actually acted on moderation. So, Bāq al-Kitāb wa Āthār al-Nubuwwah is all based on this Tariq al-Wusta, the middle path. وَمِنْهَا مَنْفَذُ السُّنَّةِ. The Sunnah of the Prophet had spread through this moderation that he had. وَإِلَيْهَا مَسِيرُ الْآخِرَةِ. If you want akhirah, if you want the good ending of your life, again, it would be through moderation, not through excess. Then, he again goes to the path. حَلَكَ مَنِ ادَّعَى وَخَابَ مَنِ افْتَرَى. Those who claim wrong claims, they perish. Now again, Ibn Abdul Hadid, I don't know why he's very keen to mention that he is actually Amir al-Mu'minin criticizing the Khulafa before himself. Although Ibn Abdul Hadid is a Sunni, but he is very keen to mention that he is criticizing the Khulafa, that they claim what did not belong to them, and therefore they perish. Halaka man idda'a, whoever claims Imamah. Now, he could put it in this way, that after I am given the pledge of allegiance, if you don't want to say that this is just an allusion to what went before, he who claims Khilafah, now that I am given the pledge of allegiance, they will be destroyed and perish. And it might be an allusion to Talha and Zubayr as well. As we mentioned about Talha and Zubayr, of course they claimed that they were caliphs. And of course all the fuel for it came from Muawiyah. I mentioned before that Muawiyah wrote a letter to Talha saying that you are the rightful caliph, and I am taking the place of people for you. And at the same time wrote another letter to Zubayr saying exactly the same thing, instigating them to go against Amir al-Mu'minin. So it might be in this way that Amir al-Mu'minin says that I'm not going to tolerate discourse now that things have come in order. حَلَكَ مَنِ ادَّعَى وَخَابَ مَنِ افْتَرَى. And whoever makes wrong slanders, then they are going to be disappointed. مَنْ أَبْدَى صَفْحَتَهُ لِلْحَقِّ حَلَقَ. Whoever brings their face against haqq, they will perish. وَكَفَى بِالْمَرْءِ جَهْلًا أَلَّا يَعْرِفَ قَدْرَهُ. And it is a sufficient ignorance for a person not to know what is their position and their measure. You can just very abstractly take these sentences. I mean, you can just take this sentence, كَفَى بِالْمَرْءِ جَهْلًا أَلَّا يَعْرِفَ قَدْرَهُ. That it's a very ignorant for someone who doesn't know their position, and say, okay, generally for every human being, this is the case. And that's true. But of course we are talking in the context of a khutbah which has been addressed politically after the Pledge of Allegiance was given to Amir al-Mu'minin alayhi salam. So certainly he's talking about people who are not knowing their position, where they stand after Amir al-Mu'minin has taken power. And he says, it is an enough ignorance for you if you do like this, if you act like this. And then he mentions, if you have taqwa, do not worry about anything. لا يحلق على التقوى سنخ أصل. Sench and asl both mean origin and root. So they are added to each other just to reinforce the expression. So a root, an origin, which sips from taqwa, which is watered with taqwa, is never going to perish. So if you have taqwa, do not worry about anything. And of course we have this concept of taqwa mentioned in the Quran in the same vein. Muttaqeen al-aqibatu wal-aqibatu lil-muttaqeen. The ending, the good ending is for muttaqeen. The same thing. لا يحلق على التقوى سنخ أصل. There's a very interesting hadith in Misbah al-Sharia about taqwa, which I would like to mention it here, because when we talk about taqwa generally, but we have to know that taqwa has different types and different degrees. This hadith, which is reported in Misbah al-Sharia, which is a book attributed to Imam Ja'far alayhi salam, he says that taqwa ala ثلاثة أوجه. Taqwa has three faces. One is taqwa billah. Now taqwa billah means that the taqwa which cannot be attained except by the help of God. It's impossible for a person to attain this taqwa except by the help of God. And this is tarkul khilaf, fadlan and shubha. And this is to abandon whatever disagrees in the heart with the love of God. Whatever. Not even, he is not mentioning haram, not mentioning shubha, the confused things, that you don't know whether they are haram or not. Whatever comes in the heart, which is somehow interfering with the love of heart for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is forbidden for this type of taqwa. And he says, of course, وَهُوَ تَقْوَى خَاص الْخَاص. This is the taqwa of the elect, of the chosen, of the elite of the chosen ones. Not everyone can have this taqwa. This is attained only by the help of Allah. The second type of taqwa is وَتَقْوَى مِنَ اللَّهِ And taqwa appears from God himself. That's from the position of God. From the way we see the position of God and ourselves and compare ourselves with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, our position as a servant, as a slave, as someone who's created by Him, and as someone who gives our blessings, His blessings to us. So, this is, as is mentioned in Surah Ar-Rahman, وَلِمَنْ خَافَ مَقَامَ رَبِّهِ. Whoever fears the position of the Lord, not punishment, position of the Lord. There are gardens, and then وَمِن دُونِهِمَا جَنَّةً, and below them are gardens. This is taqwa min Allah. And how it appears in action is وَهُوَ تَرْكُ الشُّبُهَاتِ فَضْلًا عَنِ الْحَرَامِ. This is to abandon whatever is shubha, is that you are not sure that they are haram, but your heart tells you that it's not good to do. This is shubha. Shubha is something that is not haram, but your heart tells you that it's not good to do. I mean, we go to some parties, for example, it's not haram, but your heart tells you it's not good for me to be here among you. This is shubha. Now, taqwa min Allah, clearing the position of the Lord, is tarku shubuhat, abandoning fadlan an al-haram, let alone being haram, of course. وَهُوَ taqwa al-khas. This is the taqwa of the elect, elite, or some chosen people. Not elite of the chosen people, the chosen. This is taqwa of awliya Allah. وَتَقْوَى مِنْ خَوْفِ النَّارِ وَالْعِقَابِ. The third category of taqwa, the lowest type of taqwa, is to fear the punishment of God, which is usually commonly found among people. وَهُوَ تَرْكُ الْحَرَامِ. And this taqwa is what would somehow spur people to abandon haram. Now, you see many Muslims that they even do not abandon haram at all, or in many cases. It means that they don't have taqwa at all. Those who have taqwa, they abandon haram. Now, abandoning haram is the lowest grade of taqwa. Then we have two other steps above it. And he says, وَهُوَ تَقْوَى الْعَقْلِ. Now, so these three grades of taqwa, regardless of which one a person would assume in their life, when he says anyone which has this taqwa and the roots of any person which is water, which is satiated by taqwa, they would not perish. And this is exactly the meaning of وَالْعَاقِبَةُ لِلْمُتَّقِينَ. The good ending is for muttaqin. لَا يَحْلِقُ عَلَى التَّقْوَى سَنْخُ أَصْلٍ وَلَا يَظْمَأُ عَلَيْهَا زَرْعُ قَوْمٍ. Another very beautiful expression. The harvest of no people would go thirsty with taqwa, if they have taqwa. Taqwa is a type of source which would satiate all fruits of life, outcomes of life. فَاسْتَتِرُوا فِي بُيُوتِكُمْ. Now, another reproaching or preaching. We don't know which one it is. We have to look into the context, as I said. First of all, stay in your house. Don't come out and make trouble. Because, well, by this we understand that it was a time of trouble. People were coming out, were shouting, were trying to make riots and demonstrations. So Amir al-Mu'min says, "Astaghfiru fi buyutikum." Hide in your house. Do not try to make trouble, because I'm not going to allow this. وَأَصْلِحُوا ذَاتَ بَيْنِكُمْ. And the troubles that you had among yourselves. Of course, some of you have come and fought against some others. Try to remedy all the injuries, to cure all the injuries, and try to make peace with yourself. وَالتَّوْبَةُ مِنْ وَرَائِكُمْ. Of course, anyone who had done wrong before, Tawbah is waiting for them. The Tawbah is accepted. It's not the case that anyone who has done something wrong, I'm going to punish them. No. Just repent and everything is right. I'm not going to make people, hold people responsible for what they did in the past. But Tawbah min wara'ikum. And now, after every revolution, after any such social drastic change, some people start to blame others, some people start to praise themselves. We were the ones who did this, you were the ones who did that. Imam Ali said, وَلَا يَحْمَدُ حَامِدٌ إِلَّا رَبَّهُ. No one will praise anyone but their Lord. Anyone who has done something, who has come here from far away distances, has helped the situation to calm down or whatever, do not try to say it was me, it was us. Just praise your Lord. Because these are the things which would create trouble, of course. وَلَا يَحْمَدُ حَامِدٌ إِلَّا رَبَّهُ. No one should praise but their Lord. وَلَا يَلُمُ دَائِمٌ إِلَّا نَفْسَهُ. And no one should blame but themselves. Of course, not themselves, because many of these people were not blameworthy. But no one should blame but their evil self, because everyone has an evil self which is blameworthy. And if you want to blame each other, again, these troubles and fightings are not going to end. So try to overlook all these things, neglect all these things, and just, if you want to blame, go to yourself, make reform yourself, in your souls, and blame the evil self which is inside every human body, and try to somehow rectify your own personality rather than blaming others. Well, this was the end of this khutbah. It was a really beautiful khutbah. I mean, this is one of the most beautiful khutbahs put in the historical context of it. I mean, you can really insert lots and lots of information from this khutbah about the situation, about the context in which it was addressed. وَصَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَى مُحَمَّدٍ وَآلِهِ وَصَحْبِهِ.
Shaykh, very shortly, just two small questions. You say that Shaykh Muhammad decided not to mention a few parts of the and other people carried on with that. Why, when Imam Ali thought it was good to mention? I mean, surely if Imam said this is a good thing to mention, or if we try to mention it, or we need to say, or maybe not?
Because the context of the khutbah was lost, and therefore it was probably not, maybe Sharif al-Razi, so it's not proper to take these things out of the time context, the contextual type of frame, and mentioned after, say, for example, 3-4 centuries, in an atmosphere which, of course, lots of animosity could have been created by that. However, there is another reason for that, as I mentioned. Sayyid al-Razi in Nahjul Balagha was looking for the most eloquent version of the khutbah. And what I think, he actually took this eloquence as a proof of authenticity of the khutbah. And therefore, those parts which were not authentic, he never mentioned. Maybe he thought that these are just type of quotation from the part of Rawi, the part of the reporter, and that's why he did not mention it.
And on another point, before you started giving these we all Muslims already, and frankly, speaking for myself, it washed over us. The language is too high. And Imam Ali was speaking to ordinary people. We assumed that they understood everything he said. Was the language really too high for them?
The language is very clear. Of course, now, after 1400 years, and especially by the translations which are somehow not very eloquent translations. It's difficult to understand them. And mostly we have to understand the context to understand the real meaning of the expression. Although they are very, very eloquent and beautiful, but they are very clear. You can, in Farsi language, you can compare this language with Sa'di's language. Sa'di is a very, very clear speaker, clear writer. It's very easy to understand him, but it's very difficult to imitate him. No one can imitate the style. Although everyone, when they read it, they say, well, this is a very easy language. It's very beautifully put together. So, many of these khutbahs are like that. Although they are very clear, no one can imitate. It's very difficult in terms of eloquence.
Why would Muawiyah assume Zubair and Talha would talk to each other?
No, because he had wrote to them to not speak about this to anyone. But he was cleverer than that. He had written to them that you will spoil things if you speak about this to anyone. So, Zubair was thinking that he's using Talha for his cause, and Talha was thinking that he's using Zubair for his cause. And both were thinking that they were using Muawiyah for their cause, not knowing that Muawiyah is using both of them for his own cause.
The similar sort of thing that you mentioned that Imam Ali coming to the Khilafah after Osman was something like a revolution. Nobody expected that he would come. Is there any sort of evidence or any reports that they were planning at the time of Osman or towards the end of the time of Osman, they were planning to put somebody else in place, like the previous Khilafah they had planned after him, so and so after him, and so on. Were there any plans that they had in mind?
Well, I don't think Osman was thinking that his Khilafah was coming to an end to think about these issues. The only thing which was happening was the reinforcement of Banu Umayyah's rule from all aspects. All the rulers were gradually being removed and were replaced by rulers from Banu Umayyah, by Amirs from Banu Umayyah being sent and dispatched to different places. And since there was this deepening of the grasp of Banu Umayyah's power, no one would have thought they would be removed. They could be removed. And secondly, of course, Osman never had come to that point where he would have decided, okay, what to do next? Who should be appointed? How they should be appointed? The whole issue was so quick, and the type of removal of the power of Osman was so unexpected that it took everyone by surprise. So I don't think I haven't read anywhere that there was any plan of how the next caliph should be appointed and who should be that caliph. I don't think so.
There's a question about the first few Khulafa. Is it allowed to send letters on them, given that we know they disobeyed the Prophet and all the suffering they caused in every day?
Well, I just didn't hear that question.
I'll repeat.
Okay?
Can you explain more the word perish? What do you mean?
Perish means they go into into the everlasting tradition in that sense. I don't know what's the point of
everlasting tradition means the everlasting in heaven.
Yeah.
Those who oppose
those who oppose and claim something which it does belong to. And it might have a type of this worldly meaning as well. They will be destroyed in this world. It might have that as well, that meaning.
Secondly, when Imam Ali warned people not to come out and make problems which they endured, did he help organize police force or army? Who was going to be?
Well, certainly you can imagine, I mean, in times where these things happen, I mean, it is the most difficult time to keep the order in the society. And however, it was just like a revolution, and everyone in charge was somehow against Ali. And now these people had come from far away, distant lands. They had removed the Caliph and they had paid allegiance to Ali. It was very difficult, actually. And how, of course, Ali managed to keep the order. Some details are written in some books like Al-Gharat or more detailed books about how Amir al-Mu'minin came to Khilafah and what happened after that. But the small details are really lost. You can imagine it would have been a very, very difficult time to keep the order in the society. Especially if you consider that usually there was not that very organized police force or organized army. It were tribes who decided the power and the power balance of society. So it needs a real research, I think, to find out how all these things happen.
One more from my side. That we know that during the reign of three Khulafas, there were certain things which were introduced in the Ibadah. When Imam Ali had a period of 4 years at least, because we know there are still some practices going on, did you not get a chance, or did you not try to get rid of those which were introduced, which we call them bid'ah?
He had bigger issues to deal with first, and he needed the help of the majority of the people. And of course, majority of the people, they all believed in these things. So Amir al-Mu'minin never wanted to oppose them in these trivial issues and lose the main objective. I mean, there was a type of classification of problems. I mean, if you can imagine, there was bigger problems, bigger issues that had to be addressed, and then these lesser issues. And if someone wants to suddenly jump into these lesser issues, then the whole aim is lost. Therefore, I don't think he never wanted to somehow involve himself into these trivial quarrels. And there are some reports, I don't know how authentic they are, historical reports anyhow, that he wanted to somehow stop Taraweeh at the time, but there was so much uproar that he decided just to leave it as it is. Okay.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. We were talking about sermon number 17, and in this sermon Amir al-Mu'minin described two groups of scholars. One was a group who were people of knowledge of theology and concepts, and they were of course misguided and misguiding others. And the other group were people who had lots of knowledge of traditions and were people of juristic knowledge. However, that was not a knowledge, but it was just ignorance collected by them from here and there. So the sermon began, إِنَّ أَبْغَضَ الْخَلَائِقِ إِلَى اللَّهِ رَجُلَانِ. The most hated people before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are two groups of people. So the first group we described. The second group also we started describing وَرَجُلٌ قَمَشَ جَهْلًا, a person who had picked up from here and there some ignorance, thinking that is knowledge. And then he sits in a position of a qadi, a judge among the people, pretending that he knows the law, that he knows the knowledge of judging among the people. So here is where we left our last discussion about the khutbah. جَلَسَ بَيْنَ النَّاسِ قَاضِيًا ضَامِنًا لِتَلْخِيصِ مَا الْتَبَسَ عَلَى غَيْرِهِ. He sits among the people as a judge, and he guarantees that he's going to solve all the issues which has confused others, meaning that I have the knowledge to judge. While we know that knowledge of this type of knowledge is a very, very important, crucial, sensitive knowledge which deals with lives, property, rights of the people. So the person who sits in this position should be really knowledgeable, not thinking that he has the knowledge. فإن نزلت به إحدى المبهمات هيأ لها حشوا رثا من رأيه. If an ambiguous problem is presented before them, إن نزلت به إحدى المبهمات, he has prepared for it, or he prepares for it, abundant material of useless opinion of himself. هيأ لها حشوا رثا من رأيه. Shabby type of argument from his own opinion he has. So hashw is when you put forward something in abundance. We had a group in the history of tradition of theology, kalam, who were called hashwiya. Hashwiya were the people who, for every concept, they provided lots of hadith and tradition without really understanding what those traditions meant and said. So it's not important to provide lots of argument or lots of tradition for every instance. What is important is to have an understanding of them. So this is why Amir al-Mu'mineen said they have prepared for every instance hashwan, an abundant material of hadith and their own opinions. Here it says min ra'yah, from their own opinions. And as I said last week, apparently this issue of contest between people who use their opinion, their ra'i, and people who were sticking to the sunnah of the Prophet was completely apparent at that time even. And of course we know that Amirul Mu'mineen and Ahlul Bayt were the real Ahlul Sunnah. They were people who were sticking to the sunnah of the Prophet, not permitting ra'i and opinion in issues regarding to juristic issues. So he prepares lots of opinion, shabby arguments about that issue. ثم قطع به. Then by his arguing these issues himself, he thinks that he comes to certainty about it, and then he issues his ruling, his judgments among the people. Then Amir al-Mu'mineen describes this judge or this person who claims to have knowledge as فهو من لبس الشبهات
في مثل نسج العنكبوت لا يدري أصاب أم أخطأ فإن أصاب خاف أن يكون قد أخطأ وإن أخطأ رجا أن يكون قد أصاب. In covering up the issues and making confusion, or in being entangled in confusion by putting forward so many opinions about every issue, he's just like if some spider which weaves a web around itself. So في مثل نسج العنكبوت, like the weaving of the spider web. He's like that. First of all, any opinion he puts forward, he doesn't know whether this is right or wrong. It's just a conjecture. لا يدري أصاب أم أخطأ. If by chance he is right, he is always fearful that it might have been wrong. And if it is wrong, which happens in most cases, he hopes that by chance it will be right. Well, the whole description is that this person really doesn't know. He just puts forward his own opinions about every case and wants to judge among the people. جاهل خباط جهالات. He is ignorant and making lots of mistakes in his ignorance. آش ركاب أشوات. And he is blind, carrying on in blindness, riding every type of carriage which aimlessly takes him here and there. لم يعد على العلم بدرس قاطع. This is a very beautiful metaphor he has used here, Amir al-Mu'mineen. He has not bit on knowledge with a firm tooth. And it is a very, very beautiful expression. Also, he might have chewed some knowledge and has gained some taste of it, but he never has firmly bit on any real knowledge. لم يعد على العلم بدرس قاطع. يذر الروايات ذرو الريح الحشيم. He scatters traditions from the prophets here and there, like the wind scattering the dry leaves. He scatters the riwayat. Now, what all these tell us is that, first of all, now Amir al-Mu'mineen is sitting in a place where he is going to appoint judges as a caliph. And first of all, a chief judge, and that chief judge is going to appoint many judges. And before him, many judges were appointed actually. And those judges, most of them, were of this type that Amir al-Mu'mineen mentions here. So he is going to have a very difficult task replacing those judges with some new type of judge who had that knowledge. And of course, when you come to administration and you want to manage a country, even if you are Amir al-Mu'mineen, you find difficulty finding right people all the time. I mean, how many knowledgeable people do you think were living at that time, at the time of Amir al-Mu'mineen, the type that he is looking after, that could actually be appointed as judges in the true sense? Well, not many. So he had to use the same judges again, of course. And that would have put him in a very difficult position. And that's why he's giving all these descriptions, so that the judges that he had available at his disposal would somehow think and ponder and use their understanding in keeping away from using opinion all the time, learning a bit about the Quran, about understanding the traditions, not just scattering traditions here and there. And well, certainly if you want to go and make an Islamic state, you will find all those difficulties around yourself. You want a good judiciary, knowledgeable judges, but where to find it? And then you have to use mediocre judges, and then everyone says, is this Islamic? This is not Islamic regime, you have to change everything, why these judges are there? Well, where are good judges? You show us and we're going to use it. We are going to use it. And the same thing about Amirul Mu'minin. Even the rulers that he appointed here, and the Amirs, were just many of them ordinary Amirs, of course. Because, of course, you could not find for every city, or for every, of course, you could find for every state one very committed person, but not for every city. And that's why usually the good intention, the good knowledge and good quality of the leader would not go down to the hierarchy of administration. And therefore there's always an ongoing effort to create a good administration through a process of time. So now then he continued, La mali'un wallahi bi islar ma warada alayh. I swear by God that these judges are not capable of going out of what has been presented to them, out of the entanglement of the problem. وَلَا أَحْلٌ لِمَا قُرِّذَ بِهِ. And they are not fit for the position that they have been given. لا يحسب العلم في شيء مما أنكره. One other thing, since their knowledge is very limited, they think this is the whole knowledge. And if anyone speaks something beyond what they know, they think that they don't know anything. They are very quick to reject whatever they don't know. So they don't regard anything to be knowledge beyond what they know. وَلَا يَرَى أَنَّ مِنْ وَرَاءِ مَا بَلَغَ مَذْهَبًا لِغَيْرِهِ. I never think that someone else might have more knowledge than them. وَإِنْ أَظْلَمَ عَلَيْهِ أَمْرٌ اكتسم به لما يعلم من جهل نفسه. If a problem is put to him and he doesn't know it, he just conceals it. He doesn't say that I don't know. I don't know. Because of course he knows that he doesn't know it, he doesn't want to discuss it, he doesn't want to reveal his ignorance. And therefore, because of all these qualities, تصرخ من جور قضائه الدماء. Lost lives, lost bloods are crying against his unjust verdicts because he doesn't know. But all these are on the assumption that he has good intention. Of course, if he doesn't have good intention, that's a different issue. All is on the assumption that he has a good intention, but of course he is not capable of this position, and therefore, despite his good intention, the lost lives, blood of people are crying against his unjust ruling. وَتَعَجُّوا مِنْهُ الْمَوَارِيثِ. And the property, inheritance about which he is going to judge, are grumbling against him. إِلَى اللَّهِ أَشْكُو مِن مَعْشَرٍ يَعِيشُونَ جُحَالًا وَيَمُوتُونَ ضُلَّالًا. I complain to Allah. Of course, to whom he can complain? He couldn't because there was no one above him. He should have appointed many people like these people. So I just complain to Allah from a group of people who live ignorant and die with misguidance. لَيْسَ فِيهِمْ سِلْعَةٌ أَبْوَرُ مِنَ الْكِتَابِ إِذَا تُلِيَ حَقَّ تِلَاوَتِهِ. For them nothing is more worthless than Quran if it's recited the way it should be recited. If you go into the deep knowledge of the Quran, exact meaning of the Quran, they don't care about it. They don't want to care about it because they don't have knowledge of it. So nothing is more worthless for them than the book, if it is read the way it should be read, the way it deserves to be read. وَلَا سَلْعَةٌ أَنْفَقُ بَيْعًا وَلَا أَغْلَى ثَمَنًا مِنَ الْكِتَابِ إِذَا خُرِّفَ عَنْ مَوَاضِعِهِ. Now, the same book would become very valuable for them. In fact, nothing is more valuable for them than the book if its verses are removed from their places and are given a wrong spin and interpretation. وَلَا عِنْدَهُمْ أَنْكَرُوا مِنَ الْمَعْرُوفِ, nor anything more vicious is in their eyes than virtue. وَلَا أَعْرَفُ مِنَ الْمُنْكَرِ, and nor anything would be more virtuous in their eyes than vice. Of course, it's a very graphic description of some of the judges who were appointed at his time. Well, it's a very abstract description, but it gives the impression that at his time some judges were appointed who had this type of qualities, or they lacked the true qualities of a judge. And the final sentence, of course, is the final couple of sentences are very strong. That for them, virtue is like vice, and vice is like virtue, because of their ignorance. And this is very important. The ignorance has placed them here. Now, this is, if you match this with the next sermon, which again talks about rulings, religious rulings, Sharia rulings, at his own time, and the way he categorizes people, would give us a type of more or less clear understanding of what was going on in terms of judicial system and in terms of jurisprudence in the time of Amirul Mu'minin. Usually we think that until that time there was no jurisprudence at all. It was just traditions of the Prophet going around orally, because of course it was forbidden to write it down, so orally going around and people were just acting according to the traditions of the Prophet. Whereas it wouldn't have been possible. You can't expect that to happen in an administration. Certainly there was an administration in place. Certainly there was a judicial system. And certainly there was a system for understanding or creating the law. And of course that law was based on the Quran and on the Sunnah of the Prophet. Nevertheless, there were people who had to decide about what they understood from the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet at that time. Even at that time, at the time of Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam. I mean, this is about 30 years after the Prophet, peace be on him. Now, even if you want to understand the text which is about 30 years before you, you are in trouble. You come with lots of differences of opinion about it. And that is why the Shia always say there should be someone who has the final say, who has the real authority on the book and on the Sunnah of the Prophet. In fact, the whole concept of imamah is for safeguarding the Sunnah of the Prophet. Usually we think that Sunnis are those who go and stick to the Sunnah of the Prophet, and Shias are those who go and stick to their imams in place of the Sunnah of the Prophet. And certainly this is a completely wrong type of picture of the situation. What the Shia say is that if we want the Quran to be understood correctly, if you want the Sunnah of the Prophet to be preserved and understood correctly, you need some sort of immaculate authority to tell you that what is the right interpretation and what is the right meaning of a verse from the Quran or a tradition from the Prophet. And in this way the Sunnah of the Prophet is preserved. And therefore when you go to the traditions of A'immah alayhim salam, all the time what they are emphasizing is that you have to stick very closely to the Sunnah of the Prophet. And even if they disagree with qiyas, juristic analogy, against people who, of course, very well established at the time of Imam Sadiq as Ahlul Ra'i, you will see the whole argument was about the Sunnah of the Prophet. In this way we are going to lose the Sunnah of the Prophet. Now here Amirul Mu'minin talks about again, people who were called Ahlul Ra'i, the people of opinion. And why people of opinion? Because, of course, we were entangled, Muslims were entangled at the beginning with a very serious problem. And that problem was, Islam expanded very rapidly. In fact, it couldn't catch up with the cultural expansion. It went, the territorial expansion went very fast, that the cultural expansion could not follow. So they were faced with many cultures, with many new questions. The amount of wealth coming in, booties of war, and haraj and other things, was creating a new economy for which there was, which created lots of questions in itself, and for which no answers were prepared. And therefore, you would see that people could not find rulings about everything with which they were faced in the Quran or in the Sunnah. And therefore they said, okay, what should we do? So we have to create an opinion which is closest to the Quran and to the Sunnah of the Prophet. And this was later on developed into the system of qiyas, which of course is used by more or less to different degrees by all Sunni schools of jurisprudence, by all 4 Sunni schools of jurisprudence. The idea was, of course, very impelling in the way that we have come by new questions, we are faced by new questions, the answers of which we cannot find in the book and in the Sunnah. You shouldn't think that this is a new problem, because you usually think that this is a new problem in the new modernized society. No, it was exactly the same thing. And the center for all these discussions, of course, was Kufa, which was the point of conjunction of different cultures, soldiers coming from all places, all different areas of Islamic territory, very big Islamic territory at that time, camping in Kufa and in Basra. And then, of course, you will find all these different cultures having different questions, and therefore the jurists of Kufa were completely different from the jurists of Medina. In Medina, you have Malik ibn Anas, you have jurists of Medina who were very strictly following the traditions of the Prophet, and they said, we don't need anything else, we don't need opinion. They were people of tradition, more or less, although later on, of course, the Malikis as well, they used qiyas due to exigencies of the time. However, in Kufa, right from the beginning, you see that Rabi'atul Rai and Abu Hanifa, they used this qiyas very freely for several reasons. First of all, they were not in Medina, the traditions of the Prophet had not reached them as reliably as it should. And Abu Hanifa himself, he did not rely on many traditions. It is said that Abu Hanifa only relied on 17 hadith from the Prophet and regarded all others as dubious. He said, we don't know whether they are reliable or not. So he had to use other sources, and that was, of course, qiyas, a systematic type of opinion, creation of opinion. So using this type of method of putting in reason, which is the source of opinion, of course, into understanding the Sharia, was something which Muslims faced right from the beginning. And interestingly now, or ironically, the people who opposed this to save the Sunnah of the Prophet were A'imma, alayhimus salam. Categorically they opposed the use of opinion. Now, the question was, if you don't use opinion, then how you want to find out rulings for new issues? And the answer was, well, you do not read the Quran well, and you do not read the traditions well. If you read them well, if you understand them well, if you have someone on whom you could rely, then you find answers for all these questions. Now here Amirul Mu'mineen is expanding on this issue, elaborating on this issue, and is very harshly condemning this type of use of opinion. And the reason is self-contained in the statement of Amirul Mu'mineen here. So the title that Sharif al-Razi gives to this khutbah is في ذم اختلاف العلماء في الفتية, condemning the disagreement of ulama in their fatwa. Now, of course, it comes against us as well, isn't it? That our ulama also disagree in their fatwas. So, what should we do? Now, there's one difference here, and that is you might have differences of understanding the text, and therefore the result will be difference of opinion, of fatwa. However, sometimes it's not differences of disagreement in understanding. It is disagreement in just an opinion put forward for a fatwa. Not resorting to the book, not resorting to the tradition, because you say you can't find it there. So you use your own opinion, and then you, of course, disagree, because you can have as many opinions as number of the people that you have, if you allow this. And this is why actually the use of qiyas was stopped at the time, and it was restricted to the four schools. I mean, the jurisprudence in Sunni world was restricted to four schools, which was a good thing. And that was actually putting a stop on using the qiyas. And all other mujtahidun afterwards, later on, they had to rely on the qiyas of Abu Hanifa, or on the qiyas of Shafi'i, or on the qiyas of Malik, not using their own qiyas, of course. It was good. They found that there was something problematic there. Otherwise, you could have as many other schools of jurisprudence, as many jurists that you would have. So, وَفِيهِ يَذُمُّ أَهْلَ الرَّأْيِ. In this khutbah, he disparages the people who used opinions in juristic issues. وَيَكْلُ أَمْرَ الْحُكْمِ فِي أُمُورِ الدِّينِ لِلْقُرْآنِ. And he, in this argument, he puts the ultimate ruling in juristic issues for the Quran. He says that everything should be referred to the Quran, and Quran you have to understand it. Everything is there. The only issue is that you don't understand it. Now, I was looking into the commentary of Ibn Abi al-Hadith, because it was very interesting for me to find out what does he say, because he is certainly a Sunni scholar. He should believe in qiyas, and categorically the khutbah rejects qiyas. Of course, the term qiyas was not used at the time of Amir al-Mu'minin. It was used later on, and then at the time of Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq, it came to be organized very systematically, and Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq rejected it. And you see this line coming from Amir al-Mu'minin down to all A'immah. The same type of argument was put against this type of practice. So, although you don't find the word qiyas here, but you would see that the issue, the origin of the issue, is addressed here. ترد على أحدهم القضية في حكم من الأحكام فيحكم فيها برأيه. When a problem is put before any one of them, sorry, I lost the code of my discussion. I was saying that I was interested to see what Ibn Abi al-Hadith says about the khutbah, the rejection of the qiyas. He says that our companions, of course, the companions of the Mu'tazila, they think that this khutbah could not be true. Amir al-Mu'mineen could not have been against the qiyas. But he himself doesn't pass a ruling, because at the beginning of Nahjul Balagha, he himself says that no one can doubt any khutbah in Nahjul Balagha not to be from Amir al-Mu'mineen because of the style. So he himself keeps quiet. He said, just our companions say that this cannot be true, because Amir al-Mu'mineen could not have been against this practice. Otherwise, how could they practice it if someone like Ali was against it? So, تردوا على أحدهم القضية في حكم. A problem regarding a certain issue is put before one of them, one of these judges or one of these jurists. فيحكم فيها برأيه. He passes a judgment according to his own opinion. ثم ترد تلك القضية بعينها على غيره. And exactly the same case is put before one other jurist. فيحكم فيها بخلاف قوله. And he passes the ruling completely contrary to what the other jurist had passed the ruling about it. ثم يجتمع القضاة بذلك عند الإمام. Of course, it's not only two different jurists give different opinions, and then all of them come and are present before the Imam الذي استقضاهم, who has asked them to rule in this case. فيصوب آراءهم جميعا. And he says, all of you are right. Now, of course, this is alluding to another very, very crucial and important basis and pillar of Sunni jurisprudence. And that is that كل مجتهد مصيب. Every mujtahid is right. And the reason is that the mujtahid had used his opinion, his efforts, to find out the ruling of God. If he makes the mistake, what is his fault? Now, Amir al-Mu'mineen said his fault is ignorance, of course. So he shouldn't have used his opinion in this. Now, the very, very important concept in the Sunni jurisprudence, which is, of course, dealt with in Shi'i books of jurisprudence and usul al-fiqh in great detail, is that is every mujtahid right or not? Now, the Sunni jurisprudence says yes, every mujtahid is right, because if it is the ruling, if the ruling is correct, he gets 2 rewards. If the ruling is incorrect, he gets 1 reward. And in many cases, they say there is no ruling for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The ruling comes from the mujtahid. So every mujtahid should be right, actually. So he says that they go to the Imam الذي استقضاهم, who has asked about their ruling. فيصوب آراءهم جميعا. And he approves of all those opinions. وإلههم واحد. And this is why their God is one. وَنَبِيُّهُمْ وَاحِدٌ. Their prophet is one. وَكِتَابُهُمْ وَاحِدٌ. Their book is one. أَفَأَمَرَهُمُ اللَّهُ سُبْحَانَهُ بِالْإِخْتِلَافِ فَأَطَعُوا. Had Allah ordered them to disagree and they are obeying Him? أَمْ نَهَاهُمْ عَنْهُ فَعَصَوْا. Or has He prohibited them to disagree and they are disobeying Him? And then, of course, he goes on to put forward other arguments against this issue, which is called tasweeb. It's a very well-known concept in jurisprudence. Tasweeb means that we give correctness to every opinion issued by a mujtahid. And this is why all these even polemical issues have come about. For example, they somehow purify all the companions by saying that, well, they were mujtahid. So if Muawiyah fought against Ali, Muawiyah was a mujtahid, Ali was a mujtahid. And they fought against each other. And you see where this would lead. If Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad killed Imam Hussein alayhi salam, he was a mujtahid, Imam Hussein was a mujtahid. And in this way, Amir al-Mu'mineen says, and this comes to the very position that some people have today, that yes, all of them were right. And Amir al-Mu'mineen says, how could it be that all of them are right? And all come with different opinions. and their book is one, their prophet is one, how could it be that, for example, how could a religion be so fluid that Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad could be right and Hussein ibn Ali could be right, Muawiyah could be right, Ali could be right? I mean, how could it be? And people kill each other and we say that both of them were right because they were mujtahid. And then it comes to these very type of dramatic consequences that we can see even in theology and in polemics of theology. So the rest of the argument we leave for next week, just to give some time for questions and answers. Inshallah. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa alayhi.
You mentioned that the caliber of the judges was such that it was not to the standard of Imam Ali, and he still had to use those judges. And when they judge on an issue, how would the victims or the person who was grieved by the judge, was there a mechanism whereby they could go to a superior judge?
Yeah, there was always an appeal. And the final appeal was the Caliph himself at all times. Of course, when I say we had to use the same judges, this is my guess. I mean, it is not conceivable that there were this caliber of judges at this number that Amir could appoint in all cities, for example. Probably, if Amir al-Mu'minin had the chance, he would have trained the judges of that caliber that he actually was satisfied with. As we know, these issues of state and administration always take lots of time. And these Western people have somehow spotted this point very cleverly. And as soon as you create a state which is independent, they know that this state cannot survive until it establishes itself and creates its own system of administration the way they want. And it takes 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. And so what they do, just right at the beginning, they say, okay, you are using the same people, for example, you are using the same methods. Where are your standards of human rights? Where are your standards of democracy? This is the same dictatorship. It's very clever type of tactic. And in this way, no disagreement could be made against those who have this power of propagating these issues. About Amir al-Mu'minin as well, we could imagine the same thing would have happened. Many of those Khawarij who were the extremists, so to speak, they demanded the same thing from Amir al-Mu'minin. Okay, where's the justice? Where's that Puritan type of faith that you were talking about? Why are you allowing, for example, the Salatul Tarawih to go on, for example? Why you do not stop this? Why you do not do that? All these things you could imagine could have come up very quickly against Amir al-Mu'minin. And different sections of society. One part, the extremists, the Khawarij, demanding Puritan type of life. The other part, of course, were the people who did have the know-how and the administrative type of caliber of people. They had their own type of problems with Amir al-Mu'minin. So always it's like that. It's always like that. I can feel it because I have lived with an administration in Iran which has tried to tackle all these issues. Not that I have been a part of it, but because I have followed every piece of news very closely. And I know how these things pose problems towards any person with very good intention, even very good knowledge of how to do the things. But the time which is needed for it is usually taken away from it. But alhamdulillah, I think Imam Khomeini has been much luckier than Amirul Mu'minin in the sense that he was given that time and Amirul Mu'minin was not given the time. Yeah.
You were talking about the situation in Iran after the revolution. But I can speak, I think, with equal emphasis on and equal truth about the situation in the city that I was born in India, Hyderabad, which was the only independent state in India after the entire India was colonized by the British. And we had a different system of law prevailing in Hyderabad. But because of human weaknesses and because of the corrupt nature of people in power, the judges who were appointed in the smaller, what would you call it? I don't know, villages and rural areas and the subsections of the larger state of Hyderabad were such incompetent people. And these people actually, some of them were from my family and they were from the elite of the Hyderabadi society. And because of nepotism and because one elite family favors another, and there were such idiots and there was such great injustices done to the entire population that it was beyond belief. You know, this was a state which was not, there was no upheaval. It was an independent state, and it had its own legal system. The British hadn't imposed it was slightly adjusted, changed slightly because of the overarching power of the British in India. But everything was in place, but because of the human element, these judges, we were only talking, my husband and myself the other day, how stupid some of these, how nasty some of these people were, how ignorant, and the whole community and the family really respected them as they were and gave them such status, even though they were really not at all capable to carry on the task for which they were earning such huge salaries.
Yeah.
It just happened anyway.
Yeah, anyway, all of us are human beings, and human beings have always these problems with them. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Just quickly, how would one become a judge in those days? Was there a course there to go to, or was there a book they used to refer, just like we have today?
Well, as far as I can get, there should have been a system, certainly. But as far as the history would tell us, is that usually people with knowledge of the Quran and tradition, who could analyze issues and infer a ruling from that, were appointed as judges. And these people did not go to a type of madrasa or anything, or a school of judges. They were somehow well known by the foreign knowledge. And in fact, as far as history tells us, it might not be right. I mean, our understanding might not be right. It was an individual type of effort rather than a type of established systematic production of knowledgeable people in every field. And therefore, when a person became knowledgeable and had certain qualities like commitment, like adala and taqwa, they were appointed as judges usually. It's good.
I want to ask a question that since the occultation of the Imam, we've been in a situation where the world has progressed and Islam has progressed, both in terms of geographical movement and of course modernization and things like that. So currently in the UK and Europe, there seems to be an opinion going around that Islam in the Western society and in this context would not be the same Islam as the Islam in the time of the Holy Prophet in the Arabian Peninsula at that time. And so what needs to happen is a process of going back to the Quran and the Sunnah and reinterpreting it all to come up with a new Islam for this era and this place. And additionally with that is that there are no sort of mujtahids that come from these areas at the moment. When I say mujtahid, I mean in terms of marja, people that could give these opinions. So a proposed solution has been to get if you have an issue, then you have a sort of discussion process whereby all the people are sincerely discussing in order to find the ruling, and through that discussion process any illegitimate opinion would be filtered out until you reach a consensus opinion on a certain issue. I assume that these people that do this kind of thing would have knowledge of Arabic, but might not be mujtahideen in the way that we classify them nowadays, the 13 years in or in an Islamic seminary. What's your opinion on this? Is this the same kind of thing that we're talking about here? And the other thing that they say is that because there is no Imam, we have the freedom, if you like, to do this. And if we're wrong, then at least we've tried our best in the absence of the Imam and in the absence of any sort of alternative. Because to start producing marja from the West will take maybe 100 years or something like this. So, what's your opinion on this?
Well, it is right and it is wrong. I mean, all these issues have a point in it. I mean, why these opinions come up? Because there's a point there which would cause the creation of some problem, and then these points come up. It's right that, of course, you cannot live like the time of the Prophet, and the very clear reason for it that you do not live like the time of the Prophet, do you? I mean, very clearly you do not live in a society with a closed type of economy, living on a type of industry which is not developed at all. Then, of course, you do not travel by the same means as they were traveling. You do not eat the same food. I mean, many issues. And some people, of course, have taken the Sunnah of the Prophet wrongly, trying to imitate the Prophet in these issues. And for example, they say the way the Prophet dressed himself, we have to dress the same way. The way the Prophet ate, for example. But of course, these are very trivial issues. They don't say, for example, we have to travel the way the Prophet traveled, isn't it? They do not travel on camels. I mean, it's a confusing issue. I mean, they want to imitate the Sunnah of the Prophet in the wrong way, but of course they cannot do it the way it was done at the time of the Prophet. Otherwise, they never should ride an aeroplane, or they never should use a computer, something like this. I mean, if you want to strictly go according to the Sunnah in this sense of the word, you have to be like Ahmad ibn Hanbal. You shouldn't ever eat watermelon, because he said, I haven't found that Prophet ate watermelon, and I don't want to somehow disobey his Sunnah. So this is a wrong impression of Sunnah that we have. So we are not living like that. However, there are certain standards and certain rulings in the Quran which does not relate to these very, of course, apparent aspects of society, and have some bearings on our society and our life, and have become problematic. Now, what, for example, the issue of marriage and divorce, for example. The divorce should be in hands of men, and women have no right to divorce. In modern society, it causes problems. The issue of fasad, for example, it causes some problem. The issue of diyat, compensation, it creates some problems. And all these issues that I mentioned, I can recall what type of commotion it created after the revolution in Iran, when they wanted to implement every single of these rulings and make them part of law of the country. However, the whole point goes back to what Amirul Mu'minin said. You have to read the Quran correctly, not superficially. And this is what Imam Khomeini as well brought as a method of his own jurisprudence, saying that you have to read these things correctly to get the ruling which is fitting for the time. And he says if you read them correctly, you would find that a ruling is passed for a certain setting, and you are taking that ruling out of its context and you want to use it for another setting, which Allah has not ordained that. And therefore you need a new ruling for it. Which again, for that you have to go to basic values of the Quran to find that ruling. So it somehow revolutionized the whole system of ijtihad in the Shiite thought. But it doesn't somehow strike the mind of any jurist unless they are faced with problems of the society. And unfortunately, most of our jurists are not faced with those problems. It was, of course, Ayatollah Khomeini who was faced with huge problems of administration of the society. I mean, for example, we had a problem of Employment Act, the workers' rights, for example, after the revolution. Now, you know, according to the Islamic law, any contract which is made by the satisfaction and free will of the parties, both parties, should be approved, and no one can stop that contract. No government can stop that contract. So, if you are a worker and I am a factory owner, if you come happily to me and say, look, I work 12 hours a day for you, and you give me the same wage as others give to those workers who work for 8 hours, then who could stop this contract? I mean, legally, according to Sharia, this contract should be binding. And government cannot interfere in this contract. And then, is this the type of system which works in an industrial society? I mean, you have huge work power, manpower, which are workless, which are jobless, and you can exploit that very easily. You can employ workers to work for you 14 hours a day because they are desperate, and government cannot do anything about it. So, after the revolution, the Majlis, the Parliament, wanted to pass a law to somehow give government some right to supervise these contracts. So they wanted to bring an Employment Act that, of course, employment should be according to some rules, 8 hours a day, for example, the minimum wage. It's not just whatever the parties agree, there should be a minimum wage. All these are against the traditional jurisprudence, okay? Now, how they went about it, of course, it took several years to solve the problem. And certainly you would expect that many jurists come in and say, no, you should go according to Sharia. Now, the whole point of Imam Khomeini was that this is not Sharia. You are understanding it wrongly. You have to go again, you go back to the Quran, to the tradition, read it again, to find out that Sharia does not allow zulm and injustice. And therefore, at the beginning, what they said was that, okay, the government should provide these factories with water, electricity, energy. Okay, can come as a third party and say that I only supply energy to a factory provided you observe these rules with your workers, with your employees. And gradually it evolved, and of course it was all the full force of Imam Khomeini behind all these. Otherwise it wouldn't have happened. It was impossible for such things to happen in Iran. Yes, of course, although we have traditional Sharia, but that traditional Sharia should be brought into the new context and understood in the new light. So, it is right, but there should be a jurist who could do this, not an Orientalist who could come and say, well, look, this is how you have to do it in the modern world. It doesn't work like that. I mean, people never listen to an Orientalist or to an expert from SOAS University coming and telling them, this is the way you have to do it according to your own Sharia. It's not possible. The whole mindset of jurists should change, and it's not opinion, it's going back to the roots again and understanding everything in a new light.
I think one of the comments here as well is we have this idea that in Europe, in the modern, in Iran they have airplanes, mobile phones, and all the things. I mean, it's just as modern a society as you find over here. They don't have the same vices, and they're not any less modern. So we don't have to necessarily come to Europe to find out answers to modern values. There will up in a modern country who can give you the answers if you wish to listen.
Yeah. They even have uranium enrichment now.
Sorry, one very quick question. You said Abu Hanifa relied on 17 ahadith.
Yeah.
Can you give the source for that? Because I mean, if you went to a Sunni brother and told him that, I don't think he would agree with you because he would find that baffling.
It is a very well-known fact, actually. I again reread this in Ibn Abd al-Hadith, but I can bring several sources that Abu Hanifa did not rely on any ahadith because he said they are all new. In fact, he said we cannot rely on Khabar al-Wahid. This is all going back to the issue of whether we could rely on Khabar al-Wahid, on isolated one single hadith or not. And therefore Abu Hanifa said we don't have many mutawatir hadith and we can only rely on them. I'll bring you the sources, inshallah. Okay? Wa sallallahu ala Muhammad. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. We were discussing sermon number 18 في ضمن اختلاف العلماء والفتيا, and then the disagreement of ulama and disagreement of the fatwa of the ulama. And in this khutbah he also blames the people of opinion, so to speak, those who believe that the opinion of a jurist would make a decree of God. وَيَكْلُ أَمْرَ الْخُفِّ وَيُرْدِينَ لِلْقُرْآنِ, and he makes all issues with regards to religion and Sharia reliant on the Quran, that everything should go back to the Quran. Now, we did a part of this khutbah, I just repeat that part. He said that تَرِدُ عَلَى أَحَدِهِمُ الْقَضِيَّةِ فِي حُكْمٍ مِنَ الْأَحْكَامِ, in a ruling, a case is put before one of these jurists, one of these judges, and he issued a decree, a fatwa, according to his own opinion. And then the same case is put before another person, and that person issues a fatwa differing from the fatwa of the other Jews. And then different people make different views about it. Then all of them come to the Imam who has asked them for that ruling, and they talk about their views, very different views. فَيُصَوِّبُ آرَاءَهُمْ جَمِيعًا, and the Imam, the Caliph, he said that all of you are right. وَإِلَهُهُمْ وَاحِدٌ وَنَبِيُّهُمْ وَاحِدٌ وَكِتَابُهُمْ وَاحِدٌ, while their God is one, their prophet is one, their book is one, and I don't know why this has ended like this. The view about rulings of God has ended like this. Has Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ordered them to disagree and they are following him, or they have prohibited them from disagreement and they are disobeying him. Now then, of course, he carries on talking about the Quran. Now, before moving further, one issue should be mentioned here, explained. A few concepts should be explained here, which of course I just touched on them last session, but I want to expand on them now. When we are faced with a case, with a situation. Certainly, before doing anything, we want to know what's the ruling of Sharia about it. And the ruling of Sharia, where can we find the ruling of Sharia? We either have to go to the Quran, or we have to go to the tradition of the Prophet, to Sunnah of the Prophet. And then, of course, as the time passed on, this is not something applying here, but later on, as the time passed on, people would refer to ijma' of ulama, consensus of the ulama. Also, at the very beginning, there was an opinion that if we don't find the ruling for a situation or for a case from the Quran, from the Hadith, tradition of the Prophet, what should we do? We search in the Quran, there is nothing with regard to that issue in the Quran. We search in the Hadith, there is nothing with regard to that issue in the Hadith. So what should we do about it? Now, apparently, the companions of the Prophet after him, the Jews, the knowledgeable people, the majority came to the view that if there is no ruling, we try to find the closest, the nearest type of ruling to the sense of the Quran, to the ethos that the Quran teaches us. And this was how the opinion was formed. So if you don't find anything in the Quran, if you don't find anything in the tradition of the Prophet, you think hard, you have the standards of the Quran, you have the standards of the Hadith, you may compare this to other cases and find a ruling from there. And say, okay, this is my opinion. Now, this of course later developed and systematized in the form of qiyas, which was juristic analogy. We are not dealing with that now. The difficulty with this approach is that when a case is put before different people, different jurists, and they try their best, with the best of their intentions of course, they try their best to find a ruling very close to the ethos of the Quran and the traditions. However, they think differently, and therefore the rulings that they give, the views that they put forward are different. And this is where the difference in opinion comes about. Now, what should we do in this case of difference of opinion? Now, from the very beginning, this idea developed that, okay, since there is no ruling in the Quran, no judgment in the tradition, so whatever opinion you come by, you arrive at, should be right, should be a ruling of God. If you are a mujtahid, if you know the standards of the Quran, the standards of the Hadith, if you are a mujtahid, whatever ruling you arrive at, it should be right. And this is what they call it tasweeb, and later Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari developed this. And the Ash'ari jurists, usually the jurists inclined towards Ash'arism, they usually had this opinion that whatever ruling a mujtahid arrives at is correct. If there is nothing about it in the Quran, nothing about it in the tradition, so since there is nothing, if you think, for example, smoking, we have no reference about it in Hadith, no reference about it in the Quran, no reference to it in Hadith, no reference to it in the Quran. So is it haram or halal? Now a jurist might think that due to these reasons that I think, and due to these verses of the Quran that I can gather, due to such traditions which deal with similar cases, I think it should be haram. And another jurist say, no, I think it should be halal, there is no harm in smoking. And the third one might say that it is makruh. Now, those who believe in approving opinions will say that all these three are rulings of God, are correct. This is what is called tasweeb, approval. They say that those who actually believe in such opinion. They say that whatever opinion a jurist arrives at is the hukmullah, is the ruling of God. And this is the approval of all opinions. And this is what Amirul Mu'mineen is actually criticizing here. That how come they arrive at different opinions and different rulings, and all of them are approved by the Imam? How is it possible? Now, of course, all of them approved because we don't know the ruling. We say, okay, one of you might be right, or others might be wrong, or all might be wrong, but you have no shortcoming because you don't have a source to which you should refer. That's okay, no problem. But if you say all these are correct and rulings of God, then we are in problem. We are in trouble. Because how is it possible that about one issue Allah might have different rulings? Now they say, yes, it is possible, because it is possible that Allah in the reality has no ruling at all about an issue, and then the ruling is created according to the views of the mujtahid, as many rulings as the mujtahid might arrive at, and all these are hukmullah, are the rulings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Or initially Allah has, for example, 50 rulings about one issue, we don't know about it, and it has made sure that during the course of time 50 mujtahids would arrive at these 50 rulings about one issue, for example. Or has 3 rulings about smoking, haram or halal or makruh, and then he makes sure that there are enough mujtahids to arrive at these rulings. This is what is called tahsweeb. Now, this was very vehemently opposed by Shia, this view. And this is how you see how Amirul Mu'mineen is attacking this view. It is not possible that Allah has such a status that his ruling is not known at all to himself, and he waits for a mujtahid to come by a view, to arrive at a view, and then that is the ruling of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, the other view, which is called takhta, non-approval, says that no, it's not the case that whatever a mujtahid arrives at is correct. There is in reality a ruling about smoking, and we don't know what that ruling might be in reality, but mujtahids arrive at different rulings. One mujtahid says it's haram, one mujtahid says it's halal, and other he said it's makruh. And why there are these differences? Because there is no mention of this in the Quran and no mention of this in the Hadith. So they come at these different rulings. We have Shia Maraji, they have different fatwas. Certainly they are not condemned by Amirul Mu'mineen, because they don't say that whatever fatwa we arrive at is right. They say we try our best to find the ruling of God. However, if we are mistaken, we are excused. Not that our ruling is correct, we are excused. We act according to it, Allah is not going to punish us because we are excused. We don't have any access to the source of knowledge. The other opinion, which is the approval opinion, doesn't say that mujtahid is excused. It says that mujtahid is right. Whatever opinion they arrive at is right. And therefore, all those things which were said about all disagreements, battles, quarrels of companions were justified according to this idea that, well, they had their own opinions and both of them were right. Both of them had the rulings of God, for example. So here Amirul Mu'mineen says that this idea of approval could not be correct. And he brings lots of course, reasons for it. That's why it could not be correct. And as I said, there is no escape from differences of opinion of jurists, because they go to the sources, they might have different understandings, or there might not be a mention of something in the sources and they have to try themselves to figure out something. But if we say, okay, there is a ruling of God in reality, of which we are unaware. However, a mujtahid tries his best to get that ruling. If he doesn't arrive at that ruling, he is not correct, but he is excused, and we are excused following him, because we don't know. He doesn't know, we don't know, we are both excused. This is a sound opinion. But if we say that, no, for example, Ayatollah Khoi says something, Ayatollah Sistani says something else, Ayatollah Khomeini says something else, and all three are right. This is a wrong conception. It couldn't be that all three are right. All three we are allowed to follow each one, to follow all the three, because we don't know the reality. However, we can't say that all three are right. The ruling of God is one. It might be one of them, it might be none of them, we don't know. But if we follow the wrong opinion of our marja, we are excused, and he is excused, because he has tried his best to find the ruling of God, and he hasn't arrived at the truth of the matter. So, the criticism doesn't go to those who believe that the mujtahid might make a mistake, and people are excused following him. The criticism goes against those who believe that any opinion that a mujtahid arrives at is correct, is the ruling of God. And this is why some people have this opinion that a mujtahid can never ever distance from the truth, because whatever he arrives at due to his ijtihad is correct. And this is, of course, not something that could be really digested by a sound mind. Now, the reason that Amir al-Mu'mineen mentions here, he says that, okay, your God is one, your Prophet is one, your book is one. How come the rulings are different? How could the rulings of this one God and one book and one Prophet be different in different, according to different opinions of the mujtahid? Has Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ordered them to disagree and they are following him? Or he has prohibited them from this disagreement, which certainly he has. And he has said that do not disagree among yourselves in verses of the Quran. وَلَا تَنَازَعُوا فَتَفْشَلُوا فَتَذْهَبَ رِيحُكُمْ. Or أَمْ أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ سُبْحَانَهُ دِينًا نَاقِصًا فَاسْتَعَانَ بِهِمْ عَلَى إِتْمَامِهِ. Or is that the case that Allah sent an incomplete religion, which he is seeking their help to complete? This is exactly what they say. They say Allah in some cases doesn't have a ruling and waits for a mujtahid to arrive at an opinion, and then that is the ruling of God. And it means that the religion is at the beginning completely incomplete, and it gradually is completed by the rulings of mujtahid, by the opinions of mujtahid. And therefore Amir al-Mu'minin says that أَمْ أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ سُبْحَانَهُ دِينًا نَاقِصًا فَاسْتَعَانَ بِهِمْ عَلَى إِتْمَامِهِ. Has Allah sent a religion which is incomplete and has sought their help to complete it? أَمْ كَانُوا شُرَكَاءَ لَهُ. Or are they his partners in rulings? And again, I mean, the argument is very forceful. If you say that a mujtahid makes the ruling of God, so he is a partner of God. God actually doesn't know at the beginning what his ruling, and this mujtahid is making his ruling. فَلَهُمْ أَنْ يَقُولُوا وَعَلَيْهِ أَنْ يَرْضَى. Again, this is exactly what they were saying, that whatever a mujtahid arrives at, in those cases in which we have no ruling in the Quran and in the Hadith, Allah is pleased with it. Allah is pleased with it. No matter what type of opinion he arrives at, Allah is pleased with it. He says that فَلَهُمْ أَنْ يَقُولُوا وَعَلَيْهِ أَنْ يَرْضَى. Is it the case that they should say and Allah should be pleased by what they say? أَمْ أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ سُبْحَانَهُ دِينًا تَامًا. Or you might say, no, the religion of God was complete. He has sent down a complete religion. فَقَدْ سَرَ الرَّسُولُ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَآلِهِ وَسَلَّمْ عَنْ تَبْلِيغِهِ وَأَدَائِهِ. But the Prophet, did not complete his mission, had shortcomings in conveying and fulfilling his message. Now, both are wrong, because Wallahu subhanahu يقول ما فرطنا في الكتاب من شيء. We have not neglected anything in the book. Now this is one argument that Amir Rumi is putting against them, that you cannot say that there is something in which there is no ruling, for which there is no ruling. Every ruling you should find in the book. Now, of course, we are somehow moving into a new area in which, of course, Imam is talking about those people who have the knowledge of the book. You should refer to someone who has the knowledge of the book. Allah has mentioned everything there. Now, if you don't have access to that person who has the knowledge of the book, then of course you are excused. Not that you are right, not that you create the ruling of God. The only issue is that you are excused. You are not supposed to follow the right ruling because you don't know about it. So, first of all, Allah says, مَا فَرَّتْنَا فِي الْكِتَابِ مِنْ شَيْءٍ. We have not neglected anything in the book. And secondly, وَفِيهِ تِبْيَانٌ لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ. In the book there is explanation of everything. وَأَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ تِبْيَانًا لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ. This is the ayah which comes that we sent down the book to you which is explanation for everything, clarification for everything. تِبْيَانًا لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ. وَذَكَرَ أَنَّ الْكِتَابَ يُصَدِّقُ بَعْضُهُ بَعْضًا. And he has mentioned that this book, some parts of it approves of some other parts. Some parts explain other parts. And therefore, if you don't know about a ruling, you have to refer to the whole complete set of verses to find out about that ruling. وَأَنَّهُ لَا اخْتِلَافَ فِيهِ. And also Allah says that there is no disagreement between the verses of the Quran. فَقَالَ سُبْحَانَهُ وَلَوْ كَانَ مِنْ عِنْدِ غَيْرِ اللَّهِ لَوَجَدُوا فِيهِ اخْتِلَافًا كَثِيرًا. This is another verse from the Quran. Had it been from any other than Allah, they would surely have found in it much discrepancy, contradictions. Because had it come from a human being, human mind is not persistent or throughout years. And therefore, and also one might say things and does not find contradictions, discrepancy of what he says by some other parts of various statements. So if it was from someone other than Allah, you would have found lots of discrepancy in it. So again, it's not possible that you somehow attribute this disagreement of opinion to Quran or to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or to the Prophet. However, yes, of course, you refer to the Quran, you don't find the ruling there. Okay, can you find anything with regards to smoking in the Quran? You cannot find. Can you find anything with regards to many issues in our modern age? For example, with regards to insurance, with regards to banking, with regards to many other things which we face nowadays in the modern world, which did not exist previously. You don't find references to them in the Quran. Now, the Imam says, of course, you cannot find it in the apparent meaning of the Quran. The apparent meaning of the Quran, of course, is very beautiful. وَإِنَّ الْقُرْآنَ ظَاهِرُهُ أَنِيقٌ. Aniq is something which is luminously beautiful. It's very beautiful. However, there is a batin to it. There is a deeper layer of meaning which is very deep. Batinuhu amiq. Now, this batin of the Quran, of course, could not be found by many people. Could not be understood by ordinary people. And that's why the Shia says that there are some people who always understand that deep meaning, that deeper meaning. And they can understand and find out the ruling of everything. a ruling with regards to every issue and every case from that depth of understanding of the verses of the Quran. And this is, of course, a position given to the Imam only, to Imam Ali, and that's why he's the Hujjah. And therefore, it is not possible. Now, what the Imam's argument is that God is one, Prophet is one, the Quran is one. There shouldn't be disagreement in rulings. Secondly, the Quran is not incomplete. It means that everything, every ruling exists in the Quran. This is, of course, an argument which is very hot nowadays. I mean, if you go to Qom, you will see the ulama are fighting against each other. Can you find every ruling in the Quran or not? And a very hot issue in jurisprudential articles. Of course, what Imam means is not that, yes, you can find everything in the Quran on your own, by yourself. No. That depth you cannot go to. It is found by the Imam. And he can understand, since the religion is complete, and since the Quran is complete, and since the Prophet's message was complete, he conveyed completely what Allah had sent down to him. So you should find everything. However, that needs someone who could decipher that depth of meaning of the Quran. And that's the Imam. Now, practically, we don't have the Imam all the time. So what's the whole issue about? What's the argument? The argument is that the Imam said, when you don't have access to that Imam and to that real ruling, you have no right to say that every mujtahid arrives at the right opinion. This is not the case. This is just chaos. If you say that every mujtahid opinion is right, it's chaos. It's not religion. There is one ruling. That ruling is certainly that ruling could be found in the Quran. And there is someone who can find it. But if you don't have access to that person, then you are excused. Not that you arrive at the right ruling. You are excused. Of course, by you I mean you mujtahid. If you cannot arrive at that right ruling, you are excused. And people who follow you as experts, they are excused as well. But don't say that the religion is complete. The rulings are not there. Therefore, we have to improvise rulings. And those rulings are somehow accepted by God. Allah is pleased about them. Yes, perchance we might arrive at the right ruling, but we never can know. So, إن القرآن ظاهره عميق وباطنه عميق. The appearance of the Quran is very beautiful, but its inner side aspect is very deep. لا تفنى عجائبه. The wonders of the Quran never end. It means that as time goes by, if Imam is there to recite the Quran, he finds wonders all the time in the Quran about different issues of the time. Say, for example, is it possible for us to ask Imam Zaman alayhi salam, it was Imam now, about in some case, some issue, a very modern issue, that he does not have any answer for it. And of course, the A'imah themselves said that we find the answer of every case, every issue in the Quran. This is our guide. So, if this is not possible, so it gives wonder, it makes one wonder how this book is creating all these things for that person to understand the deeper meanings of it. So, لا تفنى عجائبه ولا تنقضي قرائبه, and its amazement will never pass away. There always something very gharib, very amazing that comes out of this book. However, the recipient is weak. If the recipient is strong enough, if the area of the recipient is strong enough, then it catches all these signals. If it's weak, of course they can't. وَلَا تُكْشَفُ الظُّلُمَاتُ إِلَّا بِهِ. And if you expect that the intricacies and if you expect that the intricacies and darkness of issues could go away, could be removed, except by the Quran, you are wrong. It's only the Quran, by the help of which you can remove the darkness, remove the veil from ignorance. So, وَلَا تُكْشَفُ الظُّلُمَاتُ إِلَّا بِهِ, and its intricacies cannot be cleared except through itself. No, this is somehow a complicated translation. Not its intricacies. The intricacies of the cases, of issues, could not be cleared except by the Quran. So, this is a forceful argument, and of course, if anyone goes to the books of jurisprudence, usul, they find long chapters about this issue of tasleeb and tahta'ah, of approval of opinions in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or disapproval of wrong opinions. So, usually the Sunni ulama, of course majority of them, are inclined towards this tasweeb, saying that yes, whatever the mujtahid arrives at is right, is the ruling of God. And Shias, of course, following Amirul Mu'min and other Aimma alayhi salam, they say no, of course this cannot be right. And all the arguments that which are mentioned here by Amirul Mu'minin are, of course, a witness to that. Now, just quickly to introduce the next khutbah, and then we leave the full explanation of the khutbah for next week, inshallah. This is a conversation. The report of a conversation between Amirul Mu'mineen and Ash'ath ibn Qais. Now, this Ash'ath ibn Qais, of course, is a so-called companion of the Prophet. A companion who, of course, initially did not have any faith, but on the 9th year of the Hijrah, just before the demise of the Prophet, when all tribes were coming and accepting the faith due to the force that the Prophet was gathering after the conquest of Mecca, he came with his tribe and confessed Islam. However, of course, his life was full of disagreements with Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam, and lots of ups and downs, which has made his name very outstanding in the history of the time immediately after the Prophet, peace be on him. Apparently, this Ash'ath ibn Qais, which is mentioned here, was an aide of Ibn Muljam when he wanted to kill Amirul Mu'minin. And in fact, they both went together for that mission, and Ibn Muljam hit Amirul Mu'minin. Ash'ath was guiding him somehow. And even some people say that Ash'ath ibn Qais was the main culprit there. And anyhow, he was very instrumental in the martyrdom of Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam. And it's very interesting that his family, he has a very interesting family as well, because his daughter, Ja'da bint Ash'ath, was the one who poisoned Imam al-Hasan alayhi salam. And his son, Muhammad ibn Ash'ath, was the prominent personality of Kufa who wrote letters to Imam Hussein alayhi salam to come to Kufa and to join them so that they would help him. And at the end, he was one of the commanders of the army of Umar ibn Sa'd. He was the one who, so far as I remember, he was the one who blocked the way of the family of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, the family of the Prophet, to the Quran. So, a very nice family altogether, very, very much against Ahlul Bayt. Was right from the beginning. Ash'ath ibn Qais, Muhammad ibn Ash'ath, Ja'da bint Ash'ath. And Of course, all the time, although he was in the army of Amir al-Mu'mineen, because he was in Kufa, and somehow against Muawiyah, however, all the time criticizing Ali, peace be on him, and despite his animosity and despite the way of his life and his treatment of Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam, the problem, the calamity is that since he was regarded to be a companion of the Prophet, and this is the problem with this type of opinion, that if you are a companion of a Prophet, whatever you do is right. No matter how different you think from, say, for example, other companions of the Prophet, both of you are right. That's the idea we were just mentioning, tasweep. All companions are right. So, regardless of what he did, just because he was a companion of the Prophet. So, you will see Bukhari, Muslim, Ibn Majah, Nasai, all report hadith from him. And this is amazing. I mean, how a person so much condemned by Ali alayhi salam, and with such a history, showed up as a just person, as a reliable person, to convey the traditions of the prophets. It's really a question. Now, Amir al-Mu'mineen was, of course, speaking from the member of Kufa, while he said something, and Ash'ar started to criticize Amir al-Mu'mineen for that statement, and then Amir al-Mu'mineen very forcefully attacks him with statements like alayka la'natullah wa la'natullah, and may the curse of God be on you, and curse of those who curse, the angels who curse. And it shows that how Amir al-Mu'mineen was actually boiling against this person who was claiming to be one of his companions. I mean, it's very difficult to have someone very difficult like Ash'ar ibn Qais as one of your companions. You can't do anything about it. Suppose we have someone like him always coming to our meetings and sitting there, and whatever we say, he criticizes. How do you feel? And you know that he's an enemy. You know that there's no faith in his heart. It would be very difficult. And the number of such people around Amir al-Mu'mineen was not small. A great number of people around Amir al-Mu'mineen who had this attitude. And it's only after we realize these, we realize what hardship Amir al-Mu'mineen suffered with those companions of him around him. At the end, he was wishing that his death would come sooner rather than later. And you remember that almost close to his of the time that he was being hit, he was saying that where is the most vicious person of this ummah to come and finish everything, because he was waiting actually for that promise of the Prophet saying that the most vicious member of my ummah will kill you. So this is the case, and it's completely understandable. If such people are surrounding you, it's completely understandable. Inshallah, the main body of the khutbah, we leave it for next week.
Thank you for your talk. I just wanted to ask, with this idea that no Muslim can be right, with the idea that if a Muslim comes up with a ruling without knowing the depth of the Quran, it's not the ruling of God. Why is it then that we have to follow one marja? And with that, I want to bring the example of Eid al-Fitr, and how this year we had 3 different Eids. Now, if a person is following the marja, and they feel that the marja's ruling is not right, because, say for example, majority of Shia are doing Eid on one day, or even majority of Muslims are doing Eid on one day, and they feel that that is the day of Eid. Are we saying then that if they go against what their conscience is telling them, and they fast on that day, and they do Eid the next day, that they are excused? Or is that person under some sort of, if you like, not obligation, but do they have to follow what they what their souls are saying?
Well, firstly, let me clarify. When we say a marja cannot arrive at a right ruling, we mean in those cases in which there is no clear statement about the ruling in the Quran or in the Hadith. If there is a clear statement, of course, and of course the Hadith, we are not well versed in it. We don't know the chain of transmission, whether it's authentic or not. That's why we need a marja usually. So usually the ruling of mujtahideen are based either on the Quran or on a tradition. Now, if there is no mention of a case in these two sources, then a mujtahid should follow some principles to issue a decree or a ruling. It's in these cases that we say we cannot know whether this ruling is conforming with the rule of God or not, the ruling of God. However, if we follow it, we are excused. This is so. The majority of the ruling of mujtahid should be right, of course, because it's according to the Quran and the tradition. Now, with regards to following one marja, of course, because if we follow different maraja, if one person follows different maraja, they would find a chaos in their mind. The best thing is that if you really believe that someone is the most knowledgeable, you follow that one person. And this is a rule of reason. If you know that someone is the most knowledgeable and other people do not have that level of knowledge, then it is not right to follow those others rather than this marja who has deeper knowledge. So the reason we follow one marja is because we usually arrive at the conclusion that yes, one marja is the most knowledgeable one and we have to follow him. Now, if there comes a case in which a person is certain that the marja is wrong, certainty, then of course in that case he should follow the certainty of his own reason rather than the ruling of the marja. And these cases would be very, very minimal, certainly. But usually the ulama say, if you arrive at certainty, then you have to follow your certainty. It's not possible that you would follow anyone else. This is the ruling.
Even if we say that certainty is a quality maybe just off the heart, i.e. a person might not have any, if you start questioning him, he might not have any sort of sound reason basis, but he can follow a marja, i.e. all 3 days have been specified by a marja, so all 3 should have a certain level of reasoning behind it, but this person, he doesn't know why. But he's certain, absolutely.
No, we don't. When I say certainty, I don't mean just haphazard certainty coming from nowhere. That certainty should be based on something. I mean, if you cannot base your certainty on anything, or usually the ulama say, for example, you cannot say because I have dreamt this, I'm certain about it, because dream is not a reliable source. I mean, when you say I'm certain, it means that you base your certainty on some arguments which give you certainty, not just I guess and therefore I'm certain. So this doesn't work this way.
I was just wondering if you could say what the law you're talking about is guiding your mind in making decisions. There's stories in the past about how Marja made a wrong decision and Imam came and corrected it. Does that happen usually?
Even if that happens, this should be a very, very rare incident. No, this is not the general rule, certainly. But the general rule is opposite to this. Maraja are left to themselves to decide. Usually, and if anyone claims that Imam Zaman is helping them in their decision, in their rulings, then we are told that we have completely to reject them and do not accept whatever they say. This is the ruling of Imam Zaman himself. That whoever put a claim on me, saying that I am related to him, I'm getting something from him, we just reject it.
Shaykh, on the rulings, for example, if you take smoking as an example, our ulama comes to certain rulings because, certainly for smoking, you can't find anything in the Quran directly. In that case, do they come to their rulings based on the consequences of smoking? And that itself, 50 years ago, what we knew about the consequences are very different from what we know now. They're probably different from what we know 50 years time. So how much certainty can they have? And in that basis, even the certainty of the consequences of smoking is based on knowledge which is not necessarily Islamic knowledge. It's based on knowledge which is biology or something else. Yeah. Can a person who maybe is a master in biology and not necessarily in Islam say, well, in my opinion, I think something else? How do we accommodate these?
Now, usually, these rulings might change. And the reason is, up till now, of course, how different Maraja have based their views concerning smoking. Let's think about this case. Usually the Ahbari ulama, which do not exist anymore. I mean, in a couple of centuries ago, they were very strong, Ahbari ulama. If you ask them about smoking, they say it's totally haram. Certainly it's haram. Why? They say because this is a ruling about which you have no knowledge, so you have to take precaution. It might be haram. We don't know. And since there is that doubt about harm, and therefore, since there is that little bit of doubt, and you don't know about this ruling, the criterion here, the principle here, is that you have to do ihtiyat. You have to take precaution. So, if you go to any Akhbari ulama, they say smoking is completely haram. Now, you come to Usuli ulama who are our mujtahids now. Our mujtahids are Usuli ulama. None of them are Akhbari anymore. Now, if you come to them, they say that, okay, there is a principle in Sharia which says everything is halal for you unless you know for certain that is haram. كل شيء لك حلال حتى تعلم أنه حرام. And this is a hadith. They say this is a principle. Even if there was not a hadith about it, the rule of reason would say that if God does not clarify something for us, He cannot take us responsible for it. And therefore, if there is no clear, direct mention about hurma of smoking, then it's halal. So they say it's halal. So, depending on what type of attitude you take, you come at a different rule. The Akhbari say smoking is haram, the Usuli say the smoking is halal. Now, as time passes by, some facts show themselves about the smoking. There are such harms, it's going to shorten the life, the chance of cancer goes up, is very high. Now, the ulama would think, would the people of reason, would people of intellect, uqala they say, would they stop smoking because of these chances? Now, the doctors who say these things, they smoke themselves, isn't it? So they say the chances are so slight, are so slim, that usually the uqala do not care about it. And since the uqala do not care about it, we cannot violate that very forceful ruling of Sharia that everything is halal unless you know it's haram. So it's halal. Now, since these harms are growing well, we know about them more and more. Now, some ulama have come to new rulings, very strange rulings. For example, one of the Maraji in Qom, he has come, arrived at a very interesting ruling about smoking, and that is, he says that if you are a smoker already, and you are my follower, if you are a smoker already, you can continue smoking. If you are not a smoker already, it's haram for you to start smoking. Because, now, how would he justify this? Probably, or we are guessing how would he justify this. He might justify this saying that, okay, if you are already smoking, it's difficult for you to stop it. And the harm is not that great that the Uqala would actually condemn you, blame you for it. So let him smoke. But if you have not started already, there is no reason that you should start it. The harms are somehow prominent, and you shouldn't start smoking. This is how they go about these rulings, since they can't find anything in the Quran and in the Hadith. However, all three rulings, those who say it's haram, those who say it's halal, and those who say to start it is haram, to initiate it is haram, none of them can say these are rulings of God. They just say these are what we have tried to find out to the best of our knowledge. One of them might be ruling of the God, none of them might be ruling of God, we don't know. But if we follow any of these mujtahids, we are excused because we have no access.
On that point, Sheikh, the previous people who are, or even the people who say that all mujtahids are correct with the rest of their opinion, would you say these people are writing the book with their hands when they attribute their judgments to us?
This is what Amir al-Mu'minin says. He says that has God sent an incomplete religion and has asked them to complete it. And these people think that they are completing the religion of God. You are talking about those Muslims who think that whatever they say is ruling of God.
Yeah, mainly on the point that Allah curses the people who write the book with their hands. Is an analogy?
Well, not really, because that talks about the scripture specifically. They don't say that it is Quran, of course. They say this is our opinion. But they say our opinion is the ruling of God.
On one of your earlier lectures, you were attributing this to the rabbis and the priests. Christianity used to make things lawful and unlawful for people, even though it wasn't written in the scripture.
No,
it's similar.
Because they were actually making it a part of the scripture, putting it as a part of the scripture. However, if they say no, this is our opinion, it's not somehow adding or taking anything away from it.
I was thinking the point when you say something lawful, you're actually now saying you're on behalf of God, rather than.
You are saying that I'm partner of God. That's what Amir al-Mu'minin says. Are they sharaka of Allah? Are they partners of God? To say that.
Sheikh, one way we look at is that you were to marry when he knew she was British.
Well, this is a question which is raised with regards to many different cases. Why, for example, the Prophet married such and such people, why Amir al-Mu'minin married such and such people, or why, for example, daughters of Prophet or daughters of Amir al-Mu'minin married such and such people. Well, this issue of marriage is, I think, completely different from political stance of people, and it went really to the families and whether a girl was a match for a lady, was a match for a man or not. But yeah, the question, we have to, I think, go to the root of that culture. It was very different from our culture now. In our culture, usually when we want to marry with another family, we take all these issues into consideration. While at that time, this was not the case. And because we didn't have, first of all, we didn't have this isolated cell families. There was polygamy, men married different women. It was not one family at a time. For example, that a person was living with one woman all the time. So the relations were much looser than our concept of family today and nowadays. So maybe it was for these reasons. We cannot understand it unless we really know that culture. For our culture, this is something really strange. We cannot understand it, why these things happen. But apparently at that time, I mean, a woman married 5 times, 6 times, because, for example, the husband died, someone else married her, and then the husband divorced her, someone else married her. It was not seen as something really strange and really against the ethos of the society. And yeah, we have to see it in this light, otherwise it's difficult for us to understand it.
Sheikh, can you explain the way of comparison? When we are talking about qiyas, let's say our Shias don't agree on these methods, and then we find that the Mujtahid have differences of opinion based on the research. So, can you explain what is qiyas, and then how it differs with the differences in rulings that are around by Muslims?
No, our Mujtahid never use qiyas. Qiyas is analogical type of deduction. Our Mujtahid use inference. They say, for example, okay, there are 2 statements here, and these 2 statements would result in such a result, in such an outcome. However, the qiyas is a very typical type of reasoning. It says that if you don't have a ruling about something, you go to a similar ruling for which there is a mention in the Hadith or in the Quran. And you somehow, because of the resemblance of the cases, you extend that ruling to this case as well. And this is very conjectural. Very conjectural. Our fuqaha don't use this conjecture in their method. They use principles, no conjecture there. And that principle, you can say that principle might be wrong, but it is a principle, well-known principle. Whoever refers to that principle comes to the same ruling. Now, for example, the qiyas is like this. Take the case of a smoking game. Now, we don't have any ruling about smoking, but we have ruling about, say, intoxicants. Okay, we don't have ruling about intoxicants in general, but you have ruling about alcohol. Now you say, okay, why alcohol is haram? Because it's intoxicating. Now, first of all, to find why something is haram in itself a difficult task. You might say, okay, because it's intoxicating, but you are not sure unless it's mentioned. And then you say, okay, smoking is to some extent intoxicating as well. And therefore, you extend the ruling of alcohol, which is hurma, unlawfulness, you extend it to smoking. And you say it's not haram, it's not halal. And in this case, you have used 2 conjectures. One is you have conjectured, you have guessed that the reason, the philosophy behind unlawfulness of alcohol is intoxication. Of course, in this case it's very clear, but in some cases it's very difficult to find the real reason behind the ruling. And then the second conjecture is that you think that that ruling would apply to this case as well. So in fact, you have used 2 conjectures in one ruling. Now, since the fuqaha who used qiyas, they took the reason of the ruling differently. For example, one faqih said that something is haram because of X, and another faqih said something is haram because of Y, and they used these different qiyas and came to different rulings, different opinions, and it was creating a chaos. This is why it's not allowed in Shia faith. It's based on conjecture.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. Sermon number 19, we just mentioned an introduction to the sermon last week, and this is an address given to Ash'ath ibn Qais, who was one of the so-called companions of the Prophet, peace be on him, someone who converted to Islam on the 9th year of Hijrah, when all tribes were coming and submitting themselves. Of course, he retracted after the demise of the Prophet, then again he came back to Islam. So a very checkered past this Ash'ath ibn Qais had. And as I mentioned to you, his daughter Ja'da bint Ash'ath was the one who poisoned Imam al-Hasan alayhi salam, and his son Muhammad ibn al-Ash'ath was again someone who was a commander of Umar ibn Sa'd in the event of Ashura. So Amir al-Mu'minin was talking about something on the pulpit in Kufa while he was the Caliph, and Ash'ath ibn al-Qais interrupted him. So this address here is a response to that interruption by Ash'ath. قاله, this is what Sayyid Rabi says about the khutbah. قاله للأشعث ابن قيس وهو على منبر الكوفة يخطب. He was addressing people on the pulpit of the Kufa mosque, and then suddenly Ash'ath interrupted him. فمضى في بعض كلامه شيء اعترضه الأشعث. He mentioned something that Ash'ath interrupted him and said, قال يا أمير المؤمنين هذه عليك لا لك. This is against you, not in your benefit, what you just mentioned. And then Amir al-Mu'minin somehow outpoured his anger over Ash'ath, because Ash'ath was someone who was very instrumental in what Amir al-Mu'minin had said. Now, what Amir al-Mu'minin had said was, of course, are mentioned in commentaries. This is after the Safin and after the Hakamain. So someone asked Amir al-Mu'minin alayhi salam that, Ya Amir al-Mu'minin, نهيتنا عن الحكم ثم أمرتنا به. First, you prohibited us from arbitration, from Hakamiyah, because of course you know about the Safin, when there was a standoff between the two armies, and then suddenly the army of Amir al-Mu'minin was advancing. The Khawarij came to Amir al-Mu'minin and said that let's accept their terms and make an arbitration. And the reason was that, of course, the army of Muawiyah, they had put the Quran on the spears and had come forward saying that بيننا وبينكم كتاب الله, between us is Kitabullah, we read one book, why should we kill each other? Let's have an arbitration among us. And of course Amir al-Mu'minin knew that this was a conspiracy, this was a trick right from the beginning, so he categorically said that there's no arbitration, we fight until the end. And it is said that Malik al-Ashdar, the famous commander of Amir al-Mu'minin, was just few steps away from Muawiyah's tent to just capture them or kill them, when Khawarij put the sword on Amir al-Mu'minin's head, saying that you either ask Malik to come back or we'll kill you. And of course, you know, killing the Caliph, killing Amir al-Mu'minin would have instigated lots and lots of bloodshed afterwards. So Amir al-Mu'minin just sent someone after Malik al-Ashtar to tell him, come back. And Malik, of course, was very angry. He said, just give me a few minutes more. I'm getting Muawiyah and Amr ibn al-As, bringing them to you. Then the messenger said, no, Amir al-Mu'minin said, you just come back from where you are. And he came back, and then the Hakamiyya started. So Amir al-Mu'minin did not accept Hakamiyya before he was threatened that they would kill him. So he said, okay, now if you want someone to arbitrate between you and them, okay, let's do the arbitration. And the arbitration turned out to be a conspiracy in itself. The Khawarij chose Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, and Muawiyah sent Amr ibn al-As, and Amr ibn al-As very easily deceived Abu Musa al-Ash'ari and violated all the standards of Hakamiyya and said Muawiyah is a caliph. Now, of course, the Khawarij became very angry, and the very people who had threatened Amir al-Mu'minin that they would kill him if he did not accept Hakamiyya, they came to him and said, why did you accept it? We, of course, we said that you accepted, but you were our caliph, you were our Amir, why did you accept it? You have gone out of the boundaries of faith and you have to repent. You have become a kafir by accepting Hakamiyya. Now, they were insane people actually. They changed their mind very quickly under the force of the circumstance. So they told to Amir al-Mu'minin that you have become kafir, you have to repent. Amir al-Mu'minin said, well, if he had accepted that he had become kafir, he had ruled against himself, isn't it? How could an imam become kafir at a certain moment of time? So he fought against it. Now, the question did not finish by arguments of Amir al-Mu'minin against Khawarij, even by the war against them in Nahrawan. So the question was going on and on and on, asking Amir al-Mu'minin, why did you reject Hakamiyya in the first place, and then you accepted it in the second place? Now, this man asked Amir al-Mu'minin, first you told us that we should not accept Hakamiyya arbitration. And then you told us we accept arbitration. So which one was right? Were you right when you said we accept it, or were you right when you said we don't accept it? And Amir al-Mu'minin said in the answer to that man, هَذَا جَزَاءُ مَنْ تَرَكَ الْعُقْدَةِ. This is the punishment of a person who abandons prudence and reason and his intellect and is just overcome by emotions. So, of course, he was addressing that man and Khawarij that they were overcome by their emotions. They did not use their prudence, they did not use their reason, and this is the punishment for them. That now we were forced to accept Hakamiyya, and of course those events happened. Now, Ash'ath ibn al-Qais just wanted to somehow reject what Amir al-Mu'minin said. He said that, Ya Amir al-Mu'minin, هَذَا عَلَيْكَ لَالَكَ. This argument that you put forward is against you. Because he interpreted it that you abandoned the prudence, and you are saying that this is the punishment of whoever abandons the prudence, and therefore you abandon the prudence, and this is your punishment, so this you are ruling against yourself. While Amir al-Mu'minin, of course, did not mean that. He meant that you abandoned the prudence. So he said, Ya Amir al-Mu'minin, هَذِهِ عَلَيْكَ لَالَكَ. This is against you. This is not for in your favor. فَخَفَضَ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ إِلَيْهَ بَصَرَهُ. So Amir al-Mu'minin threw a glance at him. ثُمَّ قَالَ. And you can imagine how angry Amir al-Mu'minin could have become by such statements, that it was your fault and you are the one who have actually made all these mistakes. And imagine, for example, you tell someone not to do something and they do it, and then they blame you for it. And this is, of course, especially if it involves bloodshed, if it involves many grave and outstanding issues. So this makes a person angry. And even if Amir al-Mu'minin was not angry, Ash'ath was a person who deserved this type of a statement.
So Amir al-Mu'minin told him, مَا يُدْرِيكَ مَا عَلَيَّ مِن مَالِي. How do you know what is against me and what is in my favor? Meaning that you don't know the essence of things. You have not tasted the truth at all to know what is against someone and what is in favor of someone. In effect, Amir al-Mu'minin says that what you judge according to your material type of understanding of this world cannot judge what is against the person and what is in favor of a person. And then the reason that you cannot understand is عَلَيْكَ لَعْنَةُ اللَّهِ وَلَعْنَةُ اللَّعِنِ. The curse of Allah and the curse of those who curse are on you. Now this shows that Amir al-Mu'minin really did not accept this man as a mu'min, because a mu'min could not be cursed. So Amir al-Mu'minin, although as I said this was a so-called companion of the Prophet, and as I said, although Bukhari and Muslim and Tirmidhi have reported hadith from Ash'ath ibn al-Qais, but it shows that Amir al-Mu'minin did not regard him to be a Muslim at all, to be a mu'min or to be a Muslim at all. So it is عَلَيْكَ لَعْنَةُ اللَّهِ وَلَعْنَةُ اللَّهِ. And we know that la'natullah in many cases falls upon people. Now in another khutbah in Nahjul Balagha, Amir al-Mu'minin alayhi salam mentions that إن الله سبحانه الحمد لله الذي لبس العز والكبرياء, in the famous khutbah which is called Al-Qasi'ah, the very long khutbah, very beautiful khutbah in which he talks about arrogance mainly. He says that الحمد لله الذي لبس العز والكبرياء, praise is due to the Lord, to God, who has dressed himself in izz, in dignity, and in kibriya, in greatness. And this dignity and greatness are two attributes which is only and to the finest state, to the last characterization, belong to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. No one can ever claim dignity and greatness unless if it is taken from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if it is received from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it says, وَجَعَلَ اللَّعْنَةَ عَلَى مَنْ نَازَعَهُ مَا فِيهِ. He has made la'na, curse. He has put a curse on anyone claiming al-izza wal-kibriya. And of course, mutakabbir, kibriya, as an attribute is only due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Allah himself mentions in the Quran that he is mutakabbir. He is with greatness. However, no one else could, of course, everyone else compared to him is humiliated, should be humble. No one can say that I have kibriya or I am mutakabbir. For human beings, mutakabbir is a very, very unacceptable type of attribute. Now, he says, Amir al-Mu'minin says, وَجَعَلَ اللَّعْنَةَ عَلَى مَنْ نَازَعَهُ فِيهِمَا. Anyone who wants to claim that they have dignity and greatness are put under Allah's curse because they go away from the truth. Because this is complete falsehood. It's completely against the truth if anyone claims that. So they go under the curse of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Amir al-Mu'minin said even the angels were tested for that. ثُمَّ اخْتَبَرَ بِذَلِكَ مَلَائِكَتَهُ الْمُقَرَّبِينَ. And also just to distinguish between the angels and those who were in that status, to see who would claim that dignity, izzah and kibriya, and who would not claim it. He tested them لَيَمِيزَ الْمُتَوَاضِئِينَ مِنْهُمْ مِنَ الْمُتَكَبِّرِينَ, to somehow distinguish the mutawadi'in, the humble ones, from the mutakabbirin, those who claim dignity and greatness. And of course shaitan failed in that. So this la'na is something which is there, and la'na comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And in the Quran it says that even some people should be cursed by other people as well. In Surah Baqarah we have إِنَّ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا ثُمَّ إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا ثُمَّ كَفَرُوا ثُمَّ مَاتُوا وَهُمْ كُفَّارٌ. Those who believe, then disbelieve. Then die on that disbelief. So, a murtad, someone who has faith, then returns back to disbelief, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا ثُمَّ كَفَرُوا, and they do not repent. ثُمَّ مَاتُوا وَهُمْ كُفَّارٌ أُولَٰئِكَ عَلَيْهِمْ لَعْنَةُ اللَّهِ وَالْمَلَائِكَةِ وَالنَّاسِ أَجْمَعِينَ. So upon them is the curse of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, curse of the angels, and curse of the people. Now, this curse of we know what is curse of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Curse of Allah is to somehow drive someone away from his vicinity. This is the curse of Allah. And when it comes, the heart would go tight, faith does not go into the heart would become dry, and the person completely denies Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is the curse from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And if you are under such a curse, of course, by some actions you can bring yourself out of that curse. However, it needs humbleness. This is very important, because Allah, as Amir al-Mu'minin said, anyone claiming dignity which is not related to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then that is cursed. He's put under that spell of not understanding faith. About the Jews, it's not only about those who do not believe. Those who believe but would do something which would somehow bring them into the area of mutakabbirin. So about the Jews, some of those Jews who were very arrogant, Allah says that فَبِمَا نَقْضِهِمْ مِيثَاقَهُمْ, because they breached their pledge. لَأَنَّاهُمْ, we cursed them. فَجَعَلْنَا قُلُوبَهُمْ قَاسِيَةً, we made their hearts to be very hard. They did not have faith. They did every ritual of their religion mechanically, but the hearts were dry. It was very hard. So this is la'na. It might come to us as well, God forbid. I mean, we might somehow get that curse if we reach our pledges with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If we claim a dignity which does not certainly belong to us, all dignity belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and anyone who's related to him. وَلِلَّهِ الْعِزَّةُ وَلِرَسُولِهِ وَلِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ. Izzah belongs to Allah, then that Izzah comes to the Prophet, then that Izzah comes to whoever believes in the Prophet, mu'mineen. These are all related to him. But an Izzah which is against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this would bring curse to people. So, there are many verses in the Quran that says some people are actually deserve to be cursed. Deserve to be cursed not only by Allah but by the angels and by the people. And one very clear example that how a person could be cursed is how they treat the Prophet, peace be upon him. In Surah Ahzab it says, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ يُؤْذُونَ اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ أُولَٰئِكَ لَعَنَهُمُ اللَّهُ وَأَعَدَّ لَهُمْ سَعِيرًا. Something like this, the ending of the verse, I might not remember exactly. So anyone annoying the Prophet, Allah would curse them. أُولَٰئِكَ لَعَنَهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةِ. In this world and in the next world. أُولَٰئِكَ لَعَنَهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةِ. So, suppose, for example, we Shiites used to curse Umar ibn Saad. We Shiites used to curse Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad or Yazid ibn Muawiyah. Now, imagine, are we doing something which is against the Quran or which is in accordance to the Quran? I mean, just judge by yourself. Did Umar ibn Saad and Yazid ibn Muawiyah and people who killed Hussein ibn Ali, did they annoy the Prophet or did they not annoy the Prophet? They did. Certainly they did. I mean, whoever says no, they did not annoy the Prophet is just going against the clear truth. They did annoy the Prophet. And the Quran says, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ يُؤْذُونَ اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ لَعَنَهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةِ. So if Allah curses them, And in many verses it says that when Allah curses, the angels should curse, the people should curse, la'anin should curse. There should be some people who curse these in a way, drive them away from themselves, disown them. And of course this curse has come on the tongue of many prophets as well. That لُعِنَ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا مِنْ بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ عَلَى لِسَانِ دَاوُودَ وَعِيسَى بْنِ مَرْيَمَ. The Kafirin from Banu Israel, they were cursed on the mouth of Dawood and Isa ibn Maryam. So those very, so to speak, the people who try to be very, very careful about this issue of not cursing someone because they might be mu'min and they might be forgiven by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we shouldn't do that. Like for example, Ghazali in his book, he says, I don't like even cursing Yazid ibn Muawiyah, though of course he says Yazid ibn Muawiyah has done a very wrong thing, a very bad thing, but even I don't want to curse him because maybe he has repented and Allah has forgiven him. Well, we don't know what Allah may do to them, but Allah in the Quran says that the curse of Allah is on them because they have annoyed the Prophet. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ يُؤْذُونَ اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ لَعَنَهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةِ. And we follow the Quran. We follow what the Quran has said. So here Amirul Mu'minin as well. This is not something coming out of emotion or coming out of enmity, animosity. This is something coming from an immaculate person judging another person in front of him. And he says, عَلَيْكَ اللَّعْنَةُ اللَّهِ وَلَعْنَةُ اللَّاعِنِينَ. The curse of Allah and the curse of la'inin here, of course, are people, other people. May curse you as well. Ha'ik ibn Ha'ik, Munafiq ibn Kafir. Now, Ha'ik means weaver. And usually, of course, in the past time, the weavers were the least educated and least knowledgeable people because they always sat in a room and used to weave clothes and other things. However, there is another meaning to this which Imam As-Sadiq alayhi salam has explained, because it is of course degrading, it is somehow annoying some people whose profession was to weave clothes. So Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq said, well, Ha'ik has a metaphorical meaning as well, and that is someone who makes conspiracies. And this goes with the industry. I mean, it's weaving webs of conspiracy somehow. So here when Amir Umayr says Ha'ik ibn Ha'ik, most probably he means that you are someone who has conspired all the time. And your father also was the same. And you are, of course, your father was a kafir because he did not believe in the Prophet. You came and confessed faith, but you were a munafiq. And you are a munafiq. Munafiq ibn Kafir. Ibn Abul Hadith actually mentions that this Ash'ath ibn Qais, he does not believe that we should regard him as a companion of the Prophet. Because we know that the munafiqun among the companions were not regarded as the companions of the Prophet. And no one has regarded them as companions. Even our Sunni brothers have not regarded the munafiqun to be as companions because they virtually did not have faith. Now, Ibn Abul Hadith here says it was very clear that Ash'ath ibn Qais at the time of Amir al-Mu'mineen was like Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul at the time of the Prophet, peace be on him. Now, you know, Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul was the leader of one of the tribes, big tribes of Medina, the leader of Aus, and he was going to be appointed as the king of Medina before the Prophet migrated to Medina. He was just on the verge of becoming a king when this unfortunate thing for him happened, and the Prophet migrated to Medina, and everyone received him as the ruler of Medina. So his kingdom was just destroyed, and he had no other choice but to accept that to follow the Prophet, because all his tribesmen had followed the Prophet, peace be on him. No one would have regarded him anymore as anyone. So all through he was a munafiq, and he was creating discord, he was creating turmoil among people of Medina. In Ghazwat Uhud, he was the one who said that let's return. إذ قال طائفة منهم يا أهل يثرب لا مقام لكم فارجعوا. Some of them said, Ya Ahl Yathrib, you shouldn't. This one, of course, it was in Ghazwat Tabuk. Also in Ghazwat Uhud, he took some people back to Medina, and he was the one who said, Yaqul, and which is reported in Surah Munafiqun, يقولون لئن رجعنا إلى المدينة ليخرجن الأعز منها الأذل. They say, when we return to Medina, we show them a lesson. The A'az, the dignified person, Abdullah ibn Ubay, would just deport the Azal, the humiliated one, the Prophet, out of Medina. Now they are being defeated by the Kuffar in Ghazwat Ahzab, and they, of course, when we go to Medina, we make our own king, and then Quran says, وَلِلَّهِ الْعِزَّةُ وَلِرَسُولِهِ وَلِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ. So this was, no one regards this man as a companion of the Prophet, because he was munafiq. Ibn Abil Hadith says that this Ash'ath ibn al-Qais was exactly the same person. At the time of Amirul Mu'minin, at the time of Prophet, of course, he confessed faith, but after the Prophet, he went outside faith. He fought against Abu Bakr as a murtad. He was captured, and then they just saved him. They spared his life, and he again said, I'm a Muslim and I'm such and such, and he became one of the leaders of Khawarij later on. So he was certainly a munafiq, and it's amazing. It's really amazing. I mean, what standards Bukhari and Tirmidhi use in their judgment of the reporters of ahadith, that they have reported hadith from Ash'ath ibn al-Qais in their books. I mean, sometimes your mind reels how these, of course, these people were not people who conspired. They didn't really want to bring false ahadith. What situation, what circumstances, what education had led them to accept hadith from someone like Ash'ath ibn al-Qais, or in the case of Bukhari, to accept hadith from Umar ibn Sa'd? I mean, this is very amazing. I mean, this tells us about the education. As I said, I really believe these people were not people who wanted to bring false ahadith in their books. They did want to bring sahih ahadith in their books. But what type of education had led them to accept hadith from Ash'ath ibn Qais and from Umar ibn Sa'd is amazing. And despite all these things which are abundant in the history. So, Amirul Mu'minin tells him, Munafiq ibn Kafir. You are a munafiq, and your father was a kafir, he did not enter Islam. Wallahi, laqad asaraka al-kufru marratan wal-islamu ukhra. You were taken captive once at the time of kufr, in a very treacherous type of fight, which is very famous, I don't go through that. And you were captured in the time of Islam once more after the demise of the Prophet. You became a murtad. You started a fight against the establishment, and then you were captured again, and they just saved your life. فَمَا فَدَاكَ مِنْ وَاحِدَةٍ مِنْهُمَا مَالُكَ وَلَا حَسَبُكَ. And of course, in both of these, now Amirul Mu'minin is mentioning that you are not someone who could be saved because of your noble family or because of your own wealth. You were so mean that you didn't even want to give from your own money to become released. Other people gave ransom for you to release you. So neither your wealth nor your family, your genealogy ransomed you in these cases. وَإِنَّ امْرَأً دَلَّ عَلَى قَوْمِهِ السَّيْفِ وَسَاقَ إِلَيْهِمُ الْحَدْثِ لَحَرِيٌّ أَن يَمْقُتَهُ الْأَقْرَبُ وَلَا يَأْمَنُهُ الْأَبْعَدُ. Now, this man had done
another very evil thing. In that battle of Radda that he had in the battle in which he became a murtad and started to fight, when he sensed defeat, he made a deal to be saved and brought the enemy to his people. His people were killed, he himself was saved. And you can imagine what type of person this man was. So he said, a person who has indicated the enemy to his own people, brought sword over their heads, and made them to die, is, of course, would deserve to be detested by their close relatives, and that the people who are not his relatives, al-ab'ad, those who are distant from him in terms of genealogy and relation, that they could not be saved from him. Certainly, if a person would bring enemy to his own family, to his own relatives, how could other people trust him? So no other people could trust you, could feel safe from you. Just a few sentences which somehow guides people about the personality of Ash'ath ibn Qais. And as I mentioned, this man was the root and origin of many different conspiracies against Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam. And even as we have in the history, he was an acolyte of Ibn Muljam. The night Ibn Muljam killed Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam. So this very colorful and beautiful past of this man had made him to talk in this way with Amirul Mu'minin, that what you said is not in your favor, is against you, which Amirul Mu'minin responded in this very forceful and powerful style. Now, the next khutbah, I just give an introduction to that. Sermon number 20. وفيه ينفر من الغفلة وينبه إلى الفرار إلى الله. In this khutbah, he ينفر من الغفلة. He somehow warns us from ignorance and reminds of us to seek refuge in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And at the beginning he talks about the people who are living with him, that could you see what the people who have passed away would see, then you would have really been puzzled and troubled and terrified. And of course there are many theological implications in this, which Ibn Habil Hadith has mentioned as well. Inshallah we will discuss this next week. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa alayhi.
Thank you very much for your speech. I wanted to ask concerning Latin and the fact that Latin can be used in a certain context, i.e. if you're confronting an enemy of Allah. Now, many people are worried about making a mistake, that have they really assessed this person as an enemy of Allah, or will they repent later, and something like that. What if somebody has made the assessment that this is an enemy of Allah and is confronting him, and curses him to his face and all of this, and because they've done it, if you like, in the right context, if they're wrong even, does it matter? As long as if they found out they were wrong, they would not have done it, and they would have repented for that. But because of the context that they're in, that's actually what is required, because sometimes mu'mineen are looked at as very timid, if you like. But in certain contexts, they need to be very, very strong. So, is there a problem?
La'na, curse is like a dua. Okay, it's actually asking Allah
to bring wrath on his enemies. Now you might generally ask this from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Or you might specifically single out someone, judging that he has those qualities by which he could be cursed, and do that. If the person has sound reason and does not follow the hawa, the personal desires, then it's fine. However, to be on the safe side, usually we follow A'imma alayhimus salam about the history. Whoever they have cursed, we curse, because we know their judgment was completely sound. In our modern life, of course, there is a short dua after Salatul Fajr in Jum'ah, which says that Allahumma man la'anta fala'nati alayh. Whoever you curse, I curse. Just to be on the safe side, we say, oh God, whoever you curse, I curse, to somehow follow the Quran as well, because the Quran tells us that you have to curse the enemies of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we say, God, whoever you curse, we curse. And this would include everyone who are enemies of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
If you don't mind if I give an example, many Iraqis, when Saddam Hussein fell, there was huge chants and everything, cursing, lots and lots of curse on Saddam Hussein. Now, okay, judging from his history, what we've seen, etc., it would seem okay to curse him. And if they're wrong, is there really a problem if they've seen it and...
Well, Saddam I curse as well, so... I mean, this is very clear. It's very clear. Even George Bush curses Saddam, so don't worry about that.
You mentioned that you think Bukhari was not trying to conspire when he related all the traditions. Is there any arguments for this, or is there any proof? Do we have further proof on this, or is it just your instinct?
But there's no reason to believe that they were trying to conspire or something like that. It was the type of education that they were receiving and the environment in which they were living. Well, my personal conviction is that they were really after sound hadith from the prophets. But it was an impossible task after 2 centuries. And after millions, or say, well, more than 1 million, about 2 million hadith were forged just in that course of two centuries, to somehow find the sound ahadith. And also the whole issue of selecting hadith had become very political, wasn't it? Because you had to choose between Muawiyah and Ali. You had to choose between Umar ibn Sa'd and Husayn ibn Ali, for example, or followers of Husayn ibn Ali. It was a political decision as well. So political inclinations, decisions were very much influential in the whole issue of collection of the ahadith. And also it was difficult sometimes to put some ahadith in which did not go according to the political atmosphere of the time. You know, this Ibn Ishaq, when he wrote the seerah, he wrote a very long seerah of the prophets. And he wrote it at the time of one of the Abbasid caliphs, Sulaiman ibn Abdul Malik, if I'm not right, I'm not sure now. My memory is not helping me now. But he took the seerah, he was told to write the seerah, he was a sponsor to write the seerah of the prophet. He took the seerah to the caliph. The caliph went through it from the beginning to the end, and he ordered Ibn Ishaq to delete about 1/3 of what he had written. I said, these are not good, just delete them. But you know, anything against Abbas, anything in favor of Ali should have been deleted, because the Abbasis were very much against the Alawis at that time. They were rivals now. And then Ibn Hisham came. Of course, Sirat of Ishaq was much more voluminous even after those deletions than Sirat of Hisham that we have today. And Sirat of Hisham is just abridgment of Sirat of Ishaq. Now, look into the introduction of Sirat ibn Hisham. He says, I looked into the Sirat ibn Hisham. I found there are things in it that people do not like to read. And therefore I have taken out all those things and have made a very clear-cut, beautiful book from the Sirah of the Prophet. Well, beautiful from what perspective? From the perspective of those who did not like, for example, some people and liked some other people. And therefore, it was very difficult to write certain things, apart from, of course, education, inclinations, and these things. You know, when Nasa'i wrote his book, Khata'is wa Amirul Mu'mineen, he was hit in Sham in a way that he came out of Sham and he passed away. They call him the martyr because he wrote a book in Khata'is wa Ali. And if you read the book Khata'is wa Ali of Khata'is wa Ali of An-Nasa'i, you don't find anything in our books more than what Nasa'i says there about Amirul Mu'minin. It's all in Sunni sources. So he just gathered everything from the Sunni sources, put it in his book. And, well, of course, now people do not regard that book of Nasa'i, although his Sunan is very respectable, but that book of Nasa'i is not very respectable now because of political issues. It is very interesting that once Hisham ibn al-Hakam, in the presence of Harun al-Rashid, of course Harun al-Rashid was Abbasid Caliph, very much against Alawis, of course. And Hisham ibn al-Hakam was known to be student of Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq. And one of the scholars in presence of Harun wanted to somehow ask a question from Hisham al-Hakam to put him on the spot. So he said, you know, after the Prophet, Abbas and Ali both claimed that they were heirs to the Prophet. Because then Abbasids actually made the story that Abbas had a claim on the caliphate and to be the heir of the Prophet and such things. So he said, you know, both Abbas and Ali claim to be heirs of the Prophet. Which one was right? In front of Harun al-Rashid. And the man said, now Hisham, I got you. If you say Ali, you are finished. If you say Abbas, your ideology is finished. So Hisham, he himself said, he said that I thought, how should I answer this question? But I remembered that when Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq told me, Ya Hisham, ma zal mu'ayyadan bi ruh al-Qudus. You are going to be supported by Ruh al-Qudus all the time. I said, I'm sure an answer can come to my mind. So I thought for a while, and then I remembered the story of Dawood in the Quran and the Malakain coming to him. I said, you know, both of them were right. And he said, how? He said, well, have you read the story of these two angels coming to Prophet Dawood alayhi salam in the form of two in that litigation in the form of two arguing parties, quarreling parties? Tell me, which angel was right, which one was wrong? Do you believe that angels could be wrong at all? He said, no. He said, okay, which one was right? He said, that was just a story put forward for Dawood, so that Dawood knows that he made a mistake. He said, exactly. That was a story made by Abbas and Ali to put forward before Abu Bakr, so that Abu Bakr knows that he was wrong. It was not a true story, not a true fight between them. So he got away in this way. Now, why I mentioned this? I mentioned that Hisham al-Hakam could not say that Ali was right in front of Harun al-Rashid. And this was the case with many scholars, that they couldn't mention many things because of the political climate of the time. This is how I understand it.
Shaykh, there was one question that was mentioned last week, and I'm sorry I have to repeat again, but I really didn't understand the answer. You told us, you showed us the character of Ashraf ibn Zayd, how despicable he was. And yet Imam Hassan married his daughter. How does that work?
Well, daughters are not taken by the sins of their father, so...
But he was taken by the sin of his father. I mean, Imam Ali didn't mention just his sin, he took it back.
Well, his father was kafir, but he was munafiq. We didn't say that you are wrong because your father was kafir. He said you are munafiq and your father was a kafir. Ya munafiq ibn kafir.
So statement of fact.
Yeah. And in fact, I tell you one more thing. He had a sister who married the Prophet, peace be upon him. So, this was something quite natural at that time. I don't know how we can explain this. So, yeah. How you explain it?
Okay, just as understandable.
Yes.
Sorry, I just want, I know it's relating to that, what you find now is that if you, in at least Shia circles, you would find somebody named Abu Bakr and things like that. They're now considered Sunni names, if I can put in quotation marks. But you find that even in those times, names and things like that. So does that suggest that this division, that this schism of sects is something that has evolved and has become more rigid, and then people didn't really think that there was Shia or Sunni, and it was sort of kind of more that they were Muslims but they followed a certain fiqh? Is that, and now we have sort of over the years with history and policy and looking back at it, we have become more kind of defined.
So actually,
and the interaction, because you say that Imam Jafar Sadiq, for example, has students all over, right? But you don't see that happening in any institution in the world now, or in the recent, at least I don't know, where there is an intermingling of intersect learning and.
Well, this is wrong. Certainly, there should be.
There should be, but
interaction, communication, interfaith. Not dialogue, I say interfaith interactions. Like, for example, she is studying at Sunni school, Sunni is studying at Shia school. This is what was something which was happening in the past. And since they were very firm in their idea, they never thought that by going to a Sunni school they are going to be converted to Shiism, or vice versa. So they were very committed in their ideas. And this interaction was very good because, of course, it brought diffused the tension to a great extent. With regards to names, cultures evolve very gradually. As soon as, for example, a person becomes like Saddam, people do not stop calling their children Saddam. It takes long time, especially if it becomes a part of creed. That this is a cursed person. How can I, for example, call my son Saddam? So gradually it evolves. So you see, until 4th, 5th centuries, for example, Shiis were called by those names, but afterwards they were not, because of this type of change of culture which happened. So this is the case.
You mentioned the instance of Siffin, that Imam Ali was forced to call Malik Ashtar. And then we see the time of Imam Ali that he became Wali Ahmed, and it is one of the things to mention that he was also forced. Is there any similarity that he takes a lesson from Imam Ali, that under those sort of circumstances he has to accept this position of Wali Ahmed?
Yes, of course. Imam Hassan alayhi salam was forced to a peace treaty as well. And why Imam Arza accepted that, of course, there is a point of lots of controversy. It's what was the situation of the time? Why did he accept that position? Because accepting that position would have weakened his prestige among the Shiite community, especially among those hard-line Shiites who wanted to fight, and did not strengthen his position among Sunni community as well. And therefore, it was quite clear why Ma'mun did that. It makes sense to think from the other side, that why Ma'mun did that. It is very difficult to analyze why Imam Rida later on accepted that, and there's a long story to this. Maybe once we have to go through that, inshallah.
Sheikh, very quickly, you mentioned about the sincerity of some of the people who compiled the hadith. But in the case of Bukhari and Muslim, is it the case that they were actually commissioned to compile the hadith by the rulers, by the court, and therefore they were not independent people doing research? There are people who were asked to supply what they were paid to do.
I don't think they were commissioned, but even if they were commissioned, I mean, usually the rulers commission scientists, scholars to do things, and they are commissioned to do things according to their knowledge. I mean, the rulers cannot intervene very much. However, yes, of course, if you bring a hadith that would make lots of trouble politically, then of course the ruler will tell you, take this out, I don't like this in your book, for example. But I don't think they were commissioning that way. That was the education of the time, and how the Muslim culture was made, of course, according to our understanding of the development of the history of Islam. Okay? Sallallahu ala Muhammad. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين. Sermon number 20. وفيه ينفر من الغفلة وينبه إلى الفرار لله. In this sermon number 20, he again addresses his own companions, but of course those who were somehow confronting him with different opinions and disagreeing with many virtues that he was teaching. So he mentioned فَإِنَّكُمْ لَوْ قَدْ آيَنْتُمْ مَا قَدْ آيَنَ مَنْ مَاتَ مِنْكُمْ لَجَزِئْتُمْ وَوَهِلْتُمْ وَسَمِعْتُمْ وَأَطَعْتُمْ. Had you to see what those who have passed away before you are seeing, are witnessing at the moment, you would have been terrified and puzzled, and you would have listened and obeyed. وَلَكِنْ مَحْجُوبٌ عَنْكُمْ مَا قَدْ آيَنُوا. However, what they have witnessed, those who have passed away, are veiled from you, are covered from you. And that is why you are in disagreement, that's why you do not listen. Now, what Amir al-Mu'min is saying is that you are engaged with the life of this world. In a way, you cannot hear any admonishment. When you move to the other side of the veil, you will see that whatever you were doing here was just adding to your punishment, and therefore you would have liked to hear, to listen, and to obey. Now, Ibn Abil Hadith here mentions that this is a proof for Azab al-Qabr, because those people who have passed away, what they are witnessing, well, whatever they witness would be their punishment, apparently, because Amir al-Mu'min would say that, is saying that you would have been terrified had you to see it, and you would have been puzzled and bewildered by the magnitude of that scene. And therefore he says that this is a proof for Azab al-Qabr, and according to all Mu'tazilites, there is Azab al-Qabr, punishment of the grave. However, the Ash'arites deny it. And when we say Azab al-Qabr, of course, we don't mean that the body is being punished in the grave. We mean the world of the grave. The world of the grave is Barzakh, of course, where the soul lives after they leave the body, they abandon the body, they live there. And that's the world of the grave, and in that world there should be punishment. There are many verses of the Quran alluding to this, that there should be punishment there. There might be reward and pleasure in that world, and there might be just a calm and neutral type of position for some people. And another issue which is mentioned here is مَا قَدْ آيَنَ مَنْ مَاتَ مِنْكُمْ, what those who die see after you. It means that those who die, they see things, they experience things that we do not see and we do not experience in this world. There is a veil between us and that world of barzakh. And sometimes people can cross that veil, can go and see what is happening in that world. They can see and visit the souls. However, this doesn't happen very frequently and for many people. And therefore it is usually veiled. It's usually something which is behind a curtain for us. And had we to see it, as the Quran says, when you go to the next world, you see the haqq, you see the signs of the Lord, you see بَعْضُ آيَاتِ رَبِّكُمْ. And had you to see that, you would have listened and obeyed. وَقَرِيبٌ مَا يُصْرَخُ الْحِجَابُ. Soon this veil would fall down. By death of every person, that veil would fall down for them. And they pass through this veil, they go to the next world. And Amir al-Mu'minin is admonishing his companions that soon all of us, all of you and us are going to die and pass through that hijab. And this is a very amazing type of hijab. Unless you have insight, unless you have some sort of prudence given to you by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you just act as mad and insane people in this side of the veil, as if you are never going to cross the other side, to the other side, as if you are never going to die. This type of life that usually people lead in this world and conduct in this world is as if they are completely ignoring the fact that soon all these 6 billion people who are living on the earth now are going to cross to the other side. And another 6 billion people are going to come, and they soon would cross. We see everything as perpetual in this world, in this side of the veil. While of course what is on the other side is perpetual, and what is on this side is very temporal, fleeting, very quickly is going to vanish and going to go. However, this is somehow veiled for us again. We cannot see this. We do not experience that type of life. And this is of course shaitan, which gives us long ambitions all the time for this world. There's a very interesting hadith by Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq alayhi salam. إذا استحقت ولاية الله والسعادة جاء الأجل بين العينين وذهب الأمل وراء الزهر. If someone deserves wilayatullah, deserves the guardianship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in a way Allah would find him suitable to put him under his own guardianship and care. Then what happens to this person is a very deep and interesting hadith. What happens to this person is that death comes before his eyes and long ambitions goes behind him. In a way, everything for him seemed to be very temporal, very temporary, and therefore all his decisions, all his plans would somehow change and differ from decisions and plans of other people, because they usually see the life to be continuing. This person, because he deserves wilayatullah, because sa'adah, which is blessing and prosperity, has come for him, he sees, he visions everything to be fleeting, passing by very quickly. إذا استحقت ولاية الله والسعادة جاء الأجل بين العينين وذهب الأمل وراءه وإذا استحقت ولاية الشيطان والشقاوة. However, if a person deserves misery and deserves to go under the care of shaitan, the guardianship of shaitan, ولاية الشيطان, then جاء الأمل بين العينين وذهب الأجل وراء الدهر. The false ambitions come before one's eyes and the remembrance of death, the ajal, go behind, go to the back. They never think that they are going to die. They think that they are here to do things forever. And certainly this is the state of many people in this world. That's why you behave like this. And this is what Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam is saying. Had you to see what the dead are seeing now, then you would have been terrified and puzzled and you would have obeyed and listened. However, since that is covered for you, you behave the way you behave. وَقَرِيبٌ مَا يُطْرَقُ الْحِجَابِ. And soon the hijab will fall and you will see what's happening on the other side. وَلَقَدْ بُصِّرْتُمْ إِنْ أَبْصَرْتُمْ وَأُسْمِعْتُمْ إِنْ أَسْمَعْتُمْ. However, you have been made to see if you want to see. And you have been made to listen if you want to listen. You have been made to hear if you want to listen. وَهُدِيتُمْ إِنْ اهْتَدَيْتُمْ. And you have been guided if you want to be guided. Now, there are two different explanations that could be given to this expression. One is that as a general guidance from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, things have been shown to you in the Quran. Those statements that you have to know, information has been given to you if you want to listen. And Hidayah has come to you if you want to be guided. Just look into the Quran, look into the Sunnah of the Prophet. You can see, you can hear, and you can be guided. The other explanation is that as human beings, you have been given the ability, you have been given the means to see if you want to see. If you purify yourself, if you purify through worship and through sincerity, purifying yourself for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then you can see things. You can hear things. All these has been shown to you and has been put at your disposal to hear and to be guided by them. But, of course, you do not. Listen, you do not want to listen, you do not want to see, therefore you are polluted by the sins which would bar you from your vision and from your hearing. وَبِحَقٍّ أَقُولُ لَكُمْ. And I tell you the truth. What I tell you is the truth. لَقَدْ جَاهَرَتْكُمُ الْإِبَرِ. Ibar is the plural of Ibra. Ibra is what teaches you a lesson. The lessons have spoken to you very loudly. In a way, they have shouted at you. That, look, we are here. Look, this is what is going to happen to the zalimeen, to the wrongdoers. This is what has happened to people who passed before you. I mean, you just go to a cemetery, to a graveyard, and the graves are shouting at you, look, this is where you are going to come soon. I mean, if you look around yourself every day, you see these ibar, these lessons are shouting at you. And it's a very beautiful expression from Amirul Mu'minin. لَقَدْ جَاهَرَتْكُمُ الْإِبَرِ. The lessons have loudly spoken to you. وَزُجِرْتُمْ بِمَا فِيهِ مُزْدَجَرٍ. And you have been warned by what there are warnings in it. The warnings which are very clear. Now this muzdajar, which of course is again from zajr, And zajr is to warn somebody to somehow bar them from doing something. If you want to stop, if you want to desist, there are lots of things in this world that would advise you to desist from what you are doing. However, of course, you do not want to desist. You do not want to listen. In Surah Qamar, of course, this same term, muzdajar, is used. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. اقتربت الساعة وانشق القمر وإن يروا آية يعرضوا ويقولوا سحر مستمر وكذبوا واتبعوا أهواءهم فكل أمر مستقر. And then it says وَلَقَدْ جَاءَهُمْ مِنَ الْأَنْبَاءِ مَا فِيهَا مُزْدَجَرٌ. The news, the information has come to them. Those news and information in which there are great warnings. حِكْمَةٌ بَالِغَةٌ. These are very penetrating wisdoms that are coming to them. Whatever we see around us, whatever we read in the history, when we go and visit places and see the palaces which have fallen down and ruins and epics of the past people, we just look at them, take pictures, and happily, joyfully are very happy that we have seen these scenes, but we do not hear what they are shouting at us. Hikmatun balighatun, a penetrating hikmah. Hikmatun balighatun, fama tughni an-nuzur. What can we do? These warnings, these warners would not avail of anything for people who do not want to hear. These are just explanations of the Quran, of course. And you would expect what Imam Ali alayhi salam says is just putting the Quran in other words and saying Quran in his own expression. لَقَدْ جَاهَرَتْكُمُ الْعِبَرُ وَذُجِرْتُمْ بِمَا فِيهِ مُزْدَجَرٌ وَمَا يُبَلِّغُ عَنِ اللَّهِ بَعْدَ رُسُلِ السَّمَاءِ إِلَّا الْبَشَرُ. Now, this is, of course, again, something stressed in the Quran, emphasized in the Quran, which is put in other words, again, by Amirul Mu'mineen. Now, do not expect that the angels should come to you and speak to you and warn you. Of course, there are angels, Rasulul Sama, the messengers of the heaven. They come to the people, but not to everyone, to some people. And they warn, and those people convey those warnings. And after these Rasulul Sama, these messengers of the heaven, it's only Bashar who warns. So, there was a Bashar before me who warned you, that was the Prophet, peace be on him, who wrote the Quran. And we are repeating the same thing. Do not expect anything extra to come to you. You have heard all these things, you have seen, you have listened to the voice of the Quran, so do not expect anything extra to come to you. Sometimes we think that if a Prophet or an Imam would have been here, would have told us what to do, what not to do, we would have followed and obeyed very closely. But of course, what a Prophet or Imam is going to tell us, more than what we are told already. Suppose Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam was here to admonish us, he would have said the same thing to us. It's just the same story repeated all again, of course, again and again in new expressions. However, whatever should have been told already to us are told. And the only step is that we have to listen and we have to take one step forward. Yes.
You know, you mentioned that all these signs are shouting at you. I just want to say something. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. You know, is there what you just said, is it related to the last part, which is that these signs are shouting at you, and because you are not hearing these signs, therefore you will not see the messengers of the angels. Is there a sequence, or is it just?
No, I don't think so. No, I mean, Romani is saying that you should not expect anything else to come to you. There were Rasul al-Sama' who came to the Prophet. They are not coming to anyone else. And after them it's only Bashar, it's only us who warn by repeating the admonitions of the Quran, what the Prophet has said. Now, the same concepts are mentioned in a very short statement which follows, which is put here as sermon number 21. Of course, this is a very short part of a longer sermon, certainly. فَإِنَّ الْغَايَةَ أَمَامَكُمْ وَإِنَّ وَرَاءَكُمُ السَّاعَةَ تَحْدُوكُمْ تَخَفَّفُوا تَلْحَقُوا فَإِنَّمَا يُنْتَظَرُ بِأَوَّلِكُمْ آخِرُكُمْ. Now, the ghaya, the aim, what has been set as your purpose, is ahead of you. In a way, you are going towards that ghaya. But that ghaya could be nice, could be evil, but there is no doubt that you are moving towards it. وَإِنَّ وَرَاءَكُمُ السَّاعَةَ تَحْدُوكُمْ. And sa'a, the hour, is behind you, driving you forward. Now again, this is a very beautiful expression. Of course, this very short statement chosen by Sayyid al-Rabi, at the beginning he said, وَهِيَ كَلِمَةٌ جَامِعَةٌ لِلْعِزَةِ وَالْحِكْمَةِ. This is a very comprehensive statement for admonishment and wisdom, conveying wisdom. And comprehensive because the whole admonishment of the world is somehow condensed in this short statement. First of all, you are not created in vain. You should know this. And as Muslims, you know this. This is mentioned in the Quran for you. There is a purpose. And if there is that purpose is going to be achieved in 1 hour, in an hour, in a time. And that hour is the driving force of the whole universe. It is taking you, somehow dragging you, or driving you. Because some people have argued why Amirul Mu'minin has mentioned inna wara'akum as-sa'a. The hour is behind you, while the hour is ahead of us, isn't it? The hour has not come yet. As-sa'a, the hour of the day of judgment, has not come yet. So it shouldn't be behind us, it is ahead of us. But Amirul Mu'minin says inna wara'akum as-sa'a. The hour is behind you, driving you. Now, it's a very deep, there's a very deep concept in this, a very deep insight in it. And that is, since we are created for that purpose, although the hour, the sa'a, is still to come ahead of us, but the whole driving force of the movement of universe and humankind and all animals, all species, is that hour. Everything is created to move towards that hour, to come, to arrive at that hour. So it's just like a driving force which takes us. Usually, we think that death is something which should be somehow talked about with fear and with some sort of caution. Why? The whole purpose of creation is achieved through different types of deaths. Dying from one world, going to another world, dying from that world, going to another world, and one by one. And this, the name Mumeet of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, usually when we say Ya Muhi, we enjoy calling Allah Ya Muhi. But when we want to say Ya Mumeet, we have some reservation. Why should we call you Mumeet? That is not a good thing. Why should we call you Mumeet? Of course, we understand you are Muhi, you give life. That's very good. But you take life. Why should I call you by that name? I don't like that name. Well, we don't know. That name is even more important because that's the driving force which is somehow uplifting the level of life one after another. So that name, Mumeet, is as important, we don't say more important, as important as the name Muhit of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And therefore, this name Mumit is behind us, pushing us towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. In fact, by that name, He's lifting us up towards Himself. So this hour, Inna sa'ata wara'akum, is behind you, pushing you towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to go to the ghaya. The ghaya is ahead of you, and the sa'a is driving you, pushing you forward. وَإِنَّ وَرَاءَكُمُ السَّاعَةَ تَحْدُوكُمْ تَخَفَّفُوا تَلْحَقُوا. Now, Sayyid Rabi Rahmatullah Alayhi says that this one statement, تَخَفَّفُوا تَلْحَقُوا, this is a sentence. He says, إن هذا الكلام لو وزن بعد كلام الله سبحانه وبعد كلام رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله بكل كلام لمال به راجع. If you weigh this statement after Kalamullah and the words of the Prophet against any other statement, you will see this would be more weighty, preferable. فأما قوله عليه السلام تخففوا تلحقوا. Now, تخففوا means keep light, make yourself lighter. تلحقوا, so that you join, you arrive at the destination. It says that this تخففوا تلحقوا فما صنع كلام أقل منه مسموعا ولا أكثر منه محسولا. No statement has heard, no sentence shorter than this hitting the ears, however more plentiful than this in the meaning and outcome. And then he explains or somehow praises this word. It means if you want to join, if you want to arrive at a destination, you have to make yourself light. You have to somehow disburden yourself, put your burdens down, the burdens of sin, the burdens of ambitions, the burdens of all types of different engagements that you have in this world. Put them down, tahaffahu, become light, and when you become lighter, you speed faster, you move faster, you can gain more speed, and you can go ahead of others, join those who are already there faster than others. تَخَفَّفُوا تَلْحَقُوا. And this is again an expression which puts a statement of the Prophet in another word. There is a statement from the Prophet, peace be on him, very famous, نَجَلْ مُحَفَّفُونَ. Those who are light are saved. They can reach salvation. And this is, Salman was appointed as governor of Madain because he was from Iran, and then he was appointed that was once capital of Iran, Madain. There was a flood in Madain at the time, and of course, while he was the governor, he was the poorest person of Madain, Salman. He didn't have anything, just he had an aba on which he was praying, and no facilities at home. Well, very, very old man. I don't think he had any family as well. So there was a flood. When the flood came, of course, he just took his rag. There was a rag on Abba. He took his rag and went over the mountains and just repeated the word of the Prophet, Najal Muhaffafun. Those who are light, they are saved. Now, you have house, you have furniture, you have everything. Well, you have to think about all those things. I don't have to think about anything. I take my rug and I go up the mountains. Now, of course, this is an example. In the other world, it would be the same thing. If you are light, you can move faster. And you can enter paradise quicker and faster. So, تَخَفَّفُوا تَلْحَقُوا, join those who went past before you. فَإِنَّمَا يُنْتَظَرُ بِأَوَّلِكُمْ آخِرُكُمْ. Those who
have passed away before you, they are kept waiting for you. Not for you, for those who are going to go at the end. In a way, everything is already planned, everything is already destined. However, why the souls are being kept there? Because they have to wait for others to come. And eventually everyone will go to the other side of this veil or curtain, as Amir al-Mu'mineen mentioned. And then when everyone goes there, then the new journey will start. So those who went before you, awwalakum, those past generations, they are being awaited for the posterity to go and join them and then move towards the final destination, al-ghaya. Now the next khutbah, ومن خطبة له عليه السلام حين بلغه خبر الناكثين ببيعته. This sermon, he addressed the sermon when the news of the breach of his bay'ah, those who breached his bay'ah, the news of it reached him. Of course, Talha, Zubayr, very close people to Amir al-Mu'mineen, when they started to break their bay'ah, and the news reached him, he started to address people as such. ألا وإن الشيطان قد ذمر حزبه واستجلب جلبه ليعود الجور إلى أوطانه ويرجع الباطل إلى نصابه. Beware that Shaitan has instigated his party. Now of course Amir al-Mu'mineen has no reservation to call Talha and Zubayr as party of Shaitan. And of course he was not of the view that since they were companions of the Prophet, he could not speak about them in this way, because Shaitan can deceive anyone, and no one except the Ma'soomeen prophets or those who are excluded from the trickery of Shaitan are safe from his deception. So, ألا وإن الشيطان قد ذمر حزبه واستجلب جلبه, and has mobilized his army. Now, of course, this army, which of course had gathered in Basra, it included Talha, Zubayr, some other companions, and Aisha. And speaking in this way, of course, might have been very strange for some other companions of Amir al-Mu'mineen who were around him. However, as I said, he had no reservation, telling the truth and haqq. ألا وأن الشيطان قد ذمر حزبه واستجلب جلبه ليعود الجور إلى أوطانه ويرجع الباطل إلى نصابه, so that the jawr and oppression may come back to its homeland. ويرجع الباطل إلى نصابه, and batil comes back to its own previous position. Now, of course, there were lots of arguments, lots of statements about why these people broke their allegiance with Amir al-Mu'mineen. Of course, they had their own pretext for it. They never come out and say, we have broken our allegiance because you don't give us right positions, for example. So, what they brought as a pretext was very funny, of course, and that's why they couldn't gather much force. They didn't have any pretext to break their allegiance to Amir al-Mu'mineen. You know, Talha and Zubayr were among the first people who paid allegiance to Amir al-Mu'mineen as the Khalifa after Uthman, and they just broke it like a piece of cake. And
what pretext they brought was that you have to revenge or make revenge from those who killed Uthman, and you are a partner with them. And this was the funniest pretext, because everyone knew in Medina that Amirul Mu'mineen, if anyone was to be somehow exonerated from the blood of Uthman, it was Amirul Mu'mineen. He supported, he backed the house of Uthman, he somehow admonished the companions not to attack the house. He said, if the Caliph is killed, then there will be fitna and all these things, and everyone knew of that. And everyone knew that Talha and Zubayr were the ones who instigated people to attack the house of Uthman. Here is reported from Ibn Abi al-Hadid. The translator has brought some parts from Ibn Abi al-Hadid, and he says that Ibn Abi al-Hadid writes that those who have written the account of assassination of Uthman state that on the day of his killing, Talha's condition was that in order to obscure himself from the eyes of the people, he had a veil on his face and was shooting arrows at Uthman's house. This was the position of Talha. And also, again, Ibn Abi al-Hadid mentions that historians have also stated that Zubayr used to say, kill Uthman. He has altered your faith. And people said, your son is standing at his door and guarding him. Abdullah ibn Zubayr was actually one of those people who was against the assassination of Uthman. He replied, even my son may be lost, but Uthman must be killed. Uthman will be lying like a carcass on Sirat tomorrow. This was the position of Zubayr, of course. And the position of Aisha, Aisha was one of the fiercest enemies of Uthman. The one who just left Medina so that people just finished off the Uthman and no one could go and appeal something to her, anything to her. So, after all these, it was very interesting that these people said we broke our allegiance with Ali because he was one of those people who took part in killing Uthman, and he should give hand to us, the killers of Uthman. Now, Amir al-Mu'min says, Wallahi ma ankaru alayya munkara. I swear by God that they haven't seen any munkar with me. It's just their hawa, their desire that they are following. وَلَا جَعَلُوا بَيْنِي وَبَيْنَهُمْ نِصْفًا. And they are not just in their judgments between me and themselves. They are not dealing the whole issue with justice and equity. وَإِنَّهُمْ لَيَطْلُبُونَ حَقًّا هُمْ تَرَكُوهُ وَدَمًا هُمْ سَفَكُوهُ. They are asking me a haqq which they themselves abandoned. The haqq was, of course, to support the Khalifa, because, of course, Khalifa had the allegiance of Muslimun. Why? Of course, he had a right to be supported, and this is why Amirul Mu'mineen supported Uthman and House of Uthman actually. This was haqq, as Amirul Mu'mineen said. Now, he says, those people abandoned that haqq, and then they are coming and asking me about that haqq. إِنَّهُمْ لَا يَطْلُبُونَ حَقًّا هُمْ تَرَكُوا وَدَمًا هُمْ سَفَكُوا. And they are seeking a blood that they themselves shed. And this was, as I said, the funniest, the most ironical thing in the history of Islam. And then there are other statements and other arguments that Amir al-Mu'mineen makes about the issue, which we leave for later on, inshallah. It's all in the same vein, arguing that if anyone is going to be questioned about the blood of Uthman, it's these people, not me. And they are the ones who abandoned the haqq. They are the ones who shed that blood, and now they have come out and saying that we have gathered against you because of this, and this is, of course, not insaf. It's not justice that they are doing to me. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa alayhi wa
Sorry for the interruption in the middle of the thing. If I had a calculation in front of me, I wouldn't have done that. You know what I just realized? That the translation we have is totally not understandable as far as I'm concerned, because it's literal. It says that your aim, reward or punishment is before you. It doesn't convey of anything what you're telling us.
Yeah.
It's like a superficial meaning. But what you're saying is much more, your whole purpose of creation is what you're driving towards, which is the day of judgment and beyond.
Yeah.
And it's not even about physical, it's something that we don't understand anyway. But we accept that that is what Allah has created us for. He's not created us for this world. And it's much more deeper than that. I can't even express it because I'm not knowledgeable. And when you read this translation, you don't get any sense of what you read.
Well, it's like reading Quran's translation.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't get the sense. However, of course, this was the first attempt and first effort to translate Nahjul Balagha, and it should be appreciated. But yes, it needs some improvement, and I think a new translation of Nahjul Balagha is coming out soon, inshallah.
Well, I think there should be some progress, because even I would have put not your aim but your destiny would be a better appropriate translation. Just a simple word, that your destiny, ultimate destiny, is before you.
True.
I'm just saying this from that one sentence. And even the last this thing, it says your last ones are awaited by your first one. It doesn't give any sense without context. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything in English.
Yeah, it's literal meaning.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you understand English and and you understand Arabic, so you're able to see that. And I think it sometimes we might even misread or the Nahjul Balagha if you just follow by the translation. You could take a phrase from Nahjul Balagha and have an opposite meaning to what the Imam is trying to say. Because it's a literary work and we're using it as a book of guidance without understanding the merit of the literacy.
Yeah.
Do you understand what
But that's why we always discuss these issues to get a better understanding of it. Certainly, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry about that again.
No, not at all.
You mentioned about Imam Ali supporting Usman in his last at the time of the turmoil, and saying that he should be supported as a hakim if he is skilled in this system. How can we understand that Imam Ali supporting the rule of Usman in what context? Because we look at it that it was the right of Imam Ali to rule, and as we have seen in the previous khutbah also, he said that this was my garment which other people took and then it was mistreated. In what context he was supporting it, and is it just for to keep the law and order of Orthodox in that context, or is it something more?
Well, of course, he didn't want to take his right at any price, and that was the reason that he abandoned it in the first place. I mean, he could very easily start a fight immediately after the demise of the Prophet, and no one would have blamed him for that, because certainly almost everyone knew that it was his right which was taken. But he didn't want to take it at the price of creating fitna among Muslims, and in a way that people who were somehow inclined towards Islam, the people were newcomers to Islam. If they had seen that immediately after the demise of the Prophet, his companions started to fight for power and to fight for politics because of political reasons, then they would have said, well, this is again another kingdom, another rulership, people are fighting for it. So he certainly saw the right for himself, but he didn't want to take it at any price, at the price of making Islam an uplifting in the eyes of the newcomers. And you could imagine, as soon as the fighting would have started between the companions of the Prophet, those who were very close to him, then other people would have just withdrawn from Islam, because they would have said, well, why should we follow if these people are fighting against each other? Now, after this caliphate was established, of course, it was not the right type of strategy to come and kill a caliph and put another one in place, even the one who had the right. And this was what Amirul Mu'minin was all the time emphasizing, that this is not the right way of doing it. And even when he mediated between the protesters and between Uthman, Uthman actually promised him that, okay, I accept what you say, I accept what they say. And he made a statement that I'm going to change things, I'm going to revoke many of my orders which I had given to my families and these things, many rulerships. What made the people to come back again was because Uthman broke that promise again by sending a letter to Egypt that as soon as these people come back, to his commander in Egypt, his ruler in Egypt, as soon as these people come back, you kill them. And they found the letter, they came back again and they killed Uthman. Now, what Amir al-Mu'minin mentioned in his mediation when he went to Uthman's Darul Imara, he said that people are behind me, they are waiting to kill you. And you know why they are here, and you know what has made them to come from faraway lands to protest against you. And I warn you, and I bring to your attention Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to your virtue and to your conscience, that you shouldn't be the first caliph killed in Islam, because I heard the Prophet that a caliph will be killed in Islam, and that killing will open the door of fitna and bloodshed among Muslims. And he says, I swear by Allah, or I beseech to you by the name of Allah, that you won't be that first caliph to be killed in Islam. So he knew that, murder of Uthman is going to take its toll from Muslim Ummah. And it did. There were wars. As soon as Amir al-Mu'minin came to power, he was only occupied with internal wars and battles with Jamal, Nahrawan, Muawiyah, and then Muawiyah came to power. Killing Uthman was not a blessed thing in Islam, certainly. And it did not bring blessings with it. It brought fighting, it brought bloodshed, and then it brought the kingdom, the Mulukiya of Muawiyah after it. So this is why Amir al-Mu'minin was not very happy about that. Of course, he thought that's his right, but he didn't want to take it at any price. This is how we can analyze the issue, I think.
Can I make a comment on this?
Yes.
I think, from my understanding, is that on a general polemic level, at a sheer, very superficial popular level, this is something to be celebrated in the sense that it brought about the demise of the caliphate and established the imamah in a sense that it was. And if you just take it in that respect, then that's why I think Mansour is having a hard time, because this is something that I was brought up as a kid, and I saw that in popular literature, in popular culture, this is how that event is perceived, that it is a sort of thing, but it is much more complex. And some people would, because I remember once somebody said that Imam Ali sent his son Hassan and Hussein to protect Uthman.
Yeah.
And he did it in a gathering, and people accused the lecturer of sedition. That what are you saying? How could Imam Ali do that? Do you know what I'm saying? Because people were not aware of Imam, or people do not understand Imam and how Imam Ali's position was. You see, this is a true fact, isn't it? That he did.
Well, you see, in Nahjul Balagha,
and this was the first time that I had heard it. This was a few years back. And the general consensus in that audience.
And what did you think?
No, I accepted it. Because I had read about it.
You thought Imam Ali didn't have walaya because he did such a thing, huh?
What I'm trying to say is that I understood that because I had read it in a book by Jafar Subhani called The Early Rise of Shia Islam. So I knew that it was a historical fact and before this happened. But the audience reaction was very, very difficult.
Yeah.
Of course.
This is ignorance, certainly.
This is ignorance of our people, like our.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see, and I can see where it's coming from.
Yeah.
That because we have not really understood the history the way it should be understood, or Imam Ali for that matter.
True. Yeah. Now, in Nahjul Balagha, you see, Amir al-Mu'minin emphatically disowns any participation of himself or his family in that murder. He completely said, I was completely away from it. And he opposed other companions who came to kill Uthman, certainly. I mean, the murder of Umar ibn Khattab was not that serious as the assassination of Umar was not that serious as this revolt against Uthman, because it was a terror. And it was not something done by the companions. This was something done by the companions of the Prophet, and this was very serious. And this is why we never thought that the first caliph to be killed after whom the door of fitna would open was Umar ibn Khattab. He said, it's fear that is you, that after your murder the door of fitna will open to the Ummah. And it did, as I said. Now, to understand this, of course, certainly, I know in an uneducated Shia audience, if you say such a thing, you should expect, that type of reaction. However, if we analyze the very act, the very behavior of Amirul Mu'minin after the demise of the Prophet, leaving his haqq for protection of Islam, shows that, well, he always had this attitude. And he had this attitude at the time of Umar. Umar ibn Khattab wanted to go to war himself to lead his army, and he said, well, you shouldn't go with your army, because if you get killed, you are the pillar of this ummah, you are the center of this government. If you are killed, then this government will remain without leader, and people can attack us very easily. How could you imagine such an advice from Amirul Mu'minin going to Umar ibn Khattab? So we have to somehow change of analysis of this.
Continuation from what we discussed about the strength of Imam Ali in defending Osman, protecting him. If we draw something in our time, like for example, if you look in Iraq at the moment, all the problems that we are having, and then some backgrounds are saying that restraint, and where were these things for the greater interest of protecting the Muslims? And if you can take this a step further outside the Islamic environment, say in a place where the government is a non-Muslim government, but we have to then judge that okay, this government is better in protecting the interest of Islam than the other one. Can we draw this sort of similarities for the day-to-day living of Muslims in different parts of the world from this sort of instance, or from the life of Imam Ali on this occasion?
Yes, certainly. We all the time we have to judge the interests of the Ummah. There are people who have more enmity and grudge against Muslims than other enemies. There are others who have less animosity towards Muslims, although they are not Muslims. This is stated right at the beginning of Islam, لَتَجِدَنَّ أَشَدَّ النَّاسِ عَدَاوَةً لِلَّذِينَ آمَنُوا الْيَهُودُ وَلَتَجِدَنَّ أَقْرَبَهُمْ مَوَدَّةً لِلَّذِينَ آمَنُوا الَّذِينَ قَالُوا إِنَّا نَصَارَى. You find the Jews to be more a more stubborn enemy against Muslims than the Nasara, than the Christians. And Christians are closer to you in terms of mawadda, not in terms of faith and belief, because in terms of faith and belief, Jews are closer to us than Christians. But in terms of mawadda, in terms of, at that time, of course, the whole situation was is that Jews were more allied with Muslims. And in fact, that was why the Prophet sent the first group of migrants of Muslims to Habasha, to Abyssinia, and he said, they are Christians and they are close to us. And therefore, yes, at all times you can judge. If Prophet sends a group of Muslims to be protected by Christians against mushrikun, then you can imagine, yes, all the time we have to think, measure, plan, and see what is the best of the Ummah. Of course, without losing our values and our standards, and that's a very important issue.
Sheikh, last time we discussed about the idea of la'ana. Today we discussed that Imam Ali was actually physically his own family trying to protect Uthman and advising. So actually shows that, you know, Shia come from the Indian subcontinent, you know, they have this idea that we send la'na on the first three Khalifs and Hazrat Aisha as well. This actually shows that we have no right to send la'na on these three, four personalities. And by looking at this example, although the Sunnis and Shia can, without sacrificing their beliefs, there is a good chance of bridging the gap and sort of coexist with each other.
Well, if Amirul Mu'mineen abandoned his right to create unity among the Ummah, well, we can abandon la'na to create unity among the Ummah. It's as simple as that. Okay.